Cantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Catching the Captain by Jacob Chance, narrated by Ellie Gossage and Ash Beverly. Chapter 1. Rory. My eyes flick to the clock on the mantel. 10 more minutes and I'm out of here. I wish my family could find a way to be on their best behavior for my niece's 8th birthday party, but that's not the case with the Russos. Maybe it's something rooted in our Italian genes that makes my older sister Valentina and my mom still treat me like a child. But I'm 22, for fuck's sake. I'm a college graduate and I live in an apartment paid for by yours truly. Thank God for my sister Stella. She's the only one who seems to understand how capable I am. My niece Claudia kneels beside me, perching her chin on my shoulder. Auntie Rory, can I do your hair? Don't you have more presents to open? I ask. Nope, I'm all done. Damn it. Even though I was hoping to make my escape, I can't turn down Claudia. She's incredibly sweet and loving, despite having my shrew of a sister for a mother. Sure, but nothing elaborate. I need to head home in a few minutes. Claudia's eyes light up with excitement. Okay, I'll do buns. I can do those fast. She skips off and returns a minute later holding a small canvas bag. Why don't you sit in the chair and I'll stay on the floor in front of you? I suggest. Good idea. She slips behind me, dropping onto the cushioned seat of the armchair. I hear her rummaging through her bag of supplies and I smile. She loves to style my hair whenever she gets a chance. I feel the tip of the bristles at the top of my head before they slide all the way down my dark brown locks to the middle of my back. Closing my eyes, I enjoy the soothing sensation of Claudia brushing through every strand of my hair. Aurora, have you met any nice men lately? My mom asks. I've been expecting this question. It's standard every time I visit my childhood home. Nope. Hopefully my short answer will be enough to satisfy her. Why not? She presses. Guess not. I've been working a lot. When are you going to get a real job, Aurora? Valentina chimes in. My eyes snap open and narrow in her direction. Waitressing is a real job. Okay, it's a job, but a dead-end one, she adds. What the hell is her problem? I never say anything about her life choices. I lift my shoulders in a careless shrug. There are plenty of people who make a living from waitressing. It's honest work. What's the purpose of going to college for 4 years if you're not using your degree? My mom jumps back into the conversation. We paid a lot for your education. We've had this discussion more than once, Mom. I'll remind you again. Most of my college was paid for with the scholarships I busted my butt to earn. Plus, I've already explained to you both. I'm looking for a job with a sports firm, but have yet to find one. Grr. It's so frustrating to feel like you're never heard by the people who are supposed to love you most. I guess you should have chosen a degree with more opportunities then, Valentina says, with the know-it-all air she's so good at giving off. Speaking of frustrating, I don't remember Rory asking you. Stella jumps in, defending me. What she does for work is no one's business but her own. We should all focus on ourselves. You always rush to her defense, Valentina fires back. Poor little Aurora can't fight her own battles. Her expression is mocking. I can fight them just fine, but I shouldn't have to defend my life choices. I don't make you defend yours. I state calmly. I'm not going to get fired up over her ignorance. This is how she always behaves, and I don't see her changing. What's there to defend? She asks. I'm not about to remind her she's married to a living doormat. She walks all over him and he lets her. She takes his kindness for granted, and one of these days, I'm convinced he's going to leave her. But first, he'd have to grow a new pair of balls since he handed his over to her on their wedding day. Ignoring her question, I focus on Claudia's small fingers gently manipulating my hair. She finishes one side and moves on to the other. I dislike her witnessing how insensitive her mother can be. Hopefully she's not paying attention. Dominic, my 4-year-old nephew, runs into the room like the Flash and drops down into the middle of my crossed legs. Will you read me a story, Auntie? He holds up the latest Grumpy Monkey book. Can you say please? I ask. Please. Oh, for God's sake, don't make him beg, Aurora, Valentina scolds me. I'm trying to teach him some manners. Maybe you should work on that too, I point out. Manners only matter in social settings. Things should be more relaxed when it comes to your own family, she says. Stella rolls her eyes. There's such a thing as too relaxed. If you can't be polite to your own family, why would you be with total strangers? Valentina waves her hand dismissively. You don't get it. She's right, I don't. And it seems like Stella doesn't either. Being around my mom and Valentina is like being in an alternate universe where everything is the opposite of what it should be. Which is why I only come around when I must. Opening the book, I turn to the first chapter and begin reading as if no other adults are in the room. I shut out their continuing conversation and put all my energy into the storytelling. The different voices I do for each character have Dominic giggling in no time. He's so damn cute. It takes effort to hold back my own laughter. Even Claudia snickers behind me as she finishes the second bun. She pats my shoulder to let me know she's done. I finish reading the remainder of the book. When I close the cover, my niece and nephew clap their hands together. Bravo, Auntie Rory, Claudia says. Dominic turns in my lap to cup my face between his hot, sticky palms, and I hold back a grimace. Can you read another? As much as I'd love to, I need to get home. Please? His green eyes plead up at me. Oh man, I hate leaving these kids. But I told my roommate Serena I'd be home by 6. Why don't you ask Claudia to read you? I'm sure she can do an even better job than me. He wrinkles his little pug nose. She never reads to me. Turning my head, I peer back at Claudia. How about helping me out? She nods, patting the cushion next to her. Come on, Dominic. He leaps to his feet and climbs up next to her. Unfolding my half-asleep legs, I rise to my feet and turn to kiss my niece and nephew on their cheeks. I'll see you two soon. Bye, Auntie Rory. Their replies are simultaneous. I wave my hand in an arc to my mom and sisters. I've got to go. I'll see you later. Do you want to ride? Stella asks. Why don't you have your car? My mom cuts in. I smile at Stella. I'm set, thanks. And then I glance at my mom. I took an Uber here because I wanted to run back home. That explains your shorts and tank top, Valentina adds, her tone sounding extra judgmental. I glance at her dress and pearls from under raised eyebrows. Yeah, it does. But how much sense does it really make to get dressed up to just hang out with family? I leave the room with a smile curving my lips. It's not often I score a win against my oldest sister. It may not have been much, but I'm feeling proud of the parting shot I delivered. Once I'm outside, I find my dad in the garage with my brother-in-law, Leonard. I'm leaving, Dad. He opens his arms for a hug, and I step into them. When will we see you again? He asks. Stepping backward, I brush a wisp of hair back from my face. I'm not sure. You know where I am if you need me. Do you need a ride? No, thanks. I didn't get my run in this morning, so... I tip my head toward the road before glancing at my brother-in-law. Bye, Leonard. Bye, Aurora. Although he's a man of few words, he's always kind. But in his defense, being married to Valentina doesn't allow him the opportunity to say much. I start down the sidewalk at a pace I'll be able to maintain for the 4 miles to my apartment. My feet meet the pavement at a steady tempo as I focus on getting my breathing on rhythm. I inhale for 3 steps and exhale for 2. The buns that were so painstakingly crafted by my niece wiggle on top of my head. I'm almost 3 miles in when I'm forced to run on a main road. There's no other route that will take me to my apartment. Stopping at a crosswalk, I jog in place to keep my heart rate elevated. When the signal turns in my favor, I run across the street. I'm only a handful of feet from the other sidewalk when a car takes the right turn, ignoring the red light. With the front of the vehicle heading straight at me, I dive for the sidewalk and barely avoid being run over. My entire right side slams into the pavement, the jarring impact raking my skin from shoulder to ankle. Pain engulfs me, making me nauseous and lightheaded. Fuck. I think I'm going to pass out.
Chapter 2. Kaiden. I'm about to enter the corner store when I see a car turn on red as a pedestrian is crossing the street. I'm too far away to make it to her in time, and fortunately, she notices the vehicle before it's too late. Diving out of the way, she averts being run over, but lands on the pavement with bone-rattling force. Turning, I hurry over to where she's lying on the edge of the road. She groans. "Fuck!" "Are you okay?" I ask. "I think so," she replies, pushing herself to a seated position. "It doesn't seem like anything's broken." She looks at her right arm and leg, and a gasp slips from her. "No wonder why it feels like my skin's on fire," she says, sounding like she's trying not to cry. It looks like someone repeatedly dragged a cheese grater over patches of her skin until she was a bloody mess. "Oh my God." She blows air on her scraped-up shoulder, trying to soothe the burning. "Why don't we get you to your feet and onto the sidewalk?" I suggest. She nods. "Okay." I move in front of her. "I'll help you stand." She takes hold of my extended hands, and I pull her to her feet. I catch the wince flashing across her face. "Hang on to me and walk to the sidewalk." I back up while she moves forward. "Good. How do you feel now?" Raising each knee, she marches in place a few times. Her large eyes connect with mine. "A little better." She pulls her hands from mine. This is the first time I've gotten a clear look at her face. She looks familiar, but I can't figure out how I'd know her. Her arched brows dip inward as she studies me, and then pop upward as if she's surprised. "Kaiden Hart?" I nod. "Yeah?" I'm still struggling to place her face. "It's me, Rory." Rory? I don't know anyone by that name. "I'm sorry, you knew me as Aurora?" Aurora Russo? I breathe out her name as a question. How did the young girl I used to play Mario Kart with turn into the beautiful woman in front of me? "Yep, but now I prefer to be called Rory." "It's great to see you, Rory." "I wish it were under better circumstances," she says. Smiling, I hold out my arms, and she steps into my hug. I'm careful not to make contact with any of her road rash as I draw her small frame closer. When we part, I can't stop staring at her, and I for sure can't wrap my brain around the fact that she's a grown woman. If my recollection is correct, she was 10 when I dated her sister, so that would mean she's around 22. Talk about surreal. The last time I saw her, she was round-cheeked with a mouthful of braces. The only traces of that little girl I can find are the thick-lashed golden brown eyes staring up at me. The braces are long gone, leaving her with a straight, even smile framed by full pink lips. She's beautiful. "Do you want me to bring you to the emergency room?" "God, no. I'm a little banged up, but nothing bad enough to warrant seeing a doctor." "How about I give you a ride home?" She takes a few tentative steps in place, and I can tell she's in pain. "As much as I hate to cut my run short, I think I'd better take you up on that offer." "Come on." I extend my arm. She wraps her hand around the inside of my elbow, and we carefully walk to my truck parked curbside. I help her climb up and get situated before I go around to the driver's side. Turning the key, I fire the engine to life. "Where to?" "I live about a mile that way." She points behind us. "Gotcha." Pulling out, I get into the left turn lane at the red light. "Tell me what you've been up to," I say. "Well, considering we haven't seen each other since I was a little girl, that might be a lot of news to share in the few minutes we have." I smile at her. "Good point. Are you in college?" "I recently graduated." "Congratulations." "Thanks, but I can't seem to find a job, so I've been waitressing." "Where do you work?" "My alibi?" I've been there before.
I can make enough in tips to pay my bills, which is all I need for now.
What did you major in? I ask as the light turns green.
Sport management.
I make the U-turn so we're heading in the right direction. What are you hoping to do for work?
Eventually, I'm hoping to become a sports agent. I'm assuming I'll have to settle for an entry-level position at first.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, the problem is, I can't even find an agency that's looking for help at all. I'll gladly answer the phone and book appointments every day if I can get my foot in the door.
Hang in there. I'm sure an opportunity will come soon.
Yeah, I'm going to think positively. I keep reminding myself whatever I find will be worth the wait.
That's a great attitude to have.
You've had quite a bit of success with hockey. Congratulations. All your dreams came true.
Not all of them. I always imagined I'd be married with a kid or two by now. Thanks. It's been a wild ride.
I bet. You're going through 2 more lights and then take the first right, she instructs.
Okay. I can see the turn she mentioned from here. Do you live alone?
No, I have a roommate, Serena. She and I have been friends since freshman year of high school.
I pass through the first light. How are your parents doing? I ask.
My dad is great, and my mom is the same as she's always been.
What do you mean? I ask, not sure what she's referring to.
I'm the baby of the family and incapable of doing anything correctly on my own, at least in my mom's eyes.
It must be difficult for them now that you're not living at home any longer. The second light is green, and we pass right through. Slowing down, I make the turn onto her street.
I live in the 3rd townhouse, the brick one.
This is nice, I say, pulling into the driveway behind an older model Subaru Forester.
Thanks. Even though it's right off the main road, it's pretty quiet here.
Shutting down my truck, I pocket my keys on the way to the passenger side. Rory already has the door open, so I step in to assist her. She inhales a quick breath when her right knee absorbs her weight. You okay?
Yeah, I'll live. It just stung for a second.
Once you're all cleaned up and bandaged, you'll feel better. I hold my arm out, and she waves it away with her hand.
I can do this,
she says, lifting her chin. I like her determination to handle it on her own. Pulling a string with a dangling key from inside her tank top, she draws it over her head and unlocks the door. Pausing with her hand on the knob, she peers over her shoulder at me.
You know, you don't have to come in with me. I'm okay.
She thinks my motivation is purely selfless, when it's not. I do want to make sure she's okay, but I'm not ready to part ways yet. We've barely had time to catch up, and I'm fascinated by this adult version of Rory. If you don't mind, I'd feel better if I did. Her lips briefly pull upward at the corners into a semblance of a smile.
Suit yourself.
She opens the door, and I follow her inside. Just so you're aware, I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I was ready to throw you over my shoulder if I had to. She rolls her eyes.
Okay, Tarzan. Would you like a drink? Serena made a pitcher of iced tea earlier.
How about we get you cleaned up first, and then you can worry about being a good hostess. Where's your first aid kit?
There are some Band-Aids in the bathroom.
She moves across the entryway to an open doorway and flips the light switch. Bending over, she rummages around inside the cabinet below the sink while I try not to check out her ass. Try being the operative word. You shouldn't be looking at Aurora Russo's ass. I'm trying to be a gentleman, but it's right there wrapped in running shorts. Short running shorts. And don't even think about her long, toned legs. Jesus. She straightens up, and my eyes dart elsewhere.
This is all I have,
She holds up peroxide, Band-Aids, and some Neosporin. I can work with that, I say, taking the items from her.
You don't need to help me. I can manage on my own.
Rory, don't argue with me. Just sit your ass down and let me clean you up.
Someone's bossy,
she huffs, dropping onto the closed toilet lid. Do you have a washcloth? I ask.
In there.
She points to the vanity drawer. Grabbing one of the white cloths, I soak it with warm water and wring out the excess. This might hurt, but I'll try to be gentle. Kneeling, I go to remove one of her sneakers, and she draws her foot back.
What are you doing?
I ask.
Sparing you. My feet are sweaty and smelly.
Rory, I've been a hockey player all my life. I know all about sweaty and smelly things. I'm one of them. I take hold of her ankle and remove her sneakers and socks. Her feet aren't injured at all, so I start with the outside of her calf and wash the dirt away. There are a few patches of surface scrapes, but for the most part, the skin on her lower leg is unharmed. It's not until I move up to her knee that things get ugly. Wetting the cloth again, this time I add some soap before carefully dabbing the washcloth over each section of the cut. However, it's not doing much good.
What's wrong?
She asks. There's so much dirt and so many tiny pieces of gravel stuck in your cuts. I'm trying to figure out the best way to remove them.
Should I just shower them out? I can jump in there with my clothes on if that will help.
That's a great idea. The constant stream of water should loosen them. Rising to my feet, I cross the small room and turn on the shower. When I turn around, Rory is right in front of me.
Can you help me get this off?
She asks, raising her arms up over her head. Her request takes me by surprise. Sure. My heart kicks into a gallop as I wonder what she's wearing underneath. Gripping the bottom of the loose tank top, I skim the material up her torso, carefully maneuvering it over her head. When I'm done, she's standing in a black sports bra and her running shorts.
Thank you.
Her eyes lower to the floor, as if she's embarrassed. No problem. Why don't you get under the water and let it work its magic? I peel back the curtain, and she steps inside the walk-in shower. She hisses, tensing up when the spray first makes contact with her wounds. It's okay. It'll hurt less in a minute, I reassure her. Standing here while she showers is awkward for me, and probably for her too. Just because she's clothed doesn't mean she wants me in here. I grab the washcloth from the vanity and shove my hand into the shower. Here.
Thanks.
I'm going to wait outside.
Before you go, can you please help me wash the back of my shoulder? I can't see if there's any dirt left in the scrapes.
Maybe she's not as uncomfortable as I thought. She hands over the soapy cloth, and I'm hesitant to make contact. Tell me if this hurts, and I'll stop.
Okay.
Carefully, I dab at the angry scrape, making sure I get soap on every part. I glance at her face, checking for discomfort, but she remains stoic. That should do it. I hand the cloth back to her, noticing the traces of blood on the white material.
Thank you.
She wrings out the cloth while I make my way from the room and close the door behind me.
Chapter 3. Rory. Once the door shuts, I breathe a sigh of relief. Kaiden is as nice as I recall, but his large presence felt like it was sucking up all the oxygen in this room. And he's so freaking sexy, with his messy hair that looks like he pays someone to run their fingers through it all day. If that's an actual job, sign me up. Back in the day, I may have been too young to realize how handsome he was, but now it's impossible not to notice. He has the kind of good looks that make women flustered to the point of being tongue-tied. I'm glad I've been able to remain somewhat composed. It must be the pain distracting me because I'm not usually this unruffled around men I find attractive. I shut off the water and carefully peel my shorts down my legs, avoiding contact with my scrapes. Getting my sports bra off isn't quite as easy, but I manage. The sodden material drops to the tiled floor with a splosh. I grab the large towel from the hook on the wall and blot the water from my limbs before wrapping it around me. Oh, shit. I don't have any dry clothes to change into, and my bedroom is upstairs. Maybe Kaiden left and I won't see him again. Or he could be in the kitchen getting a drink. Opening the door, I take a quick peek around. With no sign of him, I continue forward. "How are you feeling now?" he calls out when I'm almost to the stairs, startling me. I jump, losing my tight hold on the towel covering me. Floundering, I try to catch the material before it can fall to the ground, and I succeed, but not until it's fallen below my ass, giving Kaiden ample time to see my full moon. Oh, for fuck's sake. I yank the white terry cloth upward, wrapping it snugly around myself before I turn around to face him. He's standing in the space between the kitchen and living room. There's no way he didn't see my naked ass. And judging by the grin on his face, he's not even trying to pretend he didn't. "How are you feeling?" He repeats his question, and this time I don't lose my towel. Mortified? A little better. I'll be right back. I jog up the stairs and hurry into my room, closing the door behind me. I sink onto the edge of the bed, releasing an embarrassed groan. As if it's not bad enough that he basically had to peel me off the pavement, now I had to go and flash my booty. Maybe if I hide away up here long enough, he'll leave. Screw that. He saw my ass, big deal. At least it wasn't a frontal flash. That would have been much worse. I almost got run over by a car, for God's sake. This could have been the day I died. I can't let some accidental nudity affect me this much. Rising, I cross the room to my bureau and pull some items from the drawers. I drop the towel in the hamper and slip into some comfortable clothes. Glancing at my reflection in the mirror above the bureau, I cringe. I forgot about the buns Claudia styled. They look like Minnie Mouse ears, and I probably wore a similar hairstyle the last time Kaiden saw me. I remove the elastics holding my hair up and run my fingers through my long tresses a few times. My phone dings from the nightstand where I left it earlier today. My running shorts don't have pockets, and even if they did, sometimes I like to be disconnected from everything. It's one of the reasons I run. I lose myself in the physical challenge. I don't want any distractions. Serena's name shows on the screen. Serena. Why is Kaiden Hart in our living room? Oops. Serena. Get down here. I didn't expect her to be home yet, and now she's entertaining Kaiden. Me. Coming now. Tossing my phone onto the bed, I open my door and hurry down the stairs. I smooth a hand over my hair and tug down the hem of my tank top before I round the corner and head into the living area. Hey, Serena says from her seat on the couch. Her dark eyes are filled with questions. I smile, showing too many teeth. Hey, I didn't expect you to be home yet. Yeah, I didn't either, but my date didn't go as planned. That's too bad. Meh, she shrugs. Plenty of other men out there to choose from. That's true. I take it you two have already met? I glance back and forth between them. We have, Kaiden answers, his gaze slowly traveling up and down me. Did Kaiden tell you about my wipeout? She shakes her head. What happened? I was crossing the street at an intersection and a car turned on red without stopping. It was coming right at me and I had to dive toward the sidewalk. I landed on my right side. I point to the scrapes on my leg and turn my arm to show her the massive scrape on my shoulder. Oh, God, that's horrible. Did you get the car's plate number? She asks. I snort. No, I was too busy hugging the pavement. I saw it happen and I didn't get a chance to either. Getting to Rory was all I could think about. Good thing you were there, Serena tells Kaiden before her head swivels my way. And you need a babysitter. My mouth falls open in protest. The hell I do? I can't help it people drive like assholes. Kaiden, this isn't her first near miss with a car. She's like a magnet. I plop down on the other end of the couch. No, I'm not. Don't exaggerate. Okay, let's do the math. She holds up one finger. There was that time when the guy on the bicycle crashed into you. That wasn't my fault. Then you almost got hit by a school bus. Cutting me off, she adds a second finger to the count. Not my fault. What about the accident that happened as you were running by? She waves 3 fingers at me. I can't help what happens to other people. I huff, crossing my arms. Wasn't there a mishap with another runner? Yeah, but I think he crashed into me on purpose because he asked me out afterward. She raises a 4th finger. It still counts. Okay, we get the picture. Kaiden chuckles. Sounds like you need a bodyguard. Are you volunteering? Serena asks. She doesn't know my sister and Kaiden were a couple at one time. Well, now that the season's over, I have some free time on my hands. Ha ha, I say. I'm sure you have better things to do with your time. Don't be too sure about that. He smiles at me, sending my stomach into a free fall. Is he flirting with me, or am I misreading things? I'm not the greatest at picking up on romantic signals, but I have a hard time believing Kaiden is thinking of me as anything more than Valentina's little sister. Time for a subject change. Would you like something to drink? We have water and juice. He glances at the gold watch on his wrist. Actually, I need to head out. I'm meeting up with a friend. He stands. Is friend code for a woman? Probably. Oh, okay. I jump to my feet. Let me walk you out. I lead him to the front stoop and pause on the top step. Thanks again for all your help. It was nice of you to rush to my rescue, especially when you didn't realize it was me. It was nothing, really. I wish I could have prevented you from getting hurt. You did plenty, more than most would. We didn't get to catch up as much as I'd like. Can I take you to dinner some night this week? He asks. I'd love that, but I should be taking you to dinner to thank you. He shakes his head. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Why not? Call me old-fashioned, but I pay when I take a woman out. Wait, does he mean on a date? I guess if you feel that strongly, I can't argue, I say. He wraps me up in an unexpected embrace, and I slide my arms around his lean waist. My heart races so fast, I hope he can't feel it. Drawing back, he smiles down at me, and my own lips curve in response. Despite the circumstances, I'm glad we ran into each other. No pun intended. He winks. I snicker. Me too. How's tomorrow night work for you? I'm free. I'll pick you up at 6. Sounds great. I'll see you then. Bye. He gets to the bottom of the stairs and turns back to face me. You should put some bandages and Neosporin on your scrapes before you go to bed. Okay, doctor, I say as I step over the threshold. That's a good girl. His deep voice follows me inside. I close the door, and when I spin around, Serena is standing there with her arms crossed. What the fuck, Rory? She grabs my wrist and drags me to the living room and tugs me down onto the couch next to her. Why are you and Kaiden Hart acting like old friends? We are old friends. Kind of. He dated Valentina when they were in college. Oh, gross. How could someone as nice as him deal with Valentina? Right? She is beautiful, though, she begrudgingly admits. I nod. Yeah, she is. Only on the outside, though. She laughs. Sad but true, I say. I don't like to speak ill of my sister, but Serena is my best friend and has been since high school. She's witnessed enough of Valentina's bad behavior to be informed on her own. Did he ask you about your sister? No, we didn't have time to talk much. He gave me a ride back here and helped me shower. Serena gasps. He what? Calm down. I kept on my sports bra and shorts. He just helped me clean the dirt out of this. I point to my shoulder. She wrinkles her nose. That looks nasty. Yeah, it does. It hurts like a mofo, too. You should cover it, so I don't have to look at it any longer. Yeah, I'll get right on that, I say. That's a good girl. She repeats Kaiden's words. A choking sound escapes me. You heard him? She laughs. I did. Honestly, it was kind of hot. Trust me, he doesn't think of me as anything but Valentina's little sister. I wouldn't be so sure of that. You're a beautiful woman now, and I bet it shocked him when he realized who you were. Well, Claudia had put my hair in buns on top of my head, so when I saw him, I probably didn't look much different than he remembered. She laughs. Only you would bump into one of the most eligible bachelors in South Carolina after your niece did your hair. I shrug. It's a gift. At least the car didn't run you over. I guess we should be thankful for that. I am. I thought I was a goner for a second there. I bet. So, who recognized who first? I did. He had absolutely no idea who I was. Serena smiles. I wish I could have been there to see. But just the part where you told him who you were, not almost getting run over. Well, you don't run, so that would never happen. Exactly. Exercise is dangerous. It must be nice to eat all you want and never gain an ounce. I wouldn't know. That is nice, but I'd kill for your long legs. I angle my knee toward her. You sure about that? Maybe not today, but when they're not all covered in road rash, I would. Her stomach rumbles loudly and we laugh. What do you say we order some pizza and figure out what you're wearing tomorrow night? I got 24 hours before I need to think about that, I say. Fortune favors the prepared. I laugh. If you're going to quote Virgil, make sure you've got it right. It's fortune favors the brave. Okay, Miss Brainiac. I was close enough. Now what do you want on your pizza?
Chapter 4. Kaiden. Hey, Tiago says, rising from the chair. We shake hands and thump each other on the back. How's it going? I ask, dropping onto the seat across the small table from him. It's going. You know how it is during the season. It's hard to find the time to take a piss. Tiago is a pitcher for the Charleston Bats baseball team. We met 10 years ago at a fundraising event and have been friends ever since. Yeah, I get that. How's the shoulder holding up? I ask. He's been playing professional ball for 10 years now, and he knows his time is limited. It's been good so far. Knock on wood. He raps his knuckles against the table. But it's only July, so there's still plenty of this season to make it through. I'm trying to enjoy the remainder of the summer as much as possible. Training camp starts in 6 weeks. You're still enjoying playing? He asked. Yeah, I do. I'd be lying if I said some days aren't easier to motivate myself than others, but for the most part, I love being out there on the ice. I feel that way too. When I'm still hurting from a game, the last thing I want to do is drag my tired ass into the gym or to the field. A waitress comes over, and Tiago orders our usual, a couple of beers. Once she's gone, our conversation resumes. What else has been going on? He asks. Do you remember me telling you about my ex, Valentina? The girl you dated in college? Yeah. What about her? I just bumped into her youngest sister. I haven't seen her since she was like 10 years old. Talk about a mindfuck. He laughs. So, I take it she's all grown up now. You could say that. She just graduated from college. It's wild trying to marry the little girl version of her with the grown woman I saw today. Is she hot? I nod. Yeah. I let out a groan, rubbing my hand down my face. I feel like I shouldn't say that because she's still young, but god damn she's beautiful. Tiago flashes his teeth in a quick grin. Does she look like her sister? No, not at all. They're opposites in appearance. Valentina is tall and blonde, and Rory is a little brunette. The waitress drops off our beers and disappears once more. Are their personalities alike? He asks, then raises his bottle to his lips. Fuck no. Valentina was always tough to get along with. We had a power struggle throughout our entire relationship. She wanted to control me, and that wasn't happening. Rory seemed sweet. The circumstances were a little awkward for her, though. He sets his beer down. How so? She was jogging across the street, and a car turned without stopping at the red light. She had to throw herself forward toward the sidewalk to avoid being run over. I was there and helped her up. I didn't know who she was until she clued me in. And now you're her hero. I laugh. All I did was help her up and give her a ride home. Now you know where she lives in case you want to see her again. I want to see her again, for sure. But what's the motivating factor? Is it that I want to catch up, or is it because she's beautiful? I guess there's no reason why it can't be a little of both. I made plans to take her to dinner tomorrow night. Look at you not missing out on an opportunity. It's not like that, I deny. He gives me a look that says I'm full of shit. You want to hit the little sister too, admit it. Fuck off. It's not like that. So you say. It will be if you spend more time with her. I'm not getting ahead of myself. It's just dinner and two old friends catching up. Tiago chuckles. I look forward to saying I told you so. Rory's sitting on her front stoop when I pull into her driveway. I jump out to open the passenger side door, then watch her walk toward me. She's wearing a skirt that falls a couple of inches above her knees, leaving plenty of golden skin exposed. Hi there, she smiles at me. Hey, you look nice, I say, helping her into my truck. Nice isn't even close to how she looks. She's beautiful. Thank you. So do you, she says, her eyes sweeping over my blue polo and khakis. Thanks. I move around the truck and get behind the wheel, backing the truck out of the driveway. How do you feel about outdoor dining? I ask as we start down the road. I'm good with that. It's a beautiful night. The humidity isn't oppressive for a change, and I want to take advantage of that. Living in the South means dealing with extreme heat, and even though I've lived here since my freshman year of college, I don't know that I've ever gotten completely used to just how hot it can get. There's a world of difference between the weather in Connecticut, where I'm from, and here. The lack of snow in the winter was nice at first, but after enough years without, I've even grown to miss watching the fluffy white flakes falling. How was your day? I ask. It was good, thanks. I had a pile of laundry to catch up on and housework to take care of. I got all that done, and I even did some meal prepping for the week. Sounds like you were busy. Did you take time to eat? She lets out a quick laugh. I always find time for that, which is one of the reasons I'm a runner. My eyes briefly swing to her before returning to the road. Did you run track in school? In high school I did, but not in college. I loved to run, but competing took the fun out of it for me. I can understand that. I run a few times a week myself. It's a great way to release stress. Exactly. I like the repetitive nature of it and how it allows me to clear my head. I don't get hung up on how fast or slow my time is. I run for my physical and mental health. It's something that helps me keep a positive perspective with everyday situations. It's important to have something that lets off steam and gives you time to think. I feel that way about running, and any time I'm in the gym alone. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen at all during the hockey season. It's damn near impossible to hit the Coyotes gym without most of my team being there. That sounds like fun. I bet it's loud and sweaty, she snickers. And smelly, I add. She laughs. Sounds like most gyms, then. I don't like working out around others. It's too distracting. I can't lose myself like I need to. I stop the truck at a red light. Are you an introvert, Rory Russo? Does that surprise you? Don't you remember me with my head buried in a book when I was a kid? Now that you mention it, I do. I remember you building things with Lego, too. Or am I wrong about that? No, you're right, I did. And actually, I still do. I have a shelf in my room I keep my favorites on. Do you still read as much? I wish. Don't get me wrong, living in the digital age makes it a lot easier to read whenever I can squeeze it in. I have the Kindle app on my phone, so my entire library is available with a few swipes on the screen. But I don't get the opportunity to sit and read uninterrupted for hours like I did as a kid. The light turns, and I start driving once more. We fall into a comfortable silence until I pull into Donnelly's, an Irish pub that's become a favorite of mine. We're not going in. I'm grabbing a takeout order I put in earlier, I inform Rory. Picking up my phone, I text to let them know I'm here. Now I'm wondering where you're taking me. Are you going to murder me in retribution for my sister being a jerk to you? I laugh. Hardly. You're not responsible for her actions. Besides, that's ancient history at this point. One of the owner's teenage grandchildren carries out a large white bag with handles. Opening the window, I take it from him. Thanks, Joey. I hand him a 20, and he grins. Thanks, Kaiden. Enjoy your dinner. I see his eyes seeking out Rory, and I cock an eyebrow at him. He shrugs, as if to say, "Can you blame me for looking?" before walking away. Reaching back, I set the bag on the floor behind Rory's seat. Whatever that is, it smells amazing, she says. Have you ever eaten here? I ask. I haven't. You're in for a treat then. I get takeout here whenever I can. You don't like to dine in? She asks. Occasionally, I do. I hope this doesn't sound horrible to you, but I like to eat without people staring at me, or coming over to take a pic, or get an autograph. I don't think that's unreasonable. It's not that I'm not grateful for the fans, or I don't appreciate everything I have. Kaiden, she cuts me off. You don't have to justify your reasons. Everyone deserves to eat in peace, no matter what their job is. I send a quick, appreciative smile her way. She doesn't know the battle I fight with myself over the guilt I feel for not wanting to be recognized when I'm dining out. If you want a picture with me, come up to me at the grocery store. Ask me for an autograph at the mall, but just leave me alone while I'm eating. It's bad enough when the waitstaff come over and ask how everything is when you have a mouthful of food. Having people unexpectedly lean into my personal space while I'm trying to enjoy my meal sucks. I back my truck into an open parking space on the side of the road along the Battery, which is a famous defensive seawall and promenade that stretches along the lower shores of the Charleston Peninsula. Getting out my side, I pocket my keys and move around to help Rory down. I love this part of Charleston. Closing her eyes, she breathes in the scent of the sea. Her lips curve into a closed-mouth smile before she looks at me once more. Sorry about that. I kind of lost myself there for a sec. Don't apologize. I love this area too, which is why I was thinking it would be a great view to take in while we eat. Opening the back door of the extended cab, I grab the bag of food. Can you please take this? Rory hooks her fingers under the handles. No problem. Grabbing the cooler and a comforter from the back seat, I shut the door with my hip and move around to the rear of the truck. Opening the tailgate, I set the cooler inside. I climb up to spread the thick comforter out in the bed. I take the bag of food from Rory and set it down, then help her up next to me. It's more difficult for her to navigate with a skirt on, and I try to be a gentleman. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't stare at her legs the entire time. They already seem to be a weakness of mine. Go ahead and get comfortable, I say. What would you like to drink? I brought water, iced tea, hard lemonade, and beer. I'll take the lemonade, please. Are you over 21? I'm 22, sir, she fires back, no doubt teasing me about my own age, but I don't dislike it. Removing the cap, I hand her the bottle and grab myself a beer. Sitting down next to her, I remove the containers of food from the paper bag and set them in front of us on the blanket. I give her some napkins, a paper plate, and plasticware before taking my own. You go first, and don't be shy. I ordered plenty. Geez, Kaiden, I don't know where to start. Everything looks amazing. If you want my opinion, start with the chicken tenders and potato skins. They're the best I've ever had. Okay, sounds good. She dishes some onto her plate while I sip on my beer, watching. It's adorable how selective she is. She studies each item before choosing one. Once she's done, I add some to my plate and immediately begin devouring it. She laughs, and I find her studying me. What? I ask. How long has it been since you've eaten? I laugh. I'm sorry for forgetting my manners, but their food is so amazing, it's easy to do. Don't apologize. Life is too short to not enjoy the simple things. And you're right, their food is amazing. She pops a bite of chicken into her mouth and chews. She hums. I scoop some shepherd's pie onto my plate, then butter a fresh-baked roll. I've got a delicious meal to eat, and the company of a gorgeous woman. Add to that the amazing view of the water and the vivid pinks and oranges painting the sky in bold streaks. What more could I want or need? I notice Rory's eating pace is slowing down, while I'm still going strong. Hey, just a heads up, I got dessert too. Freshly baked cookies and brownies. She groans, wrapping her arm across her stomach. By the time we're done eating, you're going to have to roll me out of the truck's bed. I laugh. You can nap back here on the way home, and no one will know. I might need to. She tips her head back as a gentle breeze wafts over us. I haven't been to the harbor in way too long. Living on the coast, I sometimes feel like I take it for granted. It's just there whenever I want, and there's no sense of urgency to get to the shore. I grew up in East Lyme, Connecticut, so I spent a lot of time at the beach. Do you live in Charleston? No, I have a house on Sullivan's Island. My answer seems to surprise her. Not what you expected? Not really. Being a famous hockey player and all, I assumed you'd want to live in the city where all the action is. I used to live in downtown Charleston, and I loved it. Being able to walk places and having so much to do whenever I wanted to get out was great. But after a while it got old, and I wanted privacy more than anything. I can understand that. You're a celebrity, and people must want a piece of you wherever you go. Sometimes it's like that. But more than anything, I just like being able to fly under the radar and live my life like a regular Joe. She snorts. Too late for that, dude. Yeah, I know. Notoriety is a trade-off for playing hockey, and I'm happy to deal with it. It's a first-world problem. I don't think I'd like to be famous. Being average works fine for me, she says. My left eyebrow raises skeptically. There's nothing average about you, Rory. She smiles. That's sweet of you to say, but I'm sure my family would disagree with you. What do you mean? She waves her hand dismissively. Nothing important. Don't do that. Do what? She seems taken aback by my reply. Dismiss your thoughts as if they don't matter. Tell me what you were referring to. It's nothing important, she says again, and I stare pointedly at her. She sighs. Fine. My mom and sister have a way of pointing out all my shortcomings. Which sister? Stella? I ask. I can't imagine it would be Valentina. She laughs. No, Stella and I are close. She's a doll. Valentina? I ask. Yep. My mom and her are like two peas in a pod. She studies my face. You seem surprised. I don't remember either of them being like that. 12 years is a long time, and I'm not saying I was verbally abused as a child. They've just gotten more critical of me as I've gotten older, and neither of them is afraid to voice what they think. Nothing seems to be off limits when it comes to me. Have you told them it bothers you? She snickers. Yeah, it doesn't make a difference. I've learned to let it roll off my back. I don't take their words to heart. Well, it sounds like you might if you think there's anything average about you. I haven't spent much time with you, but I already know you're beautiful, intelligent, thoughtful, and easy to talk to. Maybe you have low standards, she quips. That's not the case. I collect our trash and place it in the empty paper bag. Opening the last styrofoam container, I set it down in front of her. Would you like dessert? Her eyes widen when she sees the size of the cookies and brownies. Oh, those look amazing. If you want one, you have to tell me you're extraordinary. What? Say it. Say, I'm extraordinary. I can't do that. Why not? Because it's awkward. But why? If you don't think you're special, why should anyone else think you are? It seems egotistical, though. I'm not saying you need to walk around telling everyone how amazing you are, but you need to believe you are. Because she fucking is, and I'm going to make sure she knows it's true.
Chapter 5. Rory. I catch my bottom lip between my teeth, working the fullness as I ponder Kaiden's words. Okay, I'll work on that. Say it, he urges. I turn so our eyes meet and give a barely noticeable shake of my head. Say the words. He adds more bass to his voice, making me want to agree just to please him. Pressing my lips together, I drag a breath in through my nose, then exhale. I'm extraordinary. He grins, and the sexy flash of his teeth is like a punch of pleasure to my stomach. Good girl. Now you can have dessert. He pushes the container closer to me, but I kind of wish his lips were the reward. His lips are forbidden. They used to belong to my sister and can never be mine. My silent reminder to myself has the effect of being doused with a bucket of water. Not only did it put an end to any ruminations about Kaiden's lips, but it killed the little bit of appetite I still had remaining. Go on, he urges. I've never been one to cave to peer pressure, but Kaiden's entire face is lit with anticipation, and I don't want to let him down. Plucking a chocolate chip cookie from the pile, I take a bite, prepared to fake my enjoyment if needed, but that's not necessary. My eyes fall closed as I chew. Oh, Lord, I say before taking another bite. After I've swallowed, my eyelids finally open. This is the best I've ever had. I once asked Miss Donnelly for the recipe, and she told me it was a family secret. I don't know what they add that makes it so much better than an average chocolate chip cookie. He grabs one for himself and devours it in 3 bites. But damn, I wish I did. I should hate you for how far I'm going to need to run tomorrow so this meal doesn't go straight to my ass. He nudges my arm with his. Maybe I should run with you and make sure you're safe. I look into his teasing blue eyes. I can assure you I'm capable of running on my own. I gesture at the large white bandage on my knee. Despite what you witnessed. But if you want to join me, you're more than welcome. After the words leave me, I want to drag them back. Tonight is supposed to be about catching up, not making more plans with him. I'd love to join you. How do you feel about running on the beach? He asks. I haven't done that in ages. I probably won't be able to make it as far as usual, but I'm game. You can come to my place and we'll leave from there. Wait, what? I don't want to invade your space. You won't be. I asked you, remember? Besides, my property backs up to the beach. I'll even feed you afterward. I don't want you to go to any trouble. We can just go for a run and then I'll be on my way. Rory. He says my name in a deliciously deep voice, leaning closer.
I never offer to do anything I don't want to. When I say I'll feed you, it's because I want your company.
My eyes remain on the container of desserts, but I'm hyper-aware of his warm, muscular arm pressing into mine. If I turned my head, our lips would be within mere inches of each other. Would he take advantage of the opportunity and kiss me? If he did, at least I'd know he was interested. Then I'd make sure we never spent another moment together. I can't fall for a man who's off limits if I avoid him.
What do you say?
He presses for an answer. Okay, I agree, and stuff the rest of the cookie in my mouth before I can change my mind. My gaze swings to the dashboard clock. It's taken me 20 minutes to travel the 7 traffic-filled miles between my place and Kaiden's. I take the last turn, and it brings me to a street that runs parallel to the sea. I drive along, trying to focus on the road, but my head constantly swivels between the houses on my right and what's in front of me. Google Maps tells me my destination is the next right. When I pull into the driveway and park my car, I sit gawking at the large white house. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't anything as grandiose as this. I pictured a simple beach bungalow, and this is the opposite. Kaiden's so down to earth, I forgot how successful he really is. He could afford to buy any house he wanted. Hell, for all I know, he has homes and locations all over the world. The young man I remember and the grown man he's become aren't the same, and I need to keep that in mind. Just like I'm not the same young girl he knew. We're both starting from scratch, and there's still so much to learn about each other. When I've had my fill of staring up at the house, I grab my phone and water bottle and walk up the cobblestone driveway. A mixture of colorful flowers and plants overflow the terracotta planters flanking either side of the front staircase. I'm filled with nervous energy as I climb each step, as my rolling stomach can attest to. You'd think I was going on a date and not meeting a friend to go for a run. Jogging down the beach all sweaty, breathing laboriously, it can't get less sexy than that. At the top, I walk between 2 thick white posts and step into the charming alcove. Looking up, I notice the arched wooden ceiling is stained the same dark brown as the front door, and a whitewashed sign hangs above the frame. The words carved into the wood make me smile. Coyotes' Den. The door opens before I can compose my expression.
Hey, you look happy to be here,
Kaiden says. Instead of replying, I point to the sign. Cute name.
So you're not happy to be here?
He asks. I roll my eyes. Of course I am. He steps backward.
Come on in.
I was wowed by the outside of the house, but the inside is equally stunning. Gleaming dark floors and wide-open spaces filled with large windows allowing in all the natural light. It's exactly what a beach house should be. Your home is beautiful. He smiles.
Thank you, I'm glad you like it.
Like is an understatement. It's amazing.
I've lived here for the past couple of years, and I love the laid-back vibe.
I raise my palms up. What's not to love?
Can I get you a drink or anything?
He asks. I hold up my water bottle. I've got it covered.
Do you want to head outside and get started?
Sure. We walk through to his kitchen where he stops to grab a bottle of water. He takes a few sips and puts it back in the fridge. Is it okay if I leave my stuff here? I ask, pointing to the island.
Of course.
I set my keys, phone, and water on the granite surface and follow him to the back porch. You have a pool?
He nods. It's one of my favorite things about this property.
This porch is pretty amazing, too. It runs the width of the entire house.
You haven't seen anything yet.
He grabs my hand, leading me along until I realize the porch also wraps around to the side of the house and continues all the way to the front, where it ends in an enclosed gazebo. I'm not sure how I didn't notice it when I pulled into the driveway. I think I was so awestruck at the size and location of the house, it didn't even register. Oh, wow, I whisper, and he releases his hold of me.
It's overwhelming, right?
I nod but don't reply. I'm too consumed by the stunning and unobstructed view of the Atlantic Ocean to speak. Kaiden's content to patiently stand beside me and let me drink my fill. How do you ever leave this place? I finally drum up some words. Between the pool and this, I wave my hand at the beach view.
It's not easy, especially when we're gone for away games.
I run my hand across the smooth, white railing. If I had this porch to sit on and that view to look at, I'd be hard-pressed to find the motivation to do anything else. He smiles.
You get used to it after a while.
He raises his hand to stop me before I can reply.
I'm not saying I don't appreciate the sight of the ocean stretching out as far as I can see every time I'm out here, but having the luxury of knowing I have access to it anytime I want certainly helps.
Holding on to the railing, I grip the front of my ankle and stretch out my quadricep. I repeat the process on the other side. I guess we better get going before I decide to nap in one of your chairs.
He laughs. Hey, I've done that plenty of times, and if that's what you want to do, I'm okay with it.
No, I'm kidding. As comfortable as those cushions look, I really do need to run. It's like therapy for me.
I understand what you mean. That's how I feel about skating.
He steps down the few stairs to his grassy side yard, and I follow. We walk along the cobblestone path that leads us from his yard to the small dunes dotted with seagrass. My sneakers sink into the dry sand as we make our way onto the beach.
Let's run on the wet sand so it'll be easier, he suggests.
Sounds good. We move closer to the shoreline, but not close enough to get wet. We start jogging and quickly settle into a comfortable pace for both of us, considering his legs are much longer than mine. Then again, I think I'm a more frequent runner than he is. How long have you lived here? I ask.
I bought my house 2 years ago.
Where did you live before that?
Downtown Charleston. I purchased a condo during my first year in the NHL. I loved living in the city where there's so much to do, and I was close to the rink, which was convenient.
What changed?
I don't know exactly. I reached a point where going out all the time wasn't nearly as appealing as it once was. Plus, being around so many people all the time started to feel like I was slowly suffocating. I needed space and privacy. And now that I've got it, I don't think I could ever go back to city living.
I don't think anything could beat having a private beach in your backyard.
I have no plans to find out.
What if you get traded to another team? I ask and instantly regret my careless words.
He barks out a laugh. Then I'm screwed.
I swipe my wrist across my temple, wiping away the sweat beading on my skin. Although after my last question, I should be slapping my forehead. Kaiden, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked you about being traded. It was horribly insensitive of me.
You don't need to apologize. It's a legitimate question, and one I asked myself many times before purchasing my house. But I decided it didn't make a difference, because no matter what, I wouldn't sell my place.
It would be difficult to find another property that could match up, I say.
Besides, at this point in my career, my time is limited. I don't think I'd agree to play for another team.
You'd retire?
Yeah.
His answer surprises me. I'm embarrassed to admit I don't really follow hockey.
You shouldn't be. Hockey's not for everyone.
I catch pieces of the games on the TVs at my work, but I don't have time to pay attention. But of course I always want the Coyotes to win. My lips curve and my gaze flicks in his direction. Glancing back at me, he smiles.
You better.
What's the average age for retiring? Or is it bad mojo to ask about that?
There are a lot of factors that weigh into when a player retires, but the average age is between 35 and 45. If someone doesn't play as much, obviously that'll minimize the toll on their body.
You play a lot, right?
Yeah, I'm a center. I'm also the team captain.
That's awesome. So you're the coach's favorite player? I ask.
He laughs. No, I've been with the team the longest.
I'm sure that's not the only reason you were chosen. Maybe it's because you're mature and can keep a cool head in high-pressure situations.
Is that your way of saying I'm old?
He asks. Hey, you caught me, I tease.
Sounds like you know more about my playing than you let on.
It's hard to miss the bar patron shouting your name during every game.
Coyotes fans are known to be vocal whether we're playing well or not.
From what I've witnessed, I'd say that's true.
What's your work schedule like?
He asks. I'm on 4 nights a week. Most of the time, that means Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
You're off tonight?
Yep,
Then you're staying for dinner, he states. Are you asking me or telling me? He stops and catches hold of my arm, halting me in place. His amused blue eyes connect with mine. What do you think? He smirks. I think you're a lot bossier than I remember, but I'm too hungry to argue with you. We've run 2 miles already. Why don't we head back to the house and I'll fire up the grill? Sounds like a plan. His hand falls from my arm as we begin retracing our steps. We fall into a comfortable silence, and I lose myself ruminating over all the reasons why staying for dinner is a bad idea. But none of them matter, because when it comes to Kaiden Hart, I can't seem to listen to reason.
Chapter 6. Kaiden. I pause when we're almost to my house. Want to take a quick dip in the water before we head back to the house? She lifts one eyebrow. For real? Yeah. After I run, I usually go for a swim to cool off. I toe off my sneakers and remove my socks, wiggling my toes in the cold, wet sand. Rory's wide eyes repeatedly bounce between my face and my bare chest, as if she's trying not to look at my body, but she can't help herself. I don't have a bathing suit on. You can go in with that on. I point to her shorts and tank top. She yanks off her sneakers and socks, then surprises me by tugging her tank top over her head. I swallow over a golf ball-sized lump in my throat when I see the purple sports bra she has on. There's a zipper between her breasts I want to tug down with my teeth. To make matters worse, she wiggles her shorts down her hips and they fall to the sand, leaving her in a tiny black pair of boy shorts. Now the lump in my throat feels like it's grown to the size of a tennis ball. This covers me more than a bikini would, she states before sprinting toward the water. She shouts out, Last one in has to wash the dishes. Laughing, I take off after her. Her shorter stature is no match for my considerable height. I scoop her from her feet and continue running. When the water passes my waist, I throw her forward. She squeals, hitting the water ass first and sinking completely under an incoming wave. She comes up gasping and wipes the salty water from her eyes. I dive under the next wave and reappear next to her. Feels amazing, right? I want to be angry with you for forcing me to get wet all at once, but I can't. It's so refreshing. I could run another 4 miles. I don't know if it's worthy of 4 more miles, but now I'll have the energy to grill dinner, I say. We spend the next half hour diving under the waves and body surfing. When we finally walk toward my house with our cast-off clothes and shoes in our hands, we're both weak with hunger. Follow me, I say when we reach my backyard. There are a couple of outdoor showers on the other side of the house we can rinse off under. A couple? She asks. Yeah, I know. Why 2, right? But the people who built it probably had a big family or lots of friends to fill this place up. You can leave your stuff on one of the chairs, I say, setting my t-shirt on one. I drop my sneakers and socks on the patio and see her do the same. The grass is soft under my feet as we leave the pool area. I can't believe this property. It's got everything you could possibly want, she says. I can't disagree. I never thought I'd use an outdoor shower, but it's surprising how much I've utilized them. I turn on the water for her and move 6 feet over under the other shower head and do the same. The only thing I'd change is how they're exposed to the neighbor's view. You can't take a naked shower, but rinsing off the sand and salt still feels amazing. Technically, you could completely strip. Your pic might appear online after, though. Exactly. I try to avoid those situations. You're not one for posting on social media? She asked. Nope. I used to do that stuff, but it got to be too much to keep up with. I could hire someone to take care of it for me, but I think most of the fans who follow us on social media are younger. They want to see our young players in their feed, not an old man like me." Her expression is skeptical. "I don't know if I believe that, but you keep doing you." Stepping under the nozzle, I try to keep my eyes closed and let the water run over my face, but I keep shifting my position and shooting quick glances in Rory's direction. She lets her long hair down and pulls the elastic onto her wrist like a bracelet. When she steps under the spray and water sluices from the top of her head to her feet, she looks like some water nymph whose sole purpose is to tempt me. I scrub my head, removing any sand that may have settled there, and turn the temperature to cool for the final seconds of my rinse. Shutting off the water, I drip my way over to the small pool house and grab a couple of towels for us. Rory's just finished her shower when I return. I hand over the long green towel and wrap the other one around my waist. "Thanks. I was so excited to get all the sand and salt off my skin, I forgot about drying off." She drops her head forward and rubs the towel over her hair. "Do you want some dry clothes to change into?" I ask. She straightens back up. "I can put my shorts and tank top back on." She wraps the towel around herself. "Let's head inside. I'll show you where the bathroom is." "Sounds good." We grab our stuff from the chairs, leaving the shoes and socks on the patio for now. I make a quick stop to fire up the grill, so it'll be nice and hot by the time we're dressed. Opening the back porch door, I usher her in front of me. "You sure you don't want a t-shirt to put on?" She glances at the tank top in her grasp. "You know what? I think I do." "No problem." I lead her through the house and up the stairs. "This is my room," I say as we step inside. Moving to the dresser, I tug a black Coyotes t-shirt from the drawer and hand it over to her. "Thank you." She smiles softly. "You're welcome to use my bathroom, or I can show you to the guest one." "I'll just jump in yours. I'll only be a minute." She disappears inside and closes the door. Tipping my head back, I exaggeratedly blow out a breath. Rory's in my bathroom, putting on my shirt. Don't think about it and get changed. Grabbing clean clothes, I strip naked and pull on boxer briefs. I slip on a gray t-shirt and black shorts before tossing the wet clothes in the hamper. Rory opens the bathroom door and comes out with the wet items bundled into a ball. I gesture to the towel. "Let me take that for you." "Thanks." She hands it off to me, and I add it to the hamper before I get a good look at her in my t-shirt. Hanging to mid-thigh, it makes it seem as if she's naked underneath. Jesus, Joseph, and Mary, please give me strength to resist her. We head back downstairs to the kitchen, and I find a bag for her wet clothes. "Here you go." "Thank you." She places them inside and drops the bag on the counter next to her keys. "I hope you like burgers and dogs," I say, grabbing a plate of patties from the fridge. "I do. What can I help you with?" "Nothing right now. Help yourself to whatever you want. I'm gonna throw these on the grill." I head out to the backyard and place the burgers on the grill's hot grates, then carry the empty plate back inside. I find Rory in the kitchen, cutting up vegetables for a salad. Her gaze lifts from the cutting board to meet mine. "I hope you don't mind. I raided your produce drawer." I smile to ease any concern she might have. "You can have anything you want while you're here." Me included. "I'm impressed with how well stocked your refrigerator is. Do you have a housekeeper who takes care of it for you?" I laugh. "Nope. I'm a grown man who can take care of it for myself." "I know that, but a lot of people in your situation would hire someone to do that stuff for them." "I get that, but it's so easy to get groceries without even going to the store. They deliver them now. I feel lazy if I don't at least order them myself. Opening the fridge, I pull out a package of hot dogs, some slices of cheese, and containers of potato salad and pasta salad. I set them all down on a tray made from weathered wood. I add condiments, salad dressing, napkins, plasticware, and paper plates. I look over all the items. What am I missing? Buns. Can't forget those. Will you think less of me if we use disposable forks and knives and plates? I ask. She blows out a tut of air. As if. I'm not bougie at all. Neither am I. She points the knife at me. Says the man who lives in the 10,000 square foot beach house. 7,000, I correct, throwing a wink her way before I carry the loaded tray out to the patio. I flip the burgers and add the hot dogs, then shoot back inside to grab drinks. Rory is done making the salad, and she's putting the dirty knife and cutting board in the dishwasher. I like how comfortable she seems here. She had to search the cabinets for a bowl large enough for the salad. What do you want to drink? I ask. All I have is water and beer. She gestures at her water bottle. I'm all set. I forgot to ask if you want cheese on your burger. Yes, please. I hurry back outside to turn the hot dogs and add the cheese to the burgers. If there was one thing I would change about this house, it's the distance from the kitchen to the patio. But then I'd lose the porch, and that's my favorite part. Rory steps onto the patio. My gaze hungrily drinks her in. Wearing my shirt with no shoes and her damp hair loose, she looks like she just came from an afternoon spent in my bed. I fucking wish. Even though I shouldn't. Even though I know we're at different places in our lives. She's barely out of college, still finding her place in this world, and I'm at the tail end of my career. And she's 10 years younger than me. A decade is almost half your life when you're only 22. But her level of maturity makes it easy to forget all of this. She sets the salad bowl on the table and walks toward me. My mouth goes dry, along with my eyes losing their ability to look away. I'm growing more enthralled with every minute we spend together, and there doesn't seem to be anything I can do to stop it from happening, except not being around her. But I don't think that's possible. She glances down at the burgers and dogs, and then tips her head up toward me. Looks delicious. So do you. They're just about done. Can you please grab me a paper plate from the table? Sure. I force my eyes back to the grill, as if to prove to myself that I'm not completely captivated by her. And it works, until she calls my name. My head snaps in her direction so fast it's painful. I think I gave myself whiplash. Yeah? Her expression is thoughtful. I hope you're proud of everything you've accomplished. You should be. There's an unfamiliar tugging sensation in my chest, and I have to clear my throat before I can reply. I am. Good, she nods. I'm proud of you. Thank you, I husk out, and turn back to the grill before she can see how much her words are affecting me. How much her words mean to me.
Chapter 7. Rory. I dump the remainder of the salad into a plastic container and hand the empty bowl off to him. Thanks again for dinner. It was delicious.
You're welcome, but it was only burgers and dogs, not an elaborate feast.
He places the bowl in the dishwasher and closes it firmly. You're right. I'm taking my thank you back. I jest.
Next time I'll cook something better.
Next time, huh? How presumptuous of you. My lips quirk with the urge to smile.
I'm not presuming, I'm stating a fact. You enjoy my company too much to refuse me.
My mouth falls open on a gasp. Is that so?
Yep, just like I enjoy your company. Why deprive ourselves of spending time together? In this crazy world, it's difficult to find people to vibe with.
Isn't that the truth? My list of close friends is noticeably short. I don't have time for drama or judgment, and if someone brings either to my life, I distance myself. It's the reason I don't have close relationships with my mom or Valentina. If they weren't family, I wouldn't be around them at all. Although my mom's better when we're one-on-one. For some reason, when she and Valentina are together, it amps up their level of judgment. They play off each other, placing me in the typical odd man out situation. It's not much different than two siblings ganging up on a third. I'm lucky Stella has never subscribed to that mentality, but it's disappointing my mom and Valentina do.
What's wrong?
Kaiden's voice cuts through my thoughts. Nothing. I got lost in my head for a minute.
Were you trying to figure out when we can get together again?
He asks. I laugh. No, sorry. He snaps his fingers.
Damn it. What's a guy gotta do to get a woman to want to spend more time with him?
Maybe ask her?
What's your schedule look like for the rest of the week?
I'm working the next 4 nights.
What hours?
5 to 2.
2 a.m.?
He asks, as if he's never stayed at a bar until closing. Sure, Mr. Professional Hockey Player. Yes.
Do you always work that late?
No, sometimes I get to leave early, depending on how busy things are. His eyebrows pinch together.
Does someone walk you out to your car?
Is he concerned for my safety? Most of the time I leave with others.
How about we get together on Sunday? He asks. I'll plan something fun for us to do.
Kaiden, you have a gorgeous pool in your backyard. Let's hang out here.
You'd be okay with that?
He asks, looking relieved. Of course. I'll most likely be beat after working 4 late nights in a row anyway.
Come over whenever you want. I'm not going anywhere. What do you want for dinner?
Food? I smile. I don't know, surprise me.
Any allergies I need to be informed of?
Nope, and I eat pretty much anything.
Mealworms?
I mean normal food.
Hey, that's normal to some people.
I can confidently say I've never eaten bugs, at least not on purpose. If I swallow one when I'm running or sleep, I can't help that.
He smiles. I'm not eating bugs either. I'll come up with a more edible meal for you.
Burgers and dogs are fine. I'm easy to please.
Okay, but I'll talk to you before then, he says.
We exchanged numbers last night while we were sitting in the bed of his truck, and he texted me his address this morning. Sounds good. I grab my bottle of water, my phone, and the bag of wet clothes. I'll bring your shirt back on Sunday.
You can keep it. I have 10 years' worth of them.
I'll take any he wants to give me, especially if they smell like him. Okay, I will. Thanks.
I'll get you a sweatshirt for the season, he says.
That's almost 3 months away. A lot can change in that time. I'd like that. He walks me to my car and even goes so far as to open the door for me.
Thanks for coming over.
He rests one arm across the top of the door and braces the other on the edge of the roof, caging me in the small space. Is he going to make a move? The tempo of my heartbeat kicks up 10 notches behind my ribcage. I want him to kiss me. No, I don't. Do other people argue with themselves like this? If he kisses me, it'll change everything. At least I'll know what his lips feel like. Or you could just ask Valentina. I bet she remembers. My subconscious can truly be a low-blow-hitting bitch, but she's the bitch I need to keep me grounded in reality. Thank you for having me. I had a great time and my stomach is full. I smile and it feels toothy and awkward. Instead of replying, he steps forward, embracing me. Oh, I breathe out in surprise. My arms slip around his waist without missing another beat, and I settle my cheek against the solid warmth of his muscular chest. My eyes fall closed as I breathe in the scent of his laundry detergent combined with sunshine. His hold on me tightens, and I feel his hands wrap farther around me, like he can't get close enough. Without an inch of space between our upper bodies, I'm trying not to think about how my breasts are crushed to his torso, or how the deep, rumbling sounds coming from his chest are sexy enough to give me an eargasm, or how my insides feel like they're being tossed to and fro like a dinghy on turbulent seas. Calm down. It's just a friendly hug between two friends. A hug that's lasting a little, make that a lot, longer than it should. Kaiden finally draws back slowly, as if our parting pains him. His composed features shutter any emotion he may be feeling.
I'll be in touch soon.
I don't know why I expected him to address whatever just happened between us. The air was practically crackling with the electricity we were giving off. I can't be misconstruing what happened. There's no way he was merely being friendly and I took it the wrong way. I nod. Sounds good. I smile, and once again it's all teeth. Why is a horse's expression my default mode whenever he's around? I lower onto my seat, and Kaiden closes the door. He moves up to the top of the driveway and shoves his hands into his front pockets. I can't get the key in the ignition and turned fast enough for my peace of mind. I give a quick wave before I reverse out of his driveway. I've barely come to a stop in the street when I shift into drive. I'm embarrassed and want to get away, but I'd like to have my car's transmission intact when I do. When his house is no longer in my rearview mirror, I press a hand to my chest. My racing heart is proof I'm not imagining my reaction to being in his arms. I'm sitting on the back deck, sipping on my second cup of coffee, when Serena comes out to join me. "Good morning," I say. She groans and drops into the chair next to mine. "What's good about it?" "You need to drink coffee. I promise it'll improve your morning attitude. It's magical and life-changing."
I don't believe anything can improve my mornings aside from sleeping through them.
I laugh. "Why are you up? Go back to bed."
"I have to talk to you, and I wanted to make sure I caught you before you head out."
She leans forward and gives my knee a quick squeeze.
"You're not gonna like the news I have to share."
She looks concerned, and that's not an emotion she usually shows. Of course, I run through 10 horrible scenarios before I say, "Tell me what's going on."
"Malcolm is moving back here for a new job, and my parents told him he could stay with us."
"What?" I try not to shriek, but I'm pretty sure I fail. Malcolm is her older brother and my ex-boyfriend.
"I know it's crazy. I spoke to them earlier and told them it wasn't happening."
"What did they say?"
"They pointed out how they own the townhouse, and I have no say in the matter."
She leans back in the chair and rubs her temples. "What the fuck?" I throw my arms up. "Do I get a say since I'm paying rent?"
"They didn't think it would be a problem since we have an extra bedroom."
I can't really argue about her parents wanting to help out their son, especially since they're the property owners. I set my coffee mug down on the small glass table next to my chair. "When is this all happening?"
"Next week," she winces.
Fucking shit! I flail my arms and legs like a child having a temper tantrum, and one of my flip-flops flies off. God damn it. Nothing like adding insult to injury. Rising, I stomp over to put my flip-flop back on, then stomp back to my chair. "Serena, I don't want to share a house with my ex-boyfriend, even if he is your brother. What am I going to do?"
"Rory, I'm so sorry about this. I'm hoping it'll be a temporary thing. I doubt he's going to want to live with his little sister and ex any more than we want him here."
"You're right. Maybe he'll find his own place once he's here." The situation might not be quite as hopeless as I originally thought.
"I'll tell Mel to keep to his room as much as possible," she says.
"That's not the answer for either of you. You're siblings, and I'm not going to get in the way of family. If his stay here is limited, I can find somewhere else to crash in the meantime."
"You can't put up with him for 2 or 3 months?"
I shake my head. "No, I don't want to be within 100 feet of him. I don't have feelings for him anymore, good or bad, but I also don't want a daily reminder of everything that happened."
"I don't blame you for that. You handled the whole situation better than I would have."
"Thanks. I'm glad our friendship wasn't affected by the breakup between me and your brother."
"As if. He was an asshole, and I flat out told him so. And now he's moving in here to screw with the good thing we've got going. I don't want the toilet seat up all the time or have to replace the toilet paper roll because he doesn't, she says. Her shoulders rise as she inhales and drop as she releases the breath with a long sigh. Hopefully it's short term. And don't worry about me, I'll figure something out. Grabbing my hand, she gives it a quick squeeze of support. I'm sorry, Rory. This is another one of those occasions where I wish I were an only child. I snort. No, you don't. You love Malcolm. Yeah, but I love you more. I know you do, but it will all work out in the end, I say, sounding more confident than I feel. I have a week at most to find a place to stay, and I'm praying that won't have to be my parents' house.
Chapter 8. Kaiden. I climb the stairs next to Murphy's garage and let myself in the second-floor door. "Hey," I call out. "Hey, Cap," Murphy answers. He's already running on the treadmill, even though I'm 10 minutes early. I'm lucky my teammates are a focused group, at least for the most part. We all have bad days, but we're good about being there for each other and making sure the lows don't last long. "What's up, Kaiden?" Darius asks from the chair he's kicked back in. He raises a cup of coffee to his mouth and takes a long pull. "Not much. How about you? How are Evie and Tilly?" Darius is in a somewhat new relationship with a single mother, and, surprisingly, it's been going well for him, even though his new girlfriend is the daughter of our coach. Darius grins, and it's obvious he's head over heels for both of them. Life is wonderful. I'm glad it's going well. I look over to Ryder, who's sitting on a stationary bike. "Ryder, what's up, bud? Why aren't you pedaling?" He sends me a questioning look. "Duh, I'm coasting downhill." I bark out a laugh, and Murphy and Darius join me, but Ryder somehow keeps his expression serious. He provides a lot of comedic moments for our team, and is often the subject of the most entertaining moments. He's the team's biggest ladies' man, and he's open to sharing details about his exploits. Sometimes those details are things no one would ever want to know. "How's beach life?" Murphy asks, still running on the treadmill. "You've got a tan going on there." "Beach life is good." Murphy scratches his chin. "I wouldn't know. If only I knew someone with a beach house." I smile. "You guys know you're welcome to come over any time." "How about this weekend?" Ryder asks. "Saturday's open," I say. "Why not Sunday?" Murphy jumps in. "I have company coming over." "We're friendly guys. We get along with everyone," Murphy adds. "I know you do, but it still has to be Saturday." "What's the deal, Cap?" Darius asks, smirking. "You got a new girl you're keeping a secret?" "No, she's not my girl. Yet." "Oh, Cap's putting the moves on some unsuspecting woman," Murphy says. "I've known her for a long time, and we bumped into each other last weekend." "How long has it been since you've seen each other?" Darius asks. 12 years. Darius pulls his head back, physically reacting to my reply. "Damn, that's a long time." "Yeah, I didn't recognize her at first." "Where were you?" Ryder asked. "I was walking to a convenience store and saw a jogger dive out of the way of a car that ran a red light. I went over to help the woman, and it was Rory." "Aw, how sweet," Murphy says, placing his hands over his heart in a mocking manner. "You're literally her hero," Darius says, chuckling. "What happened after you went over? Was it love at first sight?" Ryder puckers his lips like a kissing fish. I tap the face on my watch. "I'd tell you, but it's time to get started." "No big deal. You can give us all the details after we finish working out," Murphy says. I can't fucking wait. Darius climbs onto the empty bike next to the one Ryder's using, and I take the treadmill next to Murphy's. We start with 20 minutes of cardio. The first 5 are the warm-up, the middle 10 are intense, and the final 5 are about cooling down. After we finish, we do 20 minutes of bodyweight exercises and then move into each of us doing a medicine ball routine. Everything we do on the days we get together like this are meant to strengthen our bodies without adding stress to our joints. That doesn't mean I don't lift weights. But being the oldest player on our team, I'm careful to keep it to twice a week during the off-season. And during the season, I follow the plan our trainers recommend for me. The last 15 minutes of our workout is spent gently stretching. When we're finally finished, I fall onto the mats and force myself to drink my water slowly, instead of guzzling it all down like I want to. "You can finish telling us about your new love interest now," Murphy says. Jesus. These guys are the worst when it comes to prying into each other's business. Usually, I don't have anything for them to be this interested in. There's nothing to tell. I helped her, and we've spent some time together since. "Did you knock boots yet?" Ryder asked. "Knock boots?" "Yeah, have sex," he clarifies. "I know what knocking boots means. I'm wondering why you called it that." "I was using a phrase from your generation. I'm only a handful of years older than you, which means we're the same generation. And knocking boots originated in the Old West and probably hasn't been said since." I rake my damp hair back from my face. "I don't know when. Probably the 80s, you asshole." Ryder laughs. "Whatever. You still need to answer the question, Cap. Did you seal the deal?" I can't believe I'm answering you, but no, I didn't. She and I are friends. "Damn. Cap got friend-zoned," Murphy yells out. "I didn't get friend-zoned by her. It's more of a mutual zoning situation." "Is she hot?" Ryder asks. "She's beautiful." "Then why aren't you banging her already? Do you suffer from ED?" "Who's Ed?" Murphy asks. "Not Ed, you dumbass. The letters E and D stand for erectile dysfunction," Ryder explains. I catch Darius covering the bottom half of his face to hide his laughter. "No, I don't have ED. Despite my exceptionally well-functioning dick, I'm not sure if Rory and I should cross the line." "Why the fuck not?" Murphy asks. I know I'm going to regret sharing the reason with them, but it's going to come out sooner or later. Her older sister was my girlfriend in college. My confession is met with total silence, and then they all start shouting at once. Murphy's eyes are wide as he points at me. "You old dirty dog, you!" Ryder nods, looking at me as if he's never seen me before, like I've suddenly reached a higher level of respect. "Cap's gonna be in a sister sandwich. Nom nom." A sister sandwich? I don't know where he comes up with this shit. "There's nothing wrong with starting out as friends. That's what Evie and I did," Darius says, being the one voice of reason for me. "Before you guys go further off the rails, let's get this train back on the tracks. When I dated Valentina, Rory's older sister, we were barely adults. I don't even think I had facial hair." "Did you have pubes?" Ryder asks. I hold my hand up to stop him from speaking anymore. I hadn't seen Rory since she was 10 years old. That's why I didn't recognize her, and she had to tell me who she was. "What's the age difference between you?" Darius asked. 10 years. "Cradle robber," Murphy shouts. "Daddy Kaiden," Ryder says, snickering. "That's Captain Daddy Kaiden to you," Murphy adds, and the 4 of us burst out laughing. It's a good thing their hockey skills compensate for the ridiculous shit they say. "Did I clear everything up for you guys?" I ask, and instantly regret giving them more opportunity to pry. "Good luck, Cap. I hope things work out for you and Rory," Darius says. Thanks, man. Whatever happens, it's nice to have her back in my life. You could always hook up again with the older sister, Murphy suggests. I shake my head. That's never going to happen. I don't know what Valentina's life is like now. Rory and I haven't spoken about her, but I have no interest in going back down that dead end. Will Rory be there on Saturday too? Ryder asks. What's Saturday? I ask. You said we could come over. I don't remember that. I must be dehydrated from working out. Ryder narrows his eyes at me. Like hell you are. I'll be over at noon. I sit down on a vacant stool on the side of the bar and smile at Rory. She hasn't seen me yet. What's got you feeling so down? Jace, a baseball player I recognize from the Charleston Bats, asks. She wrinkles her little nose. Nothing worth wasting time talking about. How are you doing? Wait a second. She does seem off. I hope everything's okay. I hadn't planned on coming here tonight, but I'd been sitting at home thinking about how much I wished she was there with me. I figured there was no reason I couldn't drop in and surprise her. I've got nothing to complain about, he says. How's the batting average this season? She asks, setting clean glasses on the shelf beneath the bar. If you don't know, I guess you're not watching the games, he points out. He smirks and raises the bottle of beer to his lips. In my defense, there are a lot of baseball games. I don't know how fans watch them all, she says. Tell me about it. You should try playing in all those games. He rubs his right shoulder. I'm just kidding. I know I've got it good. Don't think I didn't notice you never answered about your batting average. What can I say? I don't want to jinx it, Rory. She rests her arms on the bar, leaning toward him, and a fiery arrow of jealousy hits my chest dead center, burning. Are you superstitious? She asks. Fuck yeah. Show me a professional athlete who isn't, and I'll show you a liar. He's right, I say. Her head swings in my direction, and her eyes flash with surprise. Kaiden? She walks toward me with a wide smile stretching across her cheeks. She looks happy to see me. This is a nice surprise, she says. I wish this shiny expanse of wood wasn't between us so I could pull her into my arms. I was in the area and thought I'd drop by. Really? She asks. I laugh. No, I came to see you. There's no point in lying about why I'm here. That's sweet. What did you do today? I met up with some of my teammates for a workout, and then I went back home and swam some laps in my pool. And you're not ready to fall asleep yet? She asked. Well, that could have something to do with the 2-hour nap I took on my back porch. I think I'm jealous. You can nap there on Sunday if you want. Be warned, I just might. Kaiden Hart, Jace calls out. How are you doing, man? Jace? I give a quick nod in his direction. You guys know each other? She asks. Not personally, just by reputation, I say. How do you know Rory? Jace asks. We go way back. Jace nods toward me. Rory's my favorite person here. Isn't that right, doll? She snorts. I'm pretty sure you've said the same thing to every other waitress here. He laughs. I don't know what you're talking about. You're my number one. His flirtatious tone causes a visceral reaction in me. My fists clench beneath the bar, and I blurt out, Rory, can I talk to you for a minute? I'm off my stool and moving toward her before I know it. She walks out from behind the bar to meet me. What's going on? She asks. I take hold of her hand and lead her down a hallway. She tugs her hand loose, directing me into a tiny room. Judging by the table and chairs and vending machines, I'd say it's their break room. Fortunately, it's vacant. I push the door shut and turn toward her. "What's going on with you?" she asks. "Is everything okay?" I'm feeling jealous for no reason and having visions of punching someone I don't even know just for talking to her. What is she doing to me? I shake my head. No, everything's not okay. I snatch Rory up by her biceps until she's balancing on her toes, then crash my mouth down on hers. My tongue delves between her lips, and hers eagerly becomes acquainted with it. Her arms slip around the back of my neck, fingers burrowing into my thick, unruly hair. This kiss may have been motivated by jealousy, but that quickly switched to ravenous need once I felt her pillowy lips part beneath mine, and I tasted her sweetness. With each caress of our dancing tongues, every inch of me feels like I've been lit up with electricity. My entire body buzzes pleasantly, except for the one area where I'm rock hard and throbbing with need. God, I didn't know a first kiss could make me desire her this much. I want to throw her down on the table and make every inch of her mine.
Chapter 9. Rory. Kaiden Hart is kissing me. No, he's devouring me. I've never experienced anything like this. He's ruining me with each stroke of his tongue and every caress of his roaming hands. I should push him away and stop this madness. I should, but I don't want to. Why would I willingly put an end to the best kiss of my life? I wouldn't. I won't. Kaiden takes the matter out of my hands, and my lips cling to his when his head raises. He takes a small step back, placing distance between us. His hands move up to clutch my shoulders as he stares down at me in stunned silence. His expression puts an end to any need I may have felt to question whether he was as affected by our kiss as I was. His Adam's apple bobs in his muscular neck as he swallows. My tongue slides over my still tingling bottom lip. His eyes study my face as if he's seeing me for the first time. That, he clears the husk from his throat, was... I don't know what that was. He shakes his head. It was unexpected and amazing, I answer honestly. What's the point of downplaying something we both shared? It wouldn't wipe the experience from either of our minds. I agree. His talented lips arch into a smile. Now what? He asks. Let the inner freaking out commence. I tap my chest with my fingertip. Now I go back to work, and you... I shrug. You can order a drink, or you can leave. I'm impressed with my acting skills. I think I managed to portray the whole nonchalant attitude quite nicely. He follows me back to the bar, slipping onto the same stool as before. Jace is no longer there, making me wonder just how long we were kissing for. It could have been a minute or an hour. Time stands still when a god like Kaiden Hart kisses you. I was wondering where you disappeared to, but now I know. Haley, one of the bartenders, says, wiggling her eyebrows. It's not like that. Next time you might want to wipe off your smeared lipstick before you say that. She grins. My hand reflexively swipes under my bottom lip before I realize I wasn't wearing lipstick in the first place. She laughs. Gotcha. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna check on my customers. I walk over to the section filled with high-top tables and make sure no one needs refills. I take the order of an older couple I've never seen before and head back to the bar area to enter it into the computer. When I'm done, I notice Haley standing in front of Kaiden. He laughs at something she says, and it rubs me the wrong way. When she giggles, my level of annoyance rockets skyward. I don't want him to make anyone else laugh. Oh, God, I'm jealous. I press my palm flat to the center of my chest. Is that what this horrible feeling is? Fuck. For the first time in my life, I've been bitten by the green-eyed monster. I can already say I'm 100% not a fan. Nothing good ever comes from negative emotions and thoughts, and I refuse to feel this way. Determined to squelch this alien feeling from my system, I make my way over to stand next to Haley and in front of Kaiden. His eyes instantly gravitate to me, and he smiles. Ha, take that and get away from my man while you're at it. Wait, what? I didn't mean that. So you don't care if she's near Kaiden? Okay, fine. I care. I don't want anyone near him.
Rory?
Kaiden waves his hand in front of me. Oh, sorry. I rub a hand across my brow.
You were deep in thought. Is everything okay?
I wonder what his reaction would be if I told him I'm arguing with my subconscious about him. I almost laugh at the thought. I realize Haley's no longer on this side of the bar before I reply, yeah, I just have something I need to deal with.
I'm a good listener if you want to run it by me. This is the point where my teammates usually make a smart-ass remark about me being older and wiser.
He raises the bottle to his lips, drinking some of the beer. I smile. That's nice of you, but now probably isn't the best time to get into a discussion. He places the bottle on the bar between us.
I get that. You know I'm only a phone call away if you need me.
That's sweet, thank you.
I mean it. You're still coming over on Sunday, right?
Hell yeah. Don't even think of retracting your invite. I mean, if you need to go somewhere that day, at least have the decency to wait until I'm floating around in your pool.
He laughs. I'm not going anywhere unless you're coming with me.
Then you're stuck at home that day because once I'm in that pool, I'm not going to want to leave.
Good. That's the plan.
He smirks just before his lips wrap around the bottle's rim once more. When he's done, he slides the bottle across the wooden surface toward me.
I'm gonna get going. I'll talk to you before Sunday.
He moves from the stool to his feet in one smooth motion, and we stare at each other for a couple of beats too long. He trails the back of his finger down my cheek in a brief caress, then gently holds my chin between his thumb and index finger.
Call me if you need anything,
he says, sounding as if he's hoping I'll need him. I will. We share a smile before his hand falls away and he heads toward the door. I don't take my eyes off him until he disappears from my sight, and then I drag a long, calming inhale into my lungs. I don't think I took a full breath the entire time he was here, and Lord knows he stole my breath and a lot more with that kiss. I raise my hand to knock when the door opens in front of me and Kaiden catches hold of my hand, pulling me into his arms.
Hey there,
he says, squeezing me tightly. He loosens his hold, keeping his arms looped around my back, and smiles down at me. Hi. I try to keep my own smile small, but I fail and go into full beaming mode. I'm just so happy to be here and in his arms. I spent the past 3 days and nights replaying our kiss and analyzing every single word said. I promised myself I would let him set the tone for how today goes, and I wouldn't have any preconceived notions about what would happen. I know guys handle things differently than women do, and there's a chance he'll act as if we never kissed. He reaches over my shoulder to push the door closed.
Are you ready for a great day?
He asks, and his excitement is infectious. I am. I've got my suit on under here, and I've already put on sunscreen.
Let's get to it then.
He takes my hand and we walk through his house. I'm just as in awe the second time seeing it as the first. We stop in the kitchen.
Do you want a drink or anything?
He asks. No thanks, I've got water in here. I jostle the beach bag slung over my shoulder. He grabs a bottle of water from the fridge and we continue on through the back porch and outside. The sun's powerful rays beat down on me as I set my bag on the patio next to a chaise lounge. Kaiden sets his water down on the small table between the two chaises and then tugs his t-shirt over his head, revealing his drool-worthy abs. I try to look away before he notices, but the hint of a smile on his lips tells me I failed. What can I say? My reflexes were short-circuited from the sizzling hot view in front of me.
Now it's your turn,
he says, tugging on my dress-like cover-up. Talk about being put on the spot. It's bad enough knowing he's going to see me in my bathing suit, but this makes it like I'm stripping on command. Here goes nothing. I push the straps off each of my shoulders, catching the loose material as it falls to my knees. Stepping free, I drop the cover up on the chaise, leaving me standing in front of him in my black bikini and favorite flip-flops. Every single one of my body's flaws rushes to the forefront of my mind, and my gaze focuses on the shimmering pool water. It's difficult not to feel insecure when you're standing in front of someone who looks like every inch of him has been carved out of stone by one of the great Italian sculptors. Kaiden blows out an audible sigh, and I look at him. With both hands gripping his hair, his eyes flick up and down my frame. I can tell he also likes what he sees.
"Do you want to swim?"
he asks. I think I'll wait a bit. I sit on the edge of the lounger and rifle through my bag. I find my black, wide-brimmed hat, tugging it on and angling it low over my brow before I lie back on the thick cushion. Kaiden sits on the chaise next to mine.
"Nice hat."
Thanks. It was a gift from Stella.
"How is Stella these days?"
She's great. She works for a marketing firm in the city and lives in a tiny studio apartment 2 blocks away from there. She's got a boyfriend, but he lives in Georgia, and both of them seem content to see each other when they can.
"I'm glad she's doing well."
You can ask me, you know, I say.
"Ask you what?"
About Valentina. It won't upset me.
"I didn't think it would. I haven't brought her up because I don't care what she's up to."
Are you angry with her? He shakes his head emphatically.
"Not at all. We were young and my life was on the verge of a drastic change. Neither of us handled it well. Looking back, I know it was for the best."
I remember when the 2 of you split, she forbade anyone from saying your name. Honestly, I was really sad to not see you anymore. You were always so nice to me.
That makes me feel bad. When relationships end, it's not just the couple who deal with the fallout.
Yeah, but that's just the way it goes. And even though you're too nice to ask me, I'll tell you Valentina is married and has 2 kids. Claudia is 8 and Dominic is 4. I smile.
I bet you're a doting aunt.
It's impossible not to be. They're great kids.
Sounds like all is well with the Russo family,
he says. He lies back on the chaise, folding his arms behind his head. Yep, everyone's great. Except for the fact I might be moving back to my folks' house in the next couple of days. Thinking about it makes my stomach churn with anxiety.
Is now a good time to talk about what was on your mind the other night?
He asks. Yeah, I guess.
Only if you want to. I don't want to ruin your day.
I found out a few days ago that I need to move out of my place. It's only temporary, but it's a pain in the ass for a lot of reasons.
Why do you have to move?
Serena's parents own the property, and I pay rent each month. Her older brother has been living out of state for a couple of years, but he took a job in Charleston and is moving back.
So you're getting kicked out?
He asks. No, it's not like that. There are 3 bedrooms, but I don't want to stay there while Malcolm is. Kaiden sits up, turning toward me. Leaning forward, he reaches out, placing a hand on my arm.
Did he do something to you? Or hurt you in some way?
He grits the words out like he's ready to tear Malcolm apart piece by piece. I only wish I could let him, but Malcolm never physically hurt me. I'm not gonna lie, though. It's hot to see this protective side of Kaiden. He squeezes my arm.
Rory, answer me.
His blue eyes appear dark in his scowling visage. No, he didn't. Not in the way you're imagining, anyway. Kaiden lifts his hand from arm and thrusts it through his perpetually tousled hair.
That's good, because I was getting ready to put a hurtin' on him.
I smile. I appreciate your eagerness to defend me, but it's nothing more than a relationship gone bad. Mal was my boyfriend during my freshman year of college. We were together for 14 months, and things ended badly when I found out he was cheating on me with a girl at his work. I broke up with him and he moved away. I haven't heard from him since.
Are you moving out to avoid him?
Yes and no. I don't care if we bump into each other at some point, but I don't want to share a house with him.
That's understandable. What are you gonna do?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I could move home to my parents' house, but my mom is very critical of me. I'd almost rather deal with Malcolm than her. Stella doesn't have space for me. She barely has enough for herself.
What about Valentina?
He asks. Ha! I know I'd rather deal with Malcolm than her.
You two aren't close?
His eyebrows raise as if that surprises him. Not at all. We have a complicated relationship, but I think that can be said about most people who know her.
That must be tough for you.
He sympathizes. I look out at the ocean, watching a surfer paddling toward a wave in the distance. It's not too bad. I only see her on special occasions and holidays.
You should stay with me.
My head snaps in his direction and our eyes meet. I've almost convinced myself I imagined his words when he repeats them.
You should stay with me.
Chapter 10. Kaiden. Rory's brown eyes flash wider. You're so nice to offer, but I can't. Why not? I ask. I don't want to invade your space. That's not fair to you. Rory, I live alone in this huge house. You won't even have to see me if you don't want to. I'll barely know you're here. She drags her plump bottom lip between her teeth. I wouldn't have made the offer if I didn't want you to accept. And don't forget, you'll have access to the beach anytime you want. Ooh, you fight dirty, she says. You can nap on the porch. Her eyes light up. In the hammock? I nod. Yep. How can I say no to all that? What sold it for you? I ask. That I won't have to see you if I don't want to? It takes an extra second for her words to register, and when they do, my lower jaw hinges open. Why wouldn't she want to see me? Rory snickers, drawing my attention. She covers her mouth, trying to hide her grin, but it's too late. She gives up the fight, letting the peals of laughter loose. Oh, you think you're funny, do you? I jump to my feet and scoop her up from the chase. Still laughing, she squeals and kicks her legs as I carry her toward the pool. Pausing at the edge, I rock her as if I'm going to send her sailing into the water. No, I didn't mean it, she backpedals. Do you know what happens to fresh girls? I ask. She shakes her head. They get punished. No, I cut off her reply by sending her airborne. She lands in the water with a splash, followed by a shriek. Before she has a chance to recover, I jump in next to her. I dunk completely under the water before I break the surface. Rory is treading water in the deep end. I want to be mad at you, but this feels too amazing. She's right. It's so refreshing. Plucking her floating hat from the water, I toss it to the patio and swim to her. My arms slip around her back, holding her near while my legs kick under the water, keeping us afloat. Rory's long legs loosely wrap around my hips, and her hands grip my shoulders. Swooping down, I connect our wet mouths. Her lips taste like chlorine laced with her own sweet taste. Just like the other night, I'm giving in to temptation. I'm done fighting my conscience. I don't care if she's younger than me or who her sister is. Something that feels this right can't possibly be wrong. She arches back over my arm as our tongues tangle together. Her wet bikini top is no match for her taut nipples. I feel them pressing into my chest as if she's naked. God, I wish she was naked. She practically is naked. Slow down, Romeo. With her curves all wet and slippery, my dick's already doing his best to bust free of my swimsuit. Even though she's not grinding into me, I'm sure she's noticed. Her fingernails rake across my shoulder blades, causing me to moan. Back scratching is a weakness of mine that she seems to have picked up on. She drags her nails up and down either side of my spine, and my hands lower, cupping an ass cheek in each palm. I can't resist squeezing their fullness, just like I can't resist rocking her against my cock. She hums into my mouth, letting me know how much she enjoyed it. As much as I want to tug her bikini bottoms to the side and find out just how soft and wet she is, I cling to my restraint by sinking us under the water. Our kiss continues for a few seconds until we both laugh, releasing a plethora of bubbles in each other's faces. I kick us back toward the surface, and when we break through, I swim to shallower water so she can stand in front of me. "Why did you stop kissing me?" she asked, sounding disappointed. Cupping her face in my hands, I stare down into her eyes. As hard as it is to resist you, I don't want to rush you into a physical relationship. There's something wonderful growing between us, something worth nurturing. I shake my head and groan. Forgive me for the plant analogies. It's all I could think of. I just want you to know you're worth waiting for, no matter how long it takes. I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you. She smiles up at me. "Is that so?" "Yep." I fold my arms around her waist. "Once you're staying here, I'll have you in my clutches. If you feed me and let me use the pool, I won't want to go anywhere." "Yep. Now you're catching on to my plan." "Seems like a well-thought-out one to me." "Well, well, what's going on, Cap?" Ryder calls out as he opens the back porch door and steps onto the patio. "What are you doing here?" I ask. "He doesn't even say hi, dude," Murphy points out as he joins him. "Right?" Ryder looks wounded. "Hey, guys. Now, what are you doing here?" "Would you believe we were in the area?" Murphy asks. "Not even if your life depended on it," I say. Rory edges into my side as she turns to face them. I wrap an arm around her. "Rory, that's Ryder and Murphy. They play for the Coyotes with me." Her lips curve in a welcoming smile. "Hey, guys. It's nice to meet you." Ryder grins. "The pleasure is mine." "I think he means to say it's mine," Murphy says. "What are you doing here?" I repeat the question they still haven't answered. "Yesterday was so much fun. We came back for more," Ryder explains. "But I explicitly told you I was having company today." I try not to sound exasperated, but I know it's bleeding into my tone. "Yeah, but your door was unlocked, and we thought you might need some help," Murphy says. "With what exactly?" I ask. Ryder's eyes ping to Rory. "We thought you could use some backup. You know, a couple of wingmen to talk you up and make you look cool since you're out of practice." "Yep. We were talking about how neither of us has seen you with a woman since we joined the team," Murphy says. "And then we wondered if you hadn't had sex during the last 3 years. But I digress. We figured by us being here, it would help keep the conversation flowing smoothly. You must have noticed by now that awkward pauses don't exist in my world," Ryder says. Rory shakes from silent laughter. "As you can see, I'm doing fine on my own. I appreciate you guys looking out for me, though." "Maybe we could take a quick dunk in the pool?" Murphy suggests. Ryder swipes his arm across his forehead. "Yeah, it's a scorcher. I don't like to toot my own horn, but..." He pauses, and I roll my eyes. "It was thoughtful of us to come over with the sole purpose of helping you." "Do you believe these two stooges?" I ask Rory. "Their purpose has more to do with my pool and grill than my lack of dating." "I'm okay with them being here," Rory says. "Are you sure?" I search her face for a sign she's not being truthful, but I find none. "Yes, I really am. Besides, they're hilarious. And even if they want to swim and eat, they still wanted to spend time with their captain." "It couldn't have anything to do with them wanting to see what you look like," I droll. "Okay, enough whispering over there. What's the verdict?" Are you feeding us or what? Murphy asked. I said you could swim, not that I'd provide food. Rory nods at me. I really don't mind. You will when you see how much they eat. When you fill your plate, take extra, because it won't be there later if you go back for seconds. She laughs. I'm serious. You've never seen anyone put away as much food as these two can. It's kind of gross. I quickly flip the lock. Christ, I thought they'd never leave. We can hear you, Ryder shouts from the front stoop. My forehead drops against the door with a thud. Go away, I shout back. We know you love us. Murphy gets the last word in. I hear Rory laughing behind me and spin around. Her bag hangs over her shoulder, and her keys are in her hand. I know she wants to get home before it's too late, but I asked her to stay until Ryder and Murphy left. I'm convinced those two are harder to deal with than an entire classroom of preschoolers. They have the same level of maturity, too, I say. She smiles. They reminded me of energetic puppies running from one thing to another. It's amazing how well they both can focus while on the ice. I think your teammates are great. Really? I ask. I knew she'd fall under their spells, just like the rest of the female population. Yeah, they're fun and personable. And handsome, I begrudgingly add. Are they? I didn't even notice, she says, maintaining a serious expression. Okay, now you took it too far, I point out. No woman, or man for that matter, can miss how attractive those two are. And believe me, they love reminding people. Personally, I think their captain is the looker on the team. She thinks I'm better looking? Damn, he must be one handsome son of a bitch, I say. She nods, stepping toward me. He is. He's so sexy, too. You think he's sexy? I ask. I do. I have a feeling he thinks you're sexy, too. Really? Don't tell him I told you. Oh, I won't. She rises to her toes. And I won't be telling him about this, either. Tipping her face upward, she slips a hand behind my neck, urging me to close the distance between us. Easing my hands under her hair, I cup each side of her jaw. I drag my nose down hers, then brush across the gently pointed tip. Our lips come together softly and slowly, as if it's the first kiss we've shared. Painstakingly, I map out every curve and nuance of her mouth with my own. There's no need to rush. When she's in my arms, time ceases to exist, and nothing else matters. Our first two kisses immediately turned passionate, and this time, I'm determined to show her the tenderness she deserves. Chest pressed together, her heart beats just as fast as mine. Slanting my lips over hers, my tongue skims her bottom lip before dipping inside to tease the smooth flesh. She makes a breathy sound, testing my resolve. When she slips her hands underneath my t-shirt, drawing circles on my flesh with her fingertips, I know my tenuous hold is about to vanish. With a whisper-soft final press of my lips on hers, I pull back. Her eyes remain closed for a moment before opening. It's just the reaction I was hoping for. She smiles up at me. Thank you for a wonderful time. I had a great time, too. When do you want me to help you move your stuff? Aside from my clothes and essential items, I'm leaving most of my stuff in my room. I should be able to shove everything into a couple of suitcases. I'll be back here Tuesday night, if that works. I'll be here. What do you want for dinner? Kaiden, you're setting a bad precedent by providing dinner on my first night staying here. Let me spoil you a little. What do you want? I ask. Pizza. And I'm buying. Not happening. Don't be stubborn, she says. I'm not. I know that a man taking care of the woman he cares about has somehow become outdated, or is seen by some as being chauvinistic, but that's not the case with me. I care about you, and want to take care of you in any way I can. If that means feeding you once a day, then I'm going to make sure you have one hell of a dinner each night. That's sweet. She runs her hand down my arm. Oh, and I care about you, too.
Chapter 11. Rory. Serena sits down in one of our deck chairs and rests her feet next to mine on the ottoman.
Still can't believe my little Rory is moving in with Kaiden Hart, captain of the Charleston Coyotes.
I snort. I'm not moving in with him.
Are you packing up your things and taking them to his place? She asks.
Yes, but...
Will you be unpacking them once you're there? She asks, cutting off my attempt at elaborating.
Yes.
I open my mouth to add more, and she holds up her hand. She ticks her index finger from side to side. You know I'm right.
Don't spin this to be anything more than it is, I say.
You're being naive. The two of you are already dating. Living with him is only going to push you together even more. You'll be living there for real in no time at all.
Is that what Kaiden is thinking? Is that what everyone is going to think? I didn't take much time to think about the consequences of temporarily staying there. In my defense, he was shirtless at the time. I don't know how anyone could be expected to think rationally in that situation. With all those rippling muscles in front of me, I'm lucky I held it together. I could have drooled or done something equally embarrassing. I'm starting to question agreeing to this, I confess, placing a hand on my anxiously churning stomach. Serena frowns.
Why?
I don't want to end up in a relationship with him because it's convenient or that I just happen to be there.
Girl, you're already in a relationship with him, whether you realize it or not.
No, I'm not. Yes, he and I have had a few dates and shared some kisses, but that doesn't mean it's going anywhere.
I've only met him once, and I could tell he wasn't planning on letting you go. He looked like he wanted to eat you up then. I can only imagine the blue balls he's got by now.
Serena!
What? It's true. He's going to be practically feral by the time you give it up. Lucky you. He's going to go beast mode and fuck you through the mattress.
Laughing, I cover my mouth.
You're so crude. I'm sorry, but if you're expecting gentle lovemaking, I don't think that's the way it's going to be. At least not the first time. You're going to get F-U-C-K-E-D, you lucky girl. I'm a little jealous, but I'm hoping he has some hot friends you can introduce me to.
He does. I met a couple yesterday.
And you didn't tell me? What kind of friend are you?
You didn't give me a chance.
I'm listening now.
Ryder and Murphy showed up yesterday while I was there. They're hilarious, and even though they were exasperating for Kaiden to deal with, I can tell how much he cares about them. He's like the dad of their team. It's adorable.
Talk about adorable. Look at how gone you are for him.
Serena smiles at me.
I love seeing you this happy.
I am kind of crazy about him.
Kind of? Stop fooling yourself. Just accept how you feel and go for it. Jesus, you're being handed the perfect opportunity by staying with him. Who knew Malcolm would ever be the catalyst to you living with a hockey god?
It's about time Mal did something nice for me.
Right? The best part is, he doesn't even know what he did, she says.
I'd say spending more time with Kaiden is the best part, but Mal inadvertently being the reason brings a nice symmetry to it.
Speaking of Mal, he texted me and said he'd be here Wednesday night.
Good thing I'm leaving tomorrow.
I smile. Do you think Kaiden would let me move in too?
Serena jests. I laugh. You and Mal are going to have a great time.
It'll be a huge adjustment having him here instead of you. What am I going to do without my bestie?
Aw, I'm gonna miss you too. But we can still hang out. Just not here.
Unless Mel's at work, which he should be every weekday. You can come over in the mornings and we can have our breakfast out here. It'll be like you never left.
Or you can come visit me and we can have breakfast on the beach.
True, but that would involve me getting dressed and driving there. That settles it. You'll just have to come here. I laugh.
Don't worry about us not seeing each other. I'll be 5 minutes away from here on all nights I'm working. You can stop by any time, and we can make plans ahead of time.
You mean like real adults do? She asks, scrunching up her nose in distaste.
I nod. Yep, Mel moving in is forcing us to grow up.
Her mouth briefly forms a pout. He's messing with our daily routine and he's ruining my codependency.
Don't you mean our codependency? I ask.
Nope. I'm the one who needs you in order to function like a normal human being. You're so self-sufficient. You rarely rely on anyone else. When I grow up, I want to be like you.
Pushing on her arm, I give her a playful shove. I'm only self-sufficient out of necessity, and you're the awesomest. Don't deny it. She tips her head from side to side a few times as if she's thinking.
Okay, I won't. I laugh. You really need to work on your self-esteem, though. While I may not be lacking in that particular area, I certainly am when it comes to patience. Give me some quick pointers on how to calm myself down. You're an expert at not overreacting from dealing with Valentina.
I'm sure I can handle her better than I do. But what usually helps most is to think about how her nonsense isn't worth my energy. Also, making sure I'm taking long, slow breaths.
Serena sighs. Malcolm is going to get on every single nerve I have. Maybe I can find a brother-sized shock collar online.
We both snicker. It's not going to be that bad, I reassure her.
I think if I can make it through the first week without strangling him in his sleep, he might survive the duration of his stay.
If not, give me a call and I'll help you dispose of his body.
My thighs are on fire as I turn down the street our townhouse is on.
Until today, I hadn't been on a run since the day Kaiden and I ran on the beach. I've been slacking, and I can feel it in every inch of my legs and my burning lungs. When I set out, I didn't have plans to run an extra mile, but I was so lost in my thoughts I missed my usual turning point. By the time I realized it, I'd already gone a half mile beyond the norm. That's what happens when you let men intrude into your thoughts. They're the ultimate distraction. It doesn't matter if it's an ex or a current. They take up too much space in my mind. I shouldn't be concerned with Mal moving back here. I'll probably never see him. We don't frequent the same kinds of places, and that was one of the issues we had. Mal likes flash, and I'm all about quietly understated. He likes the loud music and excitement of going to a club, while I'd rather go to a quiet little pub where I can engage in a conversation. He's also an early riser, and on the mornings following a shift at the bar, I like to sleep in. He's all about name brands, and I love a good bargain. Really, the only common ground we share is Serena. I'm just glad I don't have to worry about seeing him unless I choose to. I worked through all the hurt he caused a long time ago, but can you ever truly get over your first love? Is there ever a point where you can think of them without it causing a zing of heartache? And the pain isn't because of Mal cheating on me, although having him do that to me shook my confidence for a bit. The part that hurts the most is how susceptible I was to his bullshit. Pretty words delivered from a sexy mouth can still be empty promises. I'll never forget that hard-learned lesson. Tugging the shoelaces over my head, I turn the key in the lock and open our front door. "I'm home," I yell out as I kick my sweaty sneakers off on the welcome mat. "Where are you?" I call out. "We're in here," Serena shouts from the kitchen. We're? I don't give it much thought as I head that way. I'm so thirsty, all I can think about is how refreshing a bottle of water is going to taste. But as I enter the kitchen, a familiar scent wafts my way. My eyes dart to the table, then bulge when I see Malcolm seated across from Serena. "What are you doing here?" Mal smiles. "It's nice to see you too, Rory." My dark brows lower. "Don't put words in my mouth. It's not nice to see you at all." "Still hung up on me, huh?" He winks. "Malcolm, knock it off." Serena rushes to my defense. I raise my hand toward her. It's okay. I don't need you to help me deal with him.
From what I recall, you used to enjoy dealing with me, he says.
Yeah, used to.
What have you been up to? He asks. I feel his gaze on me as I walk to the fridge to grab a bottle of water. Closing the door with my hip, I take my time opening the cap, and in one seemingly endless gulp, drink down the entire contents. I release a long sigh of satisfaction. God, I needed that, I say out loud without meaning to. My eyes jump over to the table, finding Mal's almost black orbs focused on me before I look at Serena. I'm gonna shower and get some reading done. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Serena's smile is filled with apology, even though she's done nothing wrong. You make the coffee. I laugh, as if I wouldn't. I'll see you tomorrow, too, Mal says.
Only if you're lucky,
I fire back, walking from the kitchen. He chuckles. I'm always lucky, Rory. Malcolm, you'll never be that lucky again, Serena says, delivering the best follow-up possible. It's all I can do to hold back my laughter until I make it to my room. Plucking my phone off the nightstand, I fall to the mattress and lie on my stomach. There's a text from Kaiden, so I pull up our texting chain. We've been messaging each other at night before we go to sleep, and this morning he sent me one telling me to have a nice day. I can tell you receiving his message was a wonderful start to my day. Kaiden. What are you up to tonight? Me. I went for a longer than usual run. I'm not going to share the reason why. Should I tell him Mal showed up? We're not officially a couple, but if the situation were reversed, I'd want to know. And if he didn't tell me and I found out at a later date, I'd wonder if it was because of lingering feelings. Me. Mal was here when I got back from running. Kaiden. Where is he now? Me. In the kitchen with Serena. Kaiden. Come over here. Me. No, it's okay, I'm in my room. Kaiden. I'll come over there. My lips curve as I read his words. He's always protective of me. That's one of my favorite things about him. It shows he cares. Me. No, stay home. I have to finish packing anyway. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon. Kaiden. If anything happens that makes you uncomfortable, call me. I'll come get you, no matter what time it is. Me. That's sweet. Kaiden. I mean it. Me. I know you do. I don't think he's staying over. This morning he told Serena he wasn't coming until Wednesday. Kaiden. Does he know it's Monday? I laugh. Me. Maybe not. I'm going to take a shower. Enjoy the rest of your night. Kaiden. Lock the door. Me. I'm a big girl. Stop worrying. Good night. Kaiden. I want you to be safe. I'll talk to you later. Smiling, I shake my head. Why am I not surprised he's going to check in with me later? A warm sensation washes over me and fills my chest with an emotion I'm not sure I'm ready for. But I've never had a boyfriend take care of me like he does, and that's reassuring for me. On our first date, he made me say out loud that I'm extraordinary, and even though it was awkward as hell to do so, I did it because he asked me to. Every interaction we have makes me feel like he really does think I'm extraordinary.
Chapter 12. Kaiden. Rory isn't expecting me, but after last night's texting exchange, there was no way I could stay away. If there's one thing I know, it's guys, and guys who know they fucked up will do anything to get the girl back. I'm sure Mal's currently kicking himself for letting her go. I wrap my knuckles on the door and remind myself to stay calm. It's only a few seconds before Rory appears. Her eyebrows jump, showing her surprise, before her lips spread into a wide smile. Hi, come on in. Stepping across the threshold, I shove the door closed and take her into my arms. Burying my face in the crook where her shoulder and neck meet, I inhale her familiar, soft, sweet floral scent while I hold her tightly to me. She laughs. Good morning. It's good now, I say against her skin. My lips skim a kiss over her pulse point before I raise my head enough to stare down into her eyes. I momentarily lose myself in the golden brown depths. I press my forehead to hers. I'm crazy about this woman. I hope it's okay I came by without calling, but I was worried about you after last night. You shouldn't have been. I'm fine. If you hadn't texted me before you went to bed, I was going to drive over here and see for myself that you were okay. She giggles. I guess it's a good thing I texted. Yes, and no. Yes, because your text helped to relieve some of my worry. And no, because if I had come over, I could have held you in my arms all night. Like my own personal bodyguard? That's me, baby. I'll always keep you safe. I brush the tip of my nose over hers, sweeping side to side before placing a gentle kiss on her sweet, parted lips. I'm about to move in for a deeper kiss when a throat clears. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Straightening to my full height of 6 feet 2 inches, I turned my head toward the masculine voice. Even though I saw his car with the out-of-state plates in the driveway, I'm still surprised to see him. Mostly because he's only wearing a pair of boxer briefs. I'm Malcolm, Rory's boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend, she clarifies. Malcolm rubs a hand over his toned abs. Oh, did I forget that part? Releasing my hold on Rory, I step in his direction, holding out my hand. I'm Kaiden, Rory's boyfriend, not ex-boyfriend. When Malcolm's hand meets mine, I make sure to squeeze extra hard. His slight grimace pleases me. Nice to meet you, I say. You too. He flexes his fingers as his arm returns to his side, and I clench my teeth together to hold back a snicker. I'm sure Rory would think it's ridiculous I'm gaining pleasure from shaking his hand too hard, but I'm a guy, and therefore I do. It's a win for me, and not a good look for him. Rory wraps her fingers around my arm. I need your help. She tips her head in the direction of the staircase. Malcolm moves on toward the kitchen without another word, and we start up the stairs. She leads me to her bedroom. There's a closed suitcase on the floor and a half-filled one on the other end of her bed. What do you need from me, baby? Nothing, she smiles. I only said that to get us away from Mal. Since I'm here, let me help you pack. Then I can load your stuff into my truck. You don't have to do that. Rory, stop saying I don't have to do things for you. It's not that I have to. I want to. I enjoy helping you in any way I can. She throws her arms around my waist. You're amazing. How are you not married already? I guess I was waiting for the right woman to come along. I wink at her. Or for her to grow up, she titters, playfully punching my arm. I think you're right. In fact, I know she's right. Although our relationship is new, it's flowing so smoothly, like riding along a lazy river and never wanting it to end. You look beautiful this morning, I say. She tucks her face into my chest. I'm a mess. I can't believe you're seeing me like this. My knuckle nudges her chin to raise. You grow more beautiful every time I see you. Leaning down, I press my mouth to hers, cutting off any chance of her disagreeing. Her lips part underneath mine, and my tongue sweeps inside to convince her how beautiful I think she is. Rory sighs into my mouth, like she's been waiting for this moment. How would she react if my mouth was between her legs? As soon as the thought pops into my mind, I'm overtaken with the need to know the answer. With us being alone in her room, there's no reason to wait. As a bonus, maybe that dickhead ex of hers will hear me making her come. With our lips still connected, I back her onto our bed and guide her down until she's laying crossways on the mattress. It's a struggle to part from her sweet mouth, but there's another part of her I need to taste. I bet it's just as fucking sweet, too. Taking hold of her hands, I raise them on either side of her head and press them into the mattress. "Keep them here," I order, moving backward between her thighs. I peel her sleep shorts down her long legs as I slip to my knees on the floor. Then I toss them over my shoulder. With a hand on each knee, I spread her legs apart and lower until my mouth hovers over her pussy. God damn, every inch of you is beautiful. I slick my tongue from her entrance to her clit and back again. Rory releases a gasp, bucking her hips. "Hold still like a good girl, and I'll make you feel so good." She hums her agreement. Using the tip of my tongue, I paint circles and figure eights around her clit, then lap at it with broader strokes. "Yes," she moans, but to her credit, she holds still. "Let me hear you, baby. I want to know when you like something," I say before drawing the swollen flesh between my lips and gently sucking on it. "So good," she calls out. I agree, with my mouth still on her. While my mouth's focus is on her clit, I slide 2 fingers inside her slick entrance. She's so tight. I know she'll squeeze my cock better than I've imagined. And by the way it's trying to bust free of my pants, it wants inside. But for now, making her come will have to do. Hooking my fingers, I rub them against her G-spot while my tongue wildly lashes her clit. "Oh, God," she whimpers. It doesn't take long for her breathing to become labored or for her legs to begin quivering. I stay on task and quicken the pace. Rory's hips rock in time with the rhythm I've set with my fingers and tongue. When she unravels right in front of me, it's the sexiest thing I've ever witnessed. "Kaiden!" She screams my name as her entire body trembles. I drag out each wave as long as I can before I lap away all the traces of her orgasm. When I'm finished, I rest my chin on her mound and smile at her. "Oh my fucking God," she says with a hoarse voice. "That was amazing." Rising to my feet, I lift her, moving her onto the bed more before I slip into place next to her. I press a kiss to her lips, and when she tries to turn her head, I draw back with a frown. "Why are you avoiding my kiss?" "Because you just—" She trails off. "Because I ate you out?" I ask, and she nods. Jesus, she's so adorable and so innocent. "You've never tasted yourself?" "No." She looks as though I've asked something outrageous. "Well, you're about to." I grip her jaw, holding her still, as I slant my mouth over hers. My tongue glides over her bottom lip before delving inside to chase hers. It only takes a couple of seconds before Rory gives up all pretenses of resistance, and when our kiss ends, she stares at me with bright eyes and her cheeks are flushed. "Now you know you taste delicious, baby." She looks skeptical before replying, "It's better than I imagined it would be." "Trust me, you're delicious." "I've never come from oral before," she confesses. "Really?" I don't know why I'm surprised. Malcolm gives off selfish lover vibes. He's too in love with himself to know how to please anyone else.
Yeah, it never felt that good.
I can't keep the smile from my face. I'm glad you enjoyed it so much, because I plan to make this a habit. If I have anything to say about it, no one else will ever taste her again.
You won't hear any complaints from me,
she says. I pull her into my arms, and we lie there in silence. I'm replaying the events that just took place, which reminds me, my dick is still hard. She shifts positions, rocking her pelvis into mine.
Oops,
she says. Hey, it's my body's natural reaction to being around you. I can't shut it off. She pushes herself up to a seated position, looking at the bulge in my shorts.
Now I get why they call it pitching a tent.
Are you sure you're not a virgin? I ask. I don't think she is, but she's so innocent at times.
No, I'm not. But Mal was the only guy I was with, and we didn't have sex that often. He was always traveling for work, and I was busy between school and the bar.
He's an idiot, I say. That won't be the case with us. I plan to spend as much time sans clothing as we can. We can do naked breakfast, naked lunch, and on nights when you don't work, we'll have naked dinner. My dick grows harder at the thought.
Can I touch you?
She asks. You don't ever have to ask me that. Rising from the mattress slightly, I yank my shirt off, then fold my arms behind my head. Do whatever you want with me any time you want.
Okay.
Her eyes flash excitedly. She hooks her fingers into the waistband of my shorts and boxers. I lift up from the mattress, making it as easy as possible for her to remove them. She stops when they're at mid-thigh and stares open-mouthed at my erect cock.
You're kind of large.
Guess Malcolm wasn't. It's okay to pet him. He likes you. I wink. She trails one fingertip from the base all the way to the tip and back down again. A groan slips from my lips. Jesus. She's barely touched me, and I'm almost ready to blow. Her fingers wrap around and grip me tightly. Yes, I encourage her. She moves her fist up and down my length, starting slowly and moving progressively faster. The pre-cum pooling at the tip adds some lubrication. The sound of her hand jerking me off is as much of a turn-on as watching her is. The sensation of her soft, warm hand gliding up and down my cock is indescribable. I come quick and hard, groaning as my release shoots onto my stomach. You're amazing, I huff out, trying to catch my breath. Having her hands on me was incredible. With each stroke, she solidified what I already suspected was true. Rory's the only woman for me, and I'm going to make sure she knows it.
Chapter 13. Rory. I follow Kaiden down the hallway and through a doorway into a massive bedroom.
This is all yours.
He sets my suitcase down on the gleaming hardwood floor next to a king-sized bed. My eyes swivel from one side of the large space to the other before stopping at the French doors that offer a stunning view of the Atlantic Ocean. I look at Kaiden and find him watching me with a smile bending his masculine lips. This is too much. It's too nice for me. I'm happy to take a smaller room. I can't stay here. I'll never want to leave. How will I return to my little townhouse bedroom after staying here?
I'm glad you like it so much.
I throw my arms out to the side. It's gorgeous. This is better than any swanky hotel. Not that I've stayed in any of those. He walks to the left side of the room and opens a door.
"This is your bathroom."
I move over to see for myself. He flips the light switch and my mouth hangs open at what I see. It's quite possibly the perfect bathroom. The glass shower, big enough to accommodate multiple people, is already calling my name. Then there's the marble countertop that's long enough for me to take a nap on. Not that I ever would, especially when I've got a huge bed covered in a puffy white comforter that looks like it's made from clouds. Kaiden, I don't know what to say. I'm overwhelmed by your generosity. Thank you.
"You're welcome, and you haven't even seen the best part yet."
His eyebrows rise and fall, showing his enthusiasm. He tips his head, signaling for me to follow him, then makes his way across my new room. Turning the handle, he opens the door for me.
"Check it out."
I step onto the deck and suck in a surprised breath. I knew the view would be beautiful. We are on the beach, but I wasn't prepared for the overwhelming nature of what I'm looking at. Being on the third floor provides an unobstructed view of the sand and sea and various seating areas to enjoy it from. And I haven't even mentioned the ocean sounds. I'm already imagining them soothing me to sleep tonight like a lullaby. Closing my eyes, I drag in a deep breath, taking in the briny scent. My eyelids open when Kaiden's arm hooks around me, pulling me to his side.
"I don't think I'll ever grow accustomed to seeing this view,"
he says. How could you? I struggle to find the words and settle on. It's impossible to sum it up in one word. Turning to him, I slide my arms around his waist and lean my cheek on his chest. I know you don't want me to thank you, but I'm going to anyway. I rest my chin on his sternum, staring up at his striking face. Thank you for having me here. I think it's obvious from how Mal acted earlier that he would have been a complete nuisance for me to coexist with, and you've spared me from dealing with him.
"He's not a nuisance, he's an asshole. No man should make a woman purposefully uncomfortable."
Yeah, I agree on both counts. His arms squeeze me tightly before he loosens his hold.
"I'm gonna leave you to unpack. If you need anything, give me a holler."
He walks toward the other end of the deck. Where are you going? I ask.
"My room's right next to yours."
He grins, pushing open the door and disappearing inside. My heart races at the possibilities of having him right next door. Midnight rendezvous, anyone? Dropping into one of the Adirondack chairs, I stretch my legs over the ottoman and peer out at the ocean. Kids and their parents play on the beach and in the shallow water. The waves are small today, so no one's surfing. With the sea breeze wafting over my bare arms and legs, I close my eyes and enjoy its gentle caress. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I felt this content. I'm not a high-strung individual, but it seems like there's always been something to worry about. When you're in high school, you worry about getting good grades to get into the college of your choice. And I had the added pressure of earning scholarships. Once I moved on to college, my worries centered on doing well, so I could keep my scholarships and also graduate on time. And since graduation, I've been focused on trying to get a job. But right now, at this moment, none of that matters. With my eyes still closed, I tip my face toward the sun and smile. I'm happy to be here and for the opportunity to grow closer to Kaiden. I glide through the warm pool water, then use my arms and legs to propel me forward once more. Stopping at the side, I grip the edge to keep myself afloat. Swimming at night feels so decadent. It's the best thing ever, I say. He swims over, gripping the lip of the pool with both hands and caging me in.
"I bet I can make it feel more decadent."
Is that so? Shifting, I let go of the pool's edge and wrap myself around him.
"It sounds like you're challenging me, baby."
He rakes his bottom lip with his teeth.
"Do you need me to prove how much fun we can have in this pool?"
I don't need you to prove anything to me, but I definitely need you. I cup his damp cheek with my hand. I want you. I'm tired of waiting. With the pool lit only by moonlight and some strategically placed landscaping lights, his blue eyes are darker than usual. But I can tell they're heated and focused on me with an intensity I feel between my legs.
"You don't have to wait anymore, baby. You already feel me here." He places his hand over my heart. And after tonight, you'll feel me here, too. He places his hand between my legs, cupping me. I'll own every inch of you, won't I, baby? His possessive words elicit a shiver from me. Yes, I whisper. That's my girl. His lips crash into mine. What starts out as some sensual tongue-tangling quickly morphs into a ravenous hunger. With such a powerful spark between us, the flickers of desire grow until it feels like I'm being consumed by flames from the inside out. I'm burning with a need only he can take care of. Kaiden tears his mouth from mine and lifts me onto the edge of the pool. While I scramble to my feet, he pushes his upper body from the water, climbing out behind me. Catching hold of my hand, he directs me inside the back porch. We're both leaving mini puddles of water wherever we step, but neither of us cares. Lifting me off my feet, he lays me down on an upholstered rattan daybed. He straightens up, removes his bathing suit, and kneels between my legs. Reaching behind me, I untie the strings on my bikini top. I tug the tiny scrap of red material away from my naked chest and throw it to the floor. Kaiden's large hands envelop my breasts, cupping and squeezing the soft flesh. His thumbs sweep over my nipples before he tugs on them, making each peak tauter. He glides his palms over my rib cage and stomach, stopping at the edge of my bikini bottoms. Hooking his fingers inside the wet material, he draws them down my legs and over my feet before they fall to the floor with a plop. Sliding between my open thighs, Kaiden grips his cock, slapping it against my clit. He rubs the tip back and forth between my lips, coating it in my arousal. I feel the head pressing at my entrance, and then the pressure of him slowly sliding inside of me, inch by inch. My pussy stretches to swallow his cock, until he's embedded to the hilt. Groaning, he holds still for a bit, allowing me to adjust to his size. Christ, you're so fucking tight. He lowers until his chest meets mine, then braces his weight on his forearms. Please move, I say, wrapping my legs around his waist. I rock my hips up into him. I need you. You have me, baby. He rolls his hips, stroking impossibly deeper. Here I am. He draws his hips back, then rockets forward, driving into me. Yes, I say, digging my nails into the skin on his shoulders. You want to be fucked hard, baby? He slams his cock inside me before I can answer. Mm-hmm. I'm barely finished humming my approval when he does it again, and again, and again before he shifts back to slip from me. I cry out in protest. But a second later, I'm flipped to my stomach so quickly I barely realize it's happening. My cheek lands on the cushion beneath me. He slaps an ass cheek and tugs me to my knees. Leaning on my elbows, I arch my back. His hand caresses the stinging area, and then he soothes it by dragging his tongue over my red, sensitive skin. He moves to the other side, nipping his teeth into my flesh. Your ass is so perfect, he says, spreading my cheeks. His tongue delves between them to tease the taboo area where no man has gone before. I suck air in, gasping from how amazing it feels. I want to fucking devour every inch of you, but it's going to wait because... Gripping my hips, he raises my ass into the air even more and shoves a rolled-up pillow beneath my pelvis. I reflexively grind my clit against it. His thick head nudges my entrance. I can't wait any longer, baby. Hold on and take my cock like a good girl. My fingers close around 2 pieces of the rattan backrest just before he forcefully thrusts inside me. Yes, I moan, and he lets out a deep, rumbling sound. He sets a steady pace, taking my pussy hard and making it his. Every thrust rocks my clit against the rolled-up pillow beneath me. I push my ass back on him, matching his strong, quick pace. His fingertips dig painfully into my hips, but it's a sexy pain. I love knowing I'll have bruises there tomorrow as a reminder of what we did. He relentlessly fucks me, as if he's trying to steal every piece of my soul, and I'm a willing participant through it all. He already stole my heart. He might as well take my soul, too.
My grip on the rattan tightens as I feel the sense of urgency building in my core.
That's it. Let go,
he says through what sounds like clenched teeth. I'm so close now. I'm hanging on the precipice of release, but I'm a little scared to let myself fall. This is one of those points in life when you know ahead of time that there's no coming back.
Come for me, baby,
he orders, and my body responds like it was made to do his bidding. I dive into the abyss, and my orgasm runs through me like I've touched a live wire. Quivering and moaning, I press my face into the cushion under me. Kaiden's pace turns erratic as he chases his own release. With a few quick thrusts, he comes inside me and collapses over my back. He breathes harshly as he tries to drag air in. Slipping from me, he moves to the side and turns me over to face him. Our eyes meet, and we both see the words we've left unsaid. I may not be ready to tell him how crazy I am about him, but he knows I am. I don't need to explain that no matter how much I've tried to resist him or told myself we can't be together, it's all been futile. Since the day we reconnected, he's crashed through all my resistance and capsized my uncertainties, leaving only clarity. He made me fall for him. And now, I think I love Kaiden Hart.
Chapter 14. Kaiden. Edging forward, I brush a kiss over her lips. You're incredible. So beautiful. So sexy. I skim my fingertips down her cheek in a gentle caress, and she leans into my touch. And so responsive to my touch. You're fucking perfect for me. Tell me you're mine. Her golden orbs are fixed on my blue eyes. I'm yours. Tell me again, so I know I'm not dreaming. This doesn't feel like reality. It's too perfect to be. Lips bowing into a soft smile, she repeats, I'm yours. Happiness bubbles up, filling my chest to overflowing. Cupping the back of her head with one hand, I press my forehead to hers. You don't know what those words do to me. Hearing them fall from your lips in your sweet voice. I swallow to rid myself of the ball of emotion that's moved from my chest and is suddenly clogging my throat. You're quickly becoming the most important person in my life. I press my lips to her forehead before moving back to rest my head on the cushion next to hers. She moistens her lips, and there's a sheen of tears in her eyes. I feel the same about you. I wasn't looking for a relationship or expecting one, and then you stepped in to help me right when I needed you. My life hasn't been the same since. She turns away to sniff, like I won't notice. Even that's adorable. Rory, I'm too old to waste time and take things slow. I'm not going to ask you to be my girlfriend. We're already in a relationship and have been since the moment I kissed you. She smiles. Isn't telling me I'm your girlfriend more your style? You don't seem to like to ask for things. I laugh. You're right, and it's good you realize how controlling and possessive I can be. I don't see you as controlling, at least not in a bad way. I see you as protective of the ones you care about. Good, because I am that way. But I don't ever want you to feel like I'm making decisions for you. I wouldn't let you, she scoffs. Just like in every relationship, there will come a time when we won't agree, and we'll have to battle it out to see who wins. And then we can make up. I wiggle my eyebrows. Her stomach interrupts, making an obscenely loud growling sound, and we laugh. I guess I could use a snack. Instead of being the snack, I wink. She rolls her eyes. Ha ha. Save your pity laugh, I tease, rolling over to my feet. She grabs my outstretched hand, and I pull her up next to me. "Uh-oh," she says, grimacing at the daybed cushion where there's a big wet spot. "We should have used a condom." I've never gone without one before, and for as long as I've been playing hockey, I've been tested regularly. There's nothing to worry about. "What about pregnancy?" she asks. I smile at the thought of her stomach rounding from my baby growing inside her. I shrug. I wouldn't mind. I have plenty of money and can provide whatever we'd need. She looks at me like I've lost my mind. "Well, I would mind, which is why I'm on birth control." "Wait a minute. You don't want kids?" "I didn't say that. I just don't want one right now. I'm only 22. There's plenty of time left on my biological clock." I pull her naked body into mine and hold her close. "I'm 32. Does that change anything?" She shakes her head. "Nope. Not a thing." She pokes my chest, punctuating each word. I grin down at her. "Let's go fill your belly with food, and I promise someday I'll fill it with a baby." "My boyfriend is crazy," she mumbles as we start to walk across the porch. With a hand on her arm, I stop her from moving, but my heart is racing behind my ribcage. "Say it again." She spins toward me, raising one of her finely arched brows. "That you're crazy?" "No, the other part." She pauses for a moment before answering. "My boyfriend?" "Yes." She drags her plush bottom lip between her straight teeth. "So you like being referred to as my boyfriend?" I fucking love it. She hooks her index finger around mine, leading me toward the kitchen. "Come on, boyfriend. It's time for you to find me something to eat." I grin. I'm about to remark that I have something she can eat when she says, "And I don't mean your dick." That's my girl. Rory pushes her empty plate across the island and sighs, rubbing her stomach. "That was so good, but I ate way too much. I'm going to need to run all of this off tomorrow for sure." Chinese food for a late-night snack is the best thing ever. It is, but I'm already regretting it, especially because I'm too full to move. I might have to sleep on this island. She rubs her hands back and forth over the smooth granite. Actually, I think this is bigger than my bed at the townhouse, and it's cold, so I won't overheat while I'm sleeping. She stretches her upper body over it and pretends to snore. I laugh. This house has central air, so you're not going to overheat unless you cuddle with me all night. That might be hard to do since you'll be in your bed and I'll be in mine, she states matter-of-factly. And I don't like her answer at all. My forehead dips between my brows, making a deep crease. What are you talking about? You're sleeping in my bed with me. She rolls her lips inward and shakes her head. You go to your bedroom and I'll go to mine. What the fuck? I pinch the bridge of my nose before my eyes return to her. Are you deliberately screwing with me? My voice deepens. Her eyes widen, exposing the white area around her irises. Her fingers pluck at the hem on the t-shirt of mine she's wearing. Not at all. What could possibly be your reasoning for us to sleep in separate rooms? I ask, trying to stay calm. Just because we had sex doesn't mean we have to spend all our nights together. We can be in a relationship, but I don't want it to feel like I've moved in with you, she explains. It's taking a lot of effort to stay calm. I scratch my thickly stubbled chin. But you have moved in with me. Don't you get that?
No, I'm staying here temporarily.
God damn, she's frustrating me right now. I slip from the bar stool and walk to the other side of the island.
What are you doing over there?
She asks. I'm trying to keep from paddling your ass, I state bluntly.
As if I'd let you.
She sasses back, tempting me to do it right now. You'd be begging for it by the time I'm done with you. At the least, she'd be begging for a certain part of me. She angles her head, studying my face.
Are we having our first fight?
My thunderous expression lightens, and my lips slightly curve. We might be. Ambling back around the island, I throw her over my shoulder without preamble. She lets loose a shrill sound that makes me laugh. I place a hand on her naked ass to hold her in place and race from the kitchen.
What are you doing?
She squeals. I bound up both sets of stairs, taking them 2 at a time all the way to the 3rd floor. I'm taking you to my room where you belong. I push the door open and drop her onto my bed. She bounces from the force, and my t-shirt rides up, revealing her lack of underwear. Placing a knee on the mattress, I crawl up between her legs, and she gives me a questioning look. It's time to make up, I say, closing my mouth over hers.
Chapter 15. Rory. I walk into the kitchen and find a note propped on the counter in front of a blueberry muffin. Picking up the paper, I read his words.
Good morning, beautiful. The muffin is for you. Help yourself to juice or coffee. I had to meet the guys at Murphy's for a workout. I'll be back before you go to work. K.
Smiling, my eyes trace over his masculine handwriting one more time. I set the note down and remove the plastic wrap from the muffin. Plucking off a small piece, I place it in my mouth and chew. So fresh. Was he up early baking it? I don't see any dishes in the sink, though. I find a Coyotes mug in the cabinet and make myself a coffee before I carry my breakfast, along with my phone, out to the back porch. Setting everything down on the glass-top table, I stare out at the beautiful view and sip my coffee. My phone rings and I see Serena's FaceTiming me. Hey, I answer, smiling. Look at you with your freshly fucked glow. My lips sputter with laughter. At least you're not going to deny that you got laid. She presses a palm to her chest, as if I can't tell anyway. I pop another piece of muffin into my mouth and chew. What are you eating? Kaiden left me a blueberry muffin. Serena snorts. Huh, a muffin for a muffin. Shut up! That's a horrible word to use for that. Did Kaiden go muff diving? She asks, laughing. Ew, that's even worse. Don't make me barf. So that would be a no to the muff diving? She continues, and I choke on a piece of blueberry. I take a sip of coffee and wash it down. There was no oral last night, but there was yesterday. Oh, you mean when you screamed his name so loud the windows rattled? I cover my mouth as I laugh mid-chew. I wasn't that loud. Sure you weren't, she says. I wave my hand in front of my face. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'll get embarrassed. Well, in case you're wondering, Malcolm heard you. I wasn't wondering, but I don't hate that he did. It's the only time he's heard me come. I snicker. Serena guffaws and falls backward, briefly disappearing from the screen. When she pops back into view, she wipes tears from her eyes. Oh, Jesus, that was funny. It is now, I agree. Not so funny when we were together, though. Yeah, I bet. Hey, I've been meaning to ask how the job search is going, Serena says. It's been on pause since Kaiden came around, but I need to get back into looking. I can't let having a boyfriend keep me from taking care of things that are important to me. What if you end up marrying him? He's a multimillionaire. It's not like you need to work. Even if I were married to him, I'd still want to pursue my career. My goal isn't to be married to a professional hockey player. My goal is to be a sports agent.
Right. It's what you've wanted since freshman year of high school.
Serena reminds me of how long I'd been dreaming about this. In the meantime, working at the bar isn't so bad. Hey, let me show you my view. You're not going to believe it. I turn the phone around, panning from one side of Kaiden's yard to the other. You lucky bitch, she squeals, and I turn the camera back toward me. He's hot, rich, with tongue skills, and... Hey, you never told me what the D looks like. And does he know what to do with it? He's big all over and knows how to work that to his advantage. I wink at her. You must have died a virgin in a past life to be so blessed in this one, she says, making me laugh. This relationship isn't exactly complication-free. At some point, I'll have to tell my family about Kaiden and me. How do you think that's going to go?
Who cares as long as you get to keep the prize? The prize being Kaiden.
Yeah, I got the reference, but you know me and my dislike for drama. If there was a way not to tell them and they'd be none the wiser, I'd probably do it.
When you tell Valentina, can I be there? I want to film her head spinning. It'll be a TikTok sensation.
I laugh. It's been a long time since they've been together. Maybe she'll be fine with us being a couple.
I have more chance of being British royalty than that happening, Serena drawls.
You're probably right.
Probably? I am right, and I can't wait to tell you I told you so.
I stick my middle finger up in front of my face. Serena smiles, and then her lips form a pout. She suddenly looks sad.
I already miss you, and you've only been gone a day. How am I going to make it through the next couple of months?
Will it only be a couple of months, or will it be permanent? You'll be fine. I bet you already have clothes hanging in my closet, I say, hoping to lighten her mood. Her expression changes to one of shame.
You might be right.
Smiling, I shake my head. See, there are perks to me not being there.
She shrugs. Extra closet space is the only one.
I hope as time passes, Serena will get used to and even learn to enjoy having more space, because I can't imagine Kaiden letting me go now that I'm staying here, living here, according to him, but I'm not about to pile onto her concerns. Instead, we can focus on mine. When should I break the news to my family?
I'm passing out drinks at a table when all conversations in the bar drop off, then resume in a frenzy and at an increased volume. Scanning the large room, my gaze freezes on the three handsome men who just walked in. Well, I'm focused on one in particular, the one with the cap worn backward covering his dark blonde hair. A hint of shadow covers his jawline, giving him a roguish air. His lips spread into a wide smile, setting the butterflies free inside my stomach. I can't believe this tall hunk is all mine. It still hasn't sunk in yet. I feel like I should be pinching myself to make sure I'm awake. I nod in the direction of an empty table, and they head that way. I hurry to the bar and grab another order, delivering it to a table of regulars. I finally make it over to Kaiden's table.
Hi, guys,
I say, but I smile at him.
Hey, Rory,
Murphy and Ryder say simultaneously.
Kaiden tugs me in and lays a kiss on me.
For a moment, I forget I'm at work and shouldn't be kissing him back. Once reality intrudes, I place a hand on his chest, pushing him back.
Hi,
he smiles at me. How's your night been?
Pretty good. There's been a steady stream of customers. I didn't know you guys were coming in. This is a nice surprise, I say. He tips his head toward his friends.
These two wanted to go out, so I suggested coming here.
I'm glad you did. What can I get for you? I jot down the drinks and food they order before I cross the room to the bar area and type it into the system. Their drinks come up quickly. I bring them over and set them down on the table.
So, Rory, how long have you been working here? Murphy asks.
A few years. I started while I was in college, and until I can get another job, I'm staying here.
Where would you want to work? Ryder asks.
My degree is in sports management.
Like an agent?
He asks. Yep, at least that's the goal. I'm most likely going to have to work my way up to that position, but it's tough to get a foot in the door at any agency.
Why don't you introduce her to Nadia? Ryder asks, directing his question at Kaiden.
He nods.
That's a great idea. He turns my way. Nadia is the agent we all use. She owns the agency. I can put in a good word for you if you want.
That's really nice of you, but I don't want to be hired because my boyfriend is a professional hockey player.
Dude, take advantage of his connections, Murphy tells me.
I shake my head. I want to be proud of myself. If I only get the job because of my connections, how can I feel good about it? Kaiden puts his arm around me and presses a kiss to my temple.
She's amazing, right?
I'm gonna grab your food, I say, and scurry off before he can embarrass me more. I put in 2 orders for refills, then drop off the appetizers the guys ordered. Kaiden bites a chicken tender in half and holds out the remainder for me. I bite off a chunk and hum. I always forget how good the food is at my alibi. Do you guys need anything else? I ask. Kaiden leans closer, whispering, "You, naked in my bed?" I shift closer to his ear. Or I could be in my bed. I back up, grinning mischievously.
Are we really going there again?
He asks. I shrug, trying to look innocent.
Remember how last night's discussion ended? I'll throw you over my shoulder here just as well as at home. Makes no difference to me.
I see the determination in his eyes, and I'm not willing to risk him following through. I need this job, and I don't want unnecessary attention. Anyone need a refill yet? I ask, changing the subject. Kaiden smirks knowingly, but to his credit, he doesn't openly gloat. My chest rises and falls at a rapid pace as I walk through my cool-down process. Damn, this beach running is gonna whip my ass into shape, I say.
I happen to think your ass is already perfect, Kaiden says.
My jeans that are too tight tell a different story.
Is it possible for women's jeans to be too tight?
He asks. I roll my eyes. That's such a guy thing to ask.
It's a legitimate question. And last time I checked, I was a guy.
I'm curious about how you checked. He stretches the waistband of his basketball shorts out and peers inside.
That's how,
he says, and we share a laugh. When we reach the house, my legs are burning from the effort that running on the beach takes. We head straight to the kitchen and both of us drink a glass of water. He peels a banana and breaks it in 2, handing me half. Thank you. I take a bite.
That was a hard run. Some potassium will do us both good.
I wash it down with a sip of water. Aw, you're taking care of me.
Of course I am. You're my girl.
You're so sweet.
Only with you,
he says. I finish the remainder of my banana and water and start up the stairs. My legs ache all the way up to my room. I take a long shower and feel a little better by the time I get out. I'm getting dressed in a pair of cutoffs and a t-shirt when my incoming text alert goes off. I snatch my phone from the dresser and see my mom's name. Mom, I need you to stop by today. This is a typical text from my mom. No, hey, how are you? Or even if she were to add a please in the message, it would change the tone for the better. I have work later, so I'll head over in a few minutes. With me living on Sullivan's Island, it's no longer a quick drive to their house. Me. Okay, I'll see you soon. I brush my teeth, braid my wet hair, and put on a little makeup. Downstairs, I find Kaiden sprawled out on the couch watching TV. Hey, I got a message from my mom to stop by, so I'm gonna head out. I'll go to work straight from there.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I think so. This is how she usually gets me to go over there. He pushes to his feet and leans down, pressing a soft kiss on my lips.
I'll miss you.
I smile. I'll miss you more. I'll text you on my break.
Drive safe,
he calls out when I'm at the front door. I will. It still feels a bit surreal to be driving to and from Sullivan's Island. Growing up, this was a place we never visited. I've heard it referred to as a wealthy town where the rich folk live for most of my life. It's too close to Charleston, where we live, to be a vacation destination for us, yet in some ways it's always seemed like the other side of the world. Traffic is light considering the time of day, and the ride passes relatively quickly. When I pull into my parents' driveway, I'm surprised to see Valentina's car. Fuck me. What is she doing here? Is this just a coincidence, or is it a setup? As I walk to the door, questions bounce around in my mind. Do they know about Kaiden and me? But how could they? Aside from our closest friends, no one knows we're together. The door is unlocked when I turn the knob, so I wander in. I head toward the kitchen, as that's the place I'm most likely to find my mom. Sure enough, she and Valentina are at the kitchen table with cups of coffee in front of them. "Hey," I say, progressing toward them. Mom points to an open seat next to her and across from Valentina. "Have a seat." "Okay." I lower onto the wooden chair, folding my hands in my lap. "What's going on?" "Shouldn't we be the ones asking that?" my sister snarks. "I don't know what you mean." "Aurora Russo, what could possibly be the reason for you to be kissing Kaiden Hart?" "How the hell does she know this?" "I still don't know what you're talking about," I say, stalling. I want her to tell me what she knows and how she found out. "There are pictures of you all over social media looking like a trollop and kissing Kaiden." Valentina rapidly fires the words at me, and her expression is accusatory. My shoulders pop up in a quick shrug. "Okay." "Is that all you've got to say about this young lady?" my mom asks. "I don't know what you expect me to say. I'm an adult and I can kiss whomever I want." "He's my ex-boyfriend," Valentina huffs. "Exactly. He's 12 years removed from your life. Surely you don't have any feelings left for him." "It's still wrong. It's disloyal to kiss your sister's ex," my mom says. "Mom, they were kids when they dated, and Valentina's married with kids now. She's moved on, and so is he." "He can't move on with my sister," Valentina yells. "Why not?" I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. "It's not right." She raises her nose in the air. "But why? What's the difference between a total stranger or me being with him?" I push for an answer. I want to make her say what she's thinking. "For one, he knew you as a child. It's perverted that you kissed." I break into laughter. "It's not perverted. He hasn't been grooming me all these years. Jesus, we hadn't even seen each other." "Other people won't know that," my mom jumps in. "I don't care what other people think." "Not even me or your sister?" she asks. My eyes swing back and forth between them, and for the first time I realize how unhappy they both look, not only because of this discussion, but with life in general. "No, not really. I'm only accountable to myself, and now that Kaiden and I are in a relationship, I also have an accountability to him." "You're in a relationship with him?" Valentina shrieks. It's all I can do not to laugh. This situation is so absurd. "Not only are we in a relationship, but we live together." "You live with him?" Valentina shrieks again. She sounds like a freaking parrot repeating everything I say in a squawking tone. "I do." "At the townhouse?" my mom asks. "No, at his house on Sullivan's Island." "That's a long commute for you," my mom says. At the same time, Valentina says, "It's not fair." "What's not fair?" I ask. "That you're with Kaiden." "Why isn't that fair, sis? Did you expect him to never move on from you? To never fall in love with anyone?" "No." "It sounds like you did." "Of course that's not what she thought." My mom defends her. I'm waiting to hear what she thinks. She's not doing a very good job explaining. "Fine. I didn't want to say this, but I think it's pathetic you're settling for my cast-offs. But you've always been jealous of me." She avoids looking at me by focusing on her long red fingernails. I snort out loud. "That's hilarious. I've never been jealous of you or Stella. You're my sisters and I want the best for you, no matter what that entails. Why can't you be happy? You have a husband who loves you and 2 amazing children. Why can't that be enough for you?" "It is enough," she says. "If that were true, you wouldn't care that Kaiden and I are together. You'd want everyone to be as happy as you are." "I do want you to be happy." "Just not with Kaiden, though, right?" I press, and she nods. "That's what I thought." Pushing back my chair, I stand. "I hope you can be happy for Kaiden and me. But if you can't, oh well." I shrug. Either way, I won't let it affect my relationship with him. I lean down to kiss my mom's cheek. "I've got to get to work. Love you, Mom." "I love you too, but—" "There are no buts when it comes to loving someone, Mom. You either do or you don't." I walk from the kitchen and keep moving until I'm outside. I pause to pull in a deep, calming breath before I walk down the stairs to the driveway. Once I'm in my car, I feel the adrenaline dump hit. I'm shaky, nauseous, and exhausted. It's similar to how I feel when I push myself too hard when I run. I back from the driveway, and once I'm on my way toward work, tears well in my eyes. I swipe them away as fast as they fall. My sister doesn't deserve my tears. But no matter how much I try to let their words roll off me and not take them to heart, it still hurts. Always feeling like I'm the black sheep of the family when I've done nothing to deserve that title wears on me. I keep waiting for our relationships to improve, but apparently, they're not going to.
Chapter 16. Kaiden. Rory grips my hand as if we're about to come face to face with a monster. But I guess a party full of people she doesn't know might seem just as intimidating. Relax, baby. I'll be with you the whole time. I promise not to leave your side, I say.
Kaiden, I'm not that pathetic. I don't need a bodyguard all night. Once I meet a few more people, I'll be fine.
Okay, I'll introduce you to everyone, and then you're on your own, I tease. She pretends she's going to sock me in the stomach, but pulls the punch at the last second.
I'm not socially inept, but I'm also not used to being around famous people. Will I be the only ordinary person here?
I stop walking, halting her forward progress too. We had this discussion on our first date. Do you remember me making you say that you're extraordinary?
Yes.
Do we need to do that again? I ask. She wrinkles up her nose.
No, I don't want to.
Then don't call yourself ordinary. You're far from it. I aim a pointed glance at her.
I mean it.
You're the woman who's stolen my heart. Do you think I'd fall for someone who wasn't special? Her mouth arcs up on one side.
Nope. You're too cool.
Damn right I am. I wink. Now let's get inside, eat some delicious food, and have some fun.
Whose house is this anyway? She asks.
It's Darius's. You haven't met him yet, but I guess you're about to. I smile. She raises an eyebrow.
You think?
I tug her into me and wrap my arms around her. You like being fresh, don't you? She looks up, affecting an innocent expression.
Maybe.
Well, you look stunning, so I'll let it slide for now. She's wearing a light green short-sleeved dress that gathers at the waist and falls to mid-thigh. Her legs look endless, and I can't wait to have them wrapped around me later tonight. Her white chucks match the tiny flowers in the material, and she has a small straw purse hooked over her shoulder. Her long hair flows in loose curls well past her shoulders, and a couple of gold bracelets adorn one of her wrists.
Thank you.
I mean it. You're sure to be the most beautiful woman here, and you'll be on my arm.
There's a slim chance you might be biased.
No way. Both Murphy and Ryder told me you're hot.
Maybe your brains are frozen from too much time in the ice rink.
I have one word for you. Extraordinary.
Yeah, I remember.
She sighs. We resume walking toward the green bungalow.
Oh, wow. My dress matches the house,
she says, laughing. Ha! Don't lean up against it, or I might not be able to find you.
This place is beautiful. It's not what I'd expect a hockey player to own.
Darius is young and only recently started making the big bucks, but I don't think he'll move from here. He's pretty attached to this place. I reach out to open the door. Are you ready, baby? She gives a sharp nod.
Go for it.
We walk into the party with our hands joined. Darius is the first to notice our arrival, and he leads his girlfriend Evie over to us. We shake hands, and I introduce them to Rory.
"You look as overwhelmed as I feel," Evie tells Rory. "Oh, God. It's that noticeable?" Rory asks. "Not really. I'm sensitive to it, though, because we've been together for a few months, and I haven't been to many team events yet," Evie explains. "This is my first, and maybe my last," Rory jokes.
Evie's dad is the head coach of our team, I explain to Rory.
"Really?"
Evie laughs.
"Really. It was rough at first, to say the least, but he seems to have accepted the situation now."
I squeeze her hand. And you thought our situation was tough.
Evie tips her head questioningly. "What's your situation like?"
Back in college, I used to date her older sister.
"Oh, boy," Evie says. "Yeah, it's not an ideal situation," Rory mentions.
"Hey, Cap, you made it," Murphy calls out, beaming from ear to ear. "Like we'd miss it. Happy birthday." "Thanks. Hey, Rory."
"Hi, Murphy. Happy birthday." She smiles at him.
"I need a hug for it to truly be happy."
He holds his arms out to her, and I catch hold of his arm, spinning him in my direction and into my arms.
"If you wanted to dance with me, Cap, all you had to do was ask," Murphy says, and we all laugh.
"Where's your sidekick?" Rory asks.
"Ryder? He's in the kitchen eating all the food." Darius lets out a quick laugh. "My sister catered the party, and her cooking is notoriously good. In fact, if you want something to eat, you better head that way." "What do you say? Are you hungry?" I ask her.
"A little."
"We'll catch up with you all in a bit," I say to the group. We head toward the kitchen, but we get waylaid multiple times by some of my other teammates and their spouses. Some of Murphy's college friends are here, as well as some of his family. It's a good turnout, and I'm glad to see it. Murphy can come across as silly or even unintelligent, but if I had to bet money on it, I'd say it's all a front. I've seen him break down hockey defenses and recite hockey stats like a goddamn genius. When we finally reach the kitchen, Ryder really is shoveling food into his mouth at a fast pace. "Hey, bro," I say. "Hi," he answers with his mouth full. Rory giggles.
"Hey, Ryder."
This time he waits until he's swallowed to reply.
"Hey, Rory. It's nice to see you." "Thanks. You too."
She waves her index finger toward the food.
"So, what's good?"
"Everything. I think I've died and gone to heaven. I need to meet the chef who cooked all this. Maybe I can hire her to be my personal chef." Oh, Jesus. That's all Darius needs. He'd kill Ryder before he'd let him anywhere near his sister. Grabbing a plate, I add a couple of small squares of pizza and a few chicken tenders. Rory picks up a couple of napkins, and we sit down at the table alone. "Last night I asked you about your visit with your mom, and you said you didn't feel like getting into it. Is there a reason for that?"
"You asked me when I called you on my break, and I didn't want to discuss it while I was there. Then you called me on my way home from work. I was tired and didn't want to be on the phone while I was driving. And when we got home, you didn't give me a chance before you were ripping off my clothes. Not that I'm complaining. This morning you worked out, and I guess we both forgot about it after that."
"I'm thinking about it now. What happened?"
"When I got to my parents' house, Valentina and my mom were waiting in the kitchen. They told me there were pictures of us kissing all over social media."
"Are there really?"
I ask. One of Valentina's friends saw us kissing and took a picture. Then she posted the pic and tagged Valentina. I guess in their eyes that qualifies as it being all over social media. I got to hear what a horrible person I am for being with you. That was a blast. What the fuck is wrong with them? They said that? I'm paraphrasing, but what they said was actually worse. I told them I didn't care if they were upset about you and I being together, and then I mentioned we're living together. For real? I ask, stunned by her admission. Yeah, I wanted to prove a point. What point would that be? That we're living together? I stare at her until she relents in the form of a one-shouldered shrug. I've already moved on from denying we're living together. Good. What made you tell your mom and sister? Because the two of us are a great fit for each other. We're fantastic together, and, most importantly, we're happy. I didn't go into details about how little time we've been in this relationship. It's none of their business, and I don't want anyone trying to make me doubt or question how I feel about you. I know we clicked quickly, but isn't that the way it's supposed to be? I place my hand over hers on the table. People fall in love at different rates. There's no right or wrong way. I don't know when I fell in love with you. It could have been when I looked down into your beautiful eyes that first time, or maybe it was when our lips met. I only know that I do. I love you, Rory. Oh, Kaiden. I love you too. And I fucking love this food, Ryder announces from the other side of the kitchen, reminding us he's there. Rory and I look at him, and then back at one another saucer-eyed, before we start laughing.
Chapter 17. Rory. I'm walking toward the bar when I see Stella come in. I hurry over to her, and we practically squeeze the life out of each other. I haven't seen her in weeks since my niece's birthday party. We've dropped a few check-in texts to each other, but that's all. Like me, Stella tends to keep to herself when it comes to our family. We part, and I look her over. How are you? I'm good. From what I've heard from Mom, you're doing well. She smirks. I bet she has plenty to say. In fact, I'm surprised Valentina hasn't been obsessively calling you. Oh, she has. I just haven't been answering. I laugh. I bet she's enraged. I twist my face into the best imitation of Valentina I can muster. Stella rolls her eyes. When isn't she, though? I guess if you think the world revolves around you like she does, there's a lot to be angry over. Apparently so. Where can I sit? I'm going to grab some takeout, and I'll have a drink while I'm waiting. Oh, geez. I thought you were coming in to say a quick hi, not sit down. Follow me. I lead her to an empty table and take her order. Entering her order into the computer, I grab my water bottle from behind the bar. I collect Stella's glass of wine and deliver it to her. Thanks. She takes a sip and nods. This is good. Things aren't busy now, so I've got a few minutes to catch up. I climb up onto a stool across the table from her. She props her chin on her hand. Tell me about you and Kaiden. Starting with the big guns, huh? Come on, did you expect me not to mention the situation? No. I take a sip of water in preparation for all the talking I'm about to be doing. We bumped into each other the day of Claudia's party when I was running home. I share the details of how he helped me out, and then asked me to have dinner with him the next night. I tell her about how I needed a place to stay, and he offered up his home. And then I tell her how I've fallen in love with him. Wow, talk about a case of insta-love, Stella says, but not in a judgmental way. She's merely stating the facts. Yep, for all the naysayers who don't believe love can happen quickly, I'm proof it happens. You two sound sickeningly sweet, and I love that you found someone who's protective and nurturing. After Mal, I was worried you'd never give another man a chance. I'm happy you found someone worthy of you. God knows he and Valentina were a horrible fit. Were they? I was young, so I wasn't paying attention to their relationship. Trust me, I remember. They fought often and loudly. Well, Valentina was loud.
She laughs. When hasn't she been? I ask.
Right? She has one tone. Displeased.
Wow, you're so right.
I kind of feel bad for her sometimes. She must be so unhappy to act the way she does. You're such a softie. She's her own worst enemy. She has so much to be happy for. If she'd only focus on the good.
You're right, but Mom's kind of the same way.
You think?
She drawls. How did we end up so normal? I ask.
I like to think I've been a good influence on you.
She flips her hair.
Let this short interlude serve as a reminder that rest is not a delay. It's a part of the story, too. Thanks for being part of this peaceful journey.
She's not wrong. She very well could be the reason I'm not like our mom or Valentina. Stella and I have a lot in common when it comes to how we think and act. I think you must be. Also, Dad's not crazy and he keeps to himself.
Yeah, too much so. He went in the opposite direction and barely parented us at all. Don't get me wrong. I know he loves us, and if I'm choosing between the two of them, I'll take Dad every time. But I think he and Mom are a bad fit. And instead of working on their relationship, he's always let her have her way. Ignoring her behavior is easier than confronting her.
A lot of the time he doesn't see what she's doing or hear what she's saying. I explain. She nods.
Right, because his answer to Mom's behavior is to go out to the garage and tinker with shit. He acts like if he's not a witness to what's happening, then it's not happening.
Sounds like Leonard and Valentina, I say, grimacing.
History often repeats itself,
Stella adds. I sigh. Talk about dysfunctional.
Yeah, but we turned out okay.
She raises her wine glass and I tap my bottle against the rim.
Cheers to escaping the insanity.
Cheers, I say, taking a deep pull of the water. So what's going on with you? Anything new?
Not a thing. I've been working long hours.
That's nothing new, I say.
She smiles. I know. It's a good thing. I love my job so much.
My gaze jumps to the clock on the wall. My break needs to end soon. Want to come hang out with me on the beach sometime? Kaiden also has a pool.
Sure. Give me some notice if you can, and I'll make sure I have the day off.
I'll have you over on a weekend.
Pfft, I work weekends too, Rory.
You need a new job, I say. She laughs.
I'm trying to make a name for myself. If that means working around the clock, I'm willing and able.
You're a beast, I say. One of the other waitresses drops off the takeout container. Stella shifts to her feet and I do the same. We come together with a brief squeeze.
It's been great to see you, Rory.
You too, sis. I'll reach out soon. Don't work too hard. Make sure you're getting some rest, too.
I will,
she says, but I know she won't. She's like a workhorse that keeps moving no matter how tired it is. Shortly after Stella leaves, I check my phone and find a text. Kaiden. Hey, I'm getting together with Tiago, so I won't see you until you get home.
I'm glad he's going out with his friend.
Me. Have fun. Kaiden. I like to come in and watch you work, though. You look so sexy carrying that drink tray. Me.
Ha, that's hilarious.
You'll have to watch some other waitress tonight. Kaiden. Nope, I only have eyes for you.
Me. That's so sweet. I hope you have fun, but not too much. Not the bail you out of jail kind of fun.
Kaiden. Those days are past. That's more Murphy and Ryder's style than mine. Reading his reply makes me smile and doesn't surprise me at all. Those two have mischief written all over them. Although Ryder was pretty reserved last night.
I think he was on the verge of a food coma, though, so that could be why. Me. I've got to get back to work. Kaiden. I love you. When I read his text, I hear his deep voice saying those magical 3 words, and it makes my entire body tingle. I love you might be the most powerful words in existence. Me. I love you back. The rest of my shift goes smoothly. The crowd thinned out by 11 o'clock, and at last call, there's only a handful of patrons remaining.
Where's your boyfriend?
I spin around toward the bar. What's that? I ask the handsome 30-something guy sitting there. He's been here a few times lately, but I don't know his name yet.
Where's your boyfriend tonight?
He asks. Is he trying to see if I have one, or does he know I do? What boyfriend would that be? I ask, feeling him out.
The hockey player. I've seen you 2 together here.
Okay, now that I know he saw us, I feel better about answering. I smile. He's hanging out with a buddy.
He must be excited for the upcoming season,
he says. I nod as I clean up behind the bar. Yeah, he is.
Hopefully they can win the big game. They came so close last season.
That's the plan anyway. It's a long season, though.
Yeah, it is.
He slaps some money on the bar and stands.
Have a good night.
He smiles at me. You too. My smile is close-lipped and disappears as soon as he leaves. I'm ready to be done. The remaining customers filter out before I wipe down all the tables. You can go now, Haley tells me. Are you sure you don't want me to wait for you? I don't like the idea of her being here alone. You're good to go. Trust me, I'll be fine. Teddy's still cleaning up too. She mentions the bar's cook. I give a quick wave. Have a good night.
You too, Rory.
I leave through the back door that leads out to the employees' parking lot. I hate having to come out here. It's ridiculously dark with only a single bulb light suspended above the door, and there are dumpsters that stink up the entire area. All the fresh air in the world can't filter out the stench they give off. I move toward my car, thinking about how muggy the air is. I bet a swim would feel amazing right now. Maybe I can talk Kaiden into one when I get home. I'm reaching for the door handle when I get a cold chill all over the surface of my skin. My senses come to life, and I'm immediately plunged into an overwhelming sense of danger. I feel a bone-chilling dread, and then hear a hurried shuffle of heavy footsteps behind me. I try to turn and face whatever or whoever is coming, but I'm not quick enough. A fiery pain erupts in the back of my head, stunning me. I'm yanked violently backward and spun around by my ponytail. I try to resist, but they're too strong. I want to cry out for help, but it's all happening too fast. My attacker throws me onto my back, and my head smashes into the pavement. Stars erupt in front of my eyes before my vision clears, and I see him standing over me with something in his hand. He immediately swings what appears to be a piece of metal pipe down at me. I barely have time to raise my arm and try to protect myself, but it doesn't help much. The pipe breaks the bone in my forearm as if it were nothing more than a toothpick.
Let go!
He reaches down and snatches my purse from my grasp. I have no idea how I'm even still holding it. A searing pain in my head is now eclipsed by the tsunami of suffering I'm experiencing in my arm. I hear voices approaching, and I cry out with everything I have. Help me! And then everything goes black.
Chapter 18. Kaiden. Rory always texts me when she arrives at work and when she's in her car about to leave. I like knowing she's safe, so I don't have to worry about her. But it's now well after 3 a.m., and she never texted me when she was leaving work. She's not answering my calls either. This isn't like her, and my stomach is sick from worrying. I've run through every scenario I can think of for why she didn't call. Even if she has a dead phone battery, it wouldn't affect her being home by now. I could drive to the bar and make sure she's not broken down or she didn't get in an accident, but then I won't be here if she arrives. I try calling her once more, and when her voicemail picks up, I leave a message. Baby, where are you? You should be home by now, and I can't get in touch with you. I'm so fucking worried. Please call me as soon as you get this. I drop my phone on the coffee table and put my head in my hands. Please be okay. Please be okay.
Maybe if I keep repeating those words to myself, everything will be okay. Fuck! I yell. I feel helpless, and it sucks. All I can do is sit here and wait, at least for a little while longer. If she's not home in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to go look for her. There's no way she would come home after 4 in the morning. My phone rings out in the silence, startling me. I grab for it and don't bother looking at the screen before I answer as fast as possible. Rory, where are you? I sound completely panicked. There's no way to pretend I'm not. Kaiden, this is Stella, Rory's sister. Why is she calling me? Where's Rory? Are you sitting down? Those words are only used to precede unbelievably good news or bad news, and good news is never delivered at this time of the morning. Where the fuck is she? I grit out, jumping to my feet. She's at the hospital, but she's okay. My keys are already in my hand, and I'm on the way out to my truck. What happened? I'm imagining she was in a car accident. She was mugged walking to her car after work. Son of a bitch. Who was it? I'll fucking kill them. The police are already handling it. Not like I would, I say. Setting my cell to the speakerphone, I set it in the holder and start my truck. What's wrong with her? I ask, afraid of what she'll say. Pulling out of the driveway, I start on my journey to her. They're checking her out now. I think her arm's broken and the back of her head is split open, but she's okay. She's conscious and asking for you. Tell her I love her and I'm on my way. I end the call so I can concentrate on getting there safely and as quickly as possible. When I arrive at the hospital, I realize I don't remember most of the drive. My thoughts have been a worry-filled jumble since I ended the call with her sister. I find a space to park and run to the emergency room entrance. Stella is the first person I see when I enter through the double doors. I nod my head at her, then step up and dump my phone in the bucket before passing through the metal detector. I grab my phone and move towards Stella. Her eyes scroll over me. You look good. Thanks. You too. She was only a teenager the last time I saw her, but she still bears a strong resemblance to the girl I used to know. She leads me to an elevator, and we head up to the 3rd floor. Once we step off, she speed walks toward a set of double doors. She hits the button on the wall to open them, and we continue down a long hallway. She turns into a room near the end, and I follow. Rory lies in the only bed in the room, looking tiny and overwhelmed. My long legs eat up the distance between us, and her eyes light up when she sees me. Kaiden. She whispers my name and bursts into tears. Baby, I say in a soothing tone and press a kiss to her lips. Are you okay? I am now that you're here. She smiles tremulously. What are you doing here? Valentina's shrill voice calls out. Jesus, I forgot how annoying her tone is. Ignoring the question, I focus on Rory. Tell me what's going on. My arm is broken, so they splinted it for now to stabilize it. I have a couple staples in the back of my head from where it slammed into the pavement. Do you have a concussion? I ask. Yes, and they're going to do a CAT scan to make sure I don't have anything wrong. What are you doing here? Valentina repeats, raising her voice. I lean down close to Rory's ear. Excuse me for 1 second, baby. Straightening back up, my eyes narrow on Valentina. What is your problem? I want you to answer my question. What are you doing here? I fire back. Her mouth opens and closes 2 times before she replies. I'm her sister. Well, I'm the guy she loves.
and that trumps a sister. If you can't be nice, I'm going to make sure you leave." "How dare you talk to me like that?" She's got the whole acting outrage thing down to a science. "Oh, I dare. And I'll do a lot more if you say one nasty word to Rory or me." "Kaiden, you have no say here," her mother chimes in. "I have more say about the situation than you. I'm the one who's going to pay her hospital bills, unless you'd like that responsibility." "She has insurance," her mom says. "On a waitress's salary? It's possible, but not necessarily likely," Stella says. "It's not a steady, dependable income. While she might have one good night of tips, she could have 3 that are lousy." At least one of her family members seems normal. Valentina rolls her eyes and catches me watching. "Do you have something else you'd like to say?" She shakes her head. "That's too bad. After all the horrible things you had to say about Rory and me, I'd really like a reason to kick your bony ass out of here." Valentina and Mrs. Russo simultaneously gasp, while Rory and Stella both snicker. At least I made my girl laugh. I caress Rory's cheek with the back of my fingers and smile at her. This is the woman I'm in love with, and I'm not going to let anyone treat her poorly. I glance at her mom, then Valentina. "Kaiden, that's my daughter. I wouldn't do anything to hurt her." "Mrs. Russo, you might not mean to, but you're constantly criticizing her and her decisions." "I only want the best for her," she says defensively. "Are you sure about that? Or is it that you want to control her and have a say in her life?" "Mom, why do you think Rory and I don't come over often?" Stella speaks up. "You're not even as hard on me as you are on her, and I can barely handle dealing with you." "Well, I'm just a horrible mother, I guess," she says, playing the victim. "That's okay. You can improve if you really want to," I say, winking at Rory. Someone shows up to take Rory to her CAT scan. "Do you want me to come with you?" I ask. "Yes, please." "We're going to leave now," her mom says. "I'll be back during the day at some point." "Don't worry about coming back, Mom. I should be out of here by tomorrow night." Stella steps forward, pressing a kiss to her cheek. "I'm leaving too, sis. Call me when you get home, or if you need anything before then." "I will," Rory smiles. "Why don't you come back home with your father and me for a few days, so we can take care of you?" Mrs. Russo suggests. "Yeah, that's not happening," I say. "I'm talking to my daughter, not you." "No, thank you, Mom. My home is with Kaiden, and he takes care of me better than anyone," Rory states, not leaving room for any argument. Once we're in the hallway, Rory stretches out her uninjured arm, and I envelop her tiny hand in mine. It probably looks a little unorthodox to see someone pushing her in on the stretcher while I walk beside them holding her hand, but I don't plan to let her out of my sight for the next 70 years. Okay, that's an exaggeration. I'm sure in time I'll be able to move on from what happened to her. But for the immediate future, while she's recovering, she's stuck with me. When she goes in for her CAT scan, I wait in the hallway and pray for good results. I just want to get her home so we can be alone. I still don't even know what happened, and I'm not going to ask her while we're at the hospital. I'll wait until we're in a safe space where no one can witness her tears. I'm sure it will be horribly painful and triggering for her to recount it. But I feel a pressing need to know what she went through. Maybe it's so I can share the burden with her. Or maybe it's because I want to rip the guy apart with my bare hands. When she's wheeled back to the hallway, she takes my hand once more. "How was it?" "Easy. I didn't have to do anything." I bet even your brain is photogenic, I tease. She laughs.
No doubt it takes better pictures than my face does.
Her room is empty when we return, and she gingerly repositions herself in the bed. Lowering the covers, I check her legs for bruises or cuts before I pull the sheet and blanket back over them. Thankfully, they look unharmed.
Thank God we're alone,
she says, sighing.
I didn't want anyone else here, but my mom is listed as my emergency contact, so she got called. Of course, she and Valentina are joined at the hip.
I came as soon as Stella called me.
Thank you for everything, for immediately rushing here, for putting my family in its place, for making me feel better, for making me smile through the pain, and 100 other reasons I can't think of right now.
Well, you're going to be stuck at home with me for a bit, so I'm sure you'll have time to list the rest of the reasons for me. I grin.
You know, memory loss can be a side effect of a concussion, she says. What if I forget who you are? She teases.
I laugh. That would never happen. But if it did, I'd keep you as my prisoner and win your heart all over again.
That's oddly romantic.
I perch on the edge of her bed. Oddly romantic, I repeat, as if I'm weighing the words. That's how I am when it comes to you.
You're sweet,
she says before letting out a big yawn. And you're tired.
The doctor told me not to go to sleep yet.
Her expression is disgruntled. I guess I'll have to occupy your time telling stories that are so fascinating you can't help but stay awake.
They'd have to be some pretty amazing stories, she says.
Oh, they are. Especially the one about how I met the love of my life.
I'd really like to hear how that happened. But first, would you please get me a drink? I'm so thirsty.
Sure. I'll be right back. I step from her room and head toward the nurse's station. When I approach, both nurses sitting behind the counter look up at me. I know the precise moment they recognize me because their eyes bulge out.
Mr. Hart, can I help you with anything?
Hi, how are you both doing? I say, being polite.
Wonderful now,
one of them says. Could I please get a drink for my girlfriend? She's in room 318.
Sure thing. I'll get that for you right now.
She walks off.
I hate to do this, but not enough to not ask. Can I get you to sign a few things?
I nod. I can do that. I take the pen from her and the pad of paper. I sign my name on a few pages and make a special one out to her when I notice her name tag. Here you go. I hand it back over the counter.
Thank you. I know my husband and son are going to flip when they see this.
She shakes the pad of paper back and forth.
Here you go.
The other nurse hands over a covered cup.
It's ice water.
Thank you so much. I walk away as one nurse explains to the other how she got my signature, and she made sure she had enough for her, too. When I return to Rory's room, she's sound asleep. I know I should wake her up, but she's had a traumatic night and is exhausted. Glancing at my watch, I realize it's almost 6 a.m. No wonder she's so tired. Setting the cup of water on the wheeled table, I lower into the chair beside her bed. I watch her chest rise and fall for a matter of minutes, or maybe hours, when I'm suddenly struck by the realization that I could have lost her tonight. She could have been killed. I can't imagine a day without her, never mind spending the rest of my life alone. Nose stinging, I drag a deep breath in through my nostrils and try to battle off the tears before they let loose. I'm able to stop most of them, but a few slip through, and I quickly swiped them away. I should have been there when her shift ended. If I had, she wouldn't be lying broken in this bed.
Chapter 19. Rory. It's finally time for me to get out of here. My CAT scan came back normal. I have a purple cast on my arm. And all I'm waiting for is the doctor to come in here one last time. I'm ready to go home and sleep in a comfortable bed, and I know Kaiden's feeling the same. He's got to be even more exhausted than I am. He's spent too many hours crammed into a tiny chair at my bedside. The little sleep he got was interrupted when the nurse came in to wake me up every couple of hours to check on me. This morning, he was sleeping with his head crooked at an awkward angle. I'm sure his neck must be bothering him, but he won't complain to me, at least not when I'm in this bed. The doctor walks in and my eyes spring to Kaiden. His hair is even more rumpled than usual with the way he's been gripping the strands and running his fingers through the thickness. I've come to realize it's something he does when he's nervous or feeling the least bit uncomfortable.
Hello, Miss Russo.
Hi, doctor. He notices Kaiden in the chair. I mean, how could he miss him? And he visibly perks up.
Kaiden Hart?
I nod. The one and only.
I'm Dr. Billings.
Kaiden shifts in the chair, wincing before he replies,
It's nice to meet you. It's a good thing it's not you in this bed. The Coyotes need you too much.
Dr. Billings says. Kaiden pats the mattress.
I'd rather be here than Rory any day. Before you leave, I just want to go over a few things with you.
He glances at Kaiden.
Are you bringing Miss Russo home? I am, and I'll also be with her if she needs anything at home. You're going to make sure she has minimal screen time, which I know is a difficult thing these days.
I'm hardly ever on my phone or a computer, I say.
Excellent. Make sure she isn't vomiting and monitor for any signs of confusion. Headaches are normal for someone with a concussion. I know the drill, Doc. I've had a concussion or two myself, Kaiden says. All the instructions are here.
He hands over the discharge papers to me.
You'll need to follow up with an orthopedist in 36 hours.
Thank you, Dr. Billings.
Take care.
He smiles at me, then turns to Kaiden.
Good luck this season, Mr. Hart.
Thanks, Doc. His gorgeous blue eyes land on me and brighten with happiness.
Let's go home, baby.
Kaiden, it's only a broken arm, I groan. Stop treating me like I'm helpless.
Humor me and let me take care of you, he says.
You've been taking care of me for 2 days, and I need you to take it down about 100 notches.
That's a tall order, he says. Maybe I can back off a notch or two to start.
Fine, I sigh, watching him leave the porch. I turn to Serena where she's stretched out in the hammock. He's driving me nuts. Yeah, I can see where someone taking such great care of you could be annoying, she drawls. I know how lucky I am that he cares so much. That doesn't mean the incessant hovering and waiting on me can't be irksome. I'm just teasing you. I know how fiercely independent you are. I'm sure this has been a huge adjustment for you. It has. But at least your recuperation is taking place under the best circumstances. You're in a freaking beach house. Make that mansion. And you have a hockey god playing nursemaid. I'd willingly break my arm if it gets me my very own hockey player. Hell, I'd even break both arms. Then you wouldn't be able to touch him, I point out. My tongue works just fine. She wiggles it around to demonstrate. Laughter bubbles out of me. She's crazy, and I love her for how much she makes me laugh. Do you want to go in the pool for a bit? I ask. How's that going to work with your cast and all? I'll keep it out of the water. I'm game if you are. She rolls out of the hammock to her feet as if she's a professional hammock exiter. Every time I've been in that thing, I've almost fallen on my face trying to climb out. We step out into the sunshine and my spirit instantly lightens. Not that I've been in a bad mood or feeling depressed, but I'm still shook from what happened the other night. Serena dives into the pool while I walk down the stairs into the shallow end to sit on one of the wide steps. I enviously watch her swim around and curse the man who broke my arm. I'm looking at being stuck in a cast for most of the summer, and that just plain sucks. Serena swims my way and sits on the step below mine, looking up at me. I want to ask you something, but I don't want to upset you. Ask. Do you know who attacked you? Yeah, he's come to the bar a few times. The police arrested him the next day. The cameras inside the bar gave a clear image of him being there that night, and the cameras in the main parking lot got video of him throwing my purse down before getting in his car.
I hope he gets his ass raped in prison, she says. I snort.
You know, when I was waiting on him that night, I got a weird vibe from him. He asked me where my boyfriend was, then went on to let me know he knew I was with Kaiden.
Maybe he expected to find a stack of hundreds in your purse now that you're dating a hockey player, Serena suggests.
Maybe. We'll never know for sure. It's gonna take some time for me to accept what happened and deal with it all. I've been having nightmares about it for the past 2 nights.
Having Kaiden with you must help, she says.
Oh, for sure. He's been fantastic. Almost too much so.
Can someone really be too fantastic? Kaiden asks, grinning as he steps outside. Not in my book, Serena says. I'd like to find my own paragon of fantasticness so I can try to get tired of being spoiled. See? He gestures towards Serena before his gaze returns to me. It's clear you don't appreciate me enough. His tone is serious, but the left side of his mouth hooks upward, foiling his act. Kaiden, when are you going to introduce me to some of your hot friends? Serena changes the subject. I wasn't aware you were interested in meeting them, he says. Oh, please, I'm single and breathing. Of course I want to meet them.
Not Murphy or Ryder, though, I say. I love those guys, but they'd be a bad fit for her. She's too much for them to handle.
It'll take a special man to wrangle all this woman, Serena says, pointing out her abundant curves and making me laugh. Let me think about it and I'll see what I can do, Kaiden says. She points at me. Stay on top of this, chickie. I need the fairy tale too.
Don't worry, I got your back. We'll find you a good guy, I reassure her.
At the least, make sure he's hot so I can have some great sex.
I spoke to my boss about going back to work, I say to Kaiden. Holding my breath, I wait for the explosion.
Yeah, that's not happening.
To his credit, he remains calm, but his matter-of-fact statement angers me. What do you mean? I'm an adult who makes her own decisions.
You're not going back to work at the bar.
Why not? I've been working there for a long time, and nothing like that's ever happened to me before.
If you're not working there, nothing bad can happen, he says.
I'm not quitting, and you can't make me. I do what I want.
Rising from a chair, he drops down onto the couch beside me. I don't want to make you do anything except think clearly and logically. I'm hoping once you hear where I'm coming from, you'll agree with me.
Not likely, I say, crossing my arms. The cast is rough against the underside of my forearm, so I settle for clasping my hands in my lap.
The thought of you going back to the bar makes me physically sick. I don't think I can bear it if you do. Every shift you work would be fear-inducing for me. I'd feel obligated to be there with you and walk you out to your car when you're done.
I'm not your responsibility, Kaiden.
But you are, and I let you down that night. I went out with Tiago instead of coming to see you. If I hadn't done that, you would have never been hurt.
Who's to say he wouldn't have waited for another night? You can't take on that responsibility. What happened was the result of nothing more than a bad man doing bad things. You're not some superhero who has to be hyper-vigilant 24/7. That's not how relationships work.
But I'm supposed to protect you and keep you safe, he says, looking forlorn.
And when I'm with you, you do. But even you can't keep an accident from happening. I don't want you to worry about me every time I leave the house.
But I do, especially after what happened. If you go back to work at the bar, you'll be surrounded by people you don't know, and some of them may be bad.
And I'd also be surrounded by plenty of people I do know who are good, I remind him, but he doesn't look reassured at all. He looks sad, and I don't like it. It's an emotion I'm not used to seeing from him, and I want to do anything to make it go away. You don't want me working at the bar, but I need a job of some sort. I can't sit at home and have no purpose.
He nods. I understand that.
In a perfect world, what would be your solution to this problem? I ask. Lifting my hand from my lap, he threads our fingers together.
I know you've made it clear that you don't want me to get you a job with my agent, but I'd at least like to get you an interview. Would that be okay?
An interview is merely an opportunity being presented to me. I'd still have to make a good impression. Ultimately, it would be on me whether I got the job offer or not. Okay, I agree. He opens his mouth to speak, and I shake my head. I have a condition, though.
What is it?
You can only get me the interview. I don't want you interfering in the hiring process. If she doesn't think I'm a good fit, I'll keep looking for something else. Something that's sports management related. He beams the widest smile I've ever seen at me.
I agree with all that. You just made me so fucking happy, baby.
He pulls me across his lap, cradling me in his arms.
I know you've had a lot of big changes in your life in a short period of time, and that can't be easy. But you've handled it all amazingly well.
Thank you. You've been a big help for me.
I'm glad. I'll put in a call to Nadia tomorrow, but for now, all I want is to hold the woman I love in my arms.
And all I want is to be held by you. Be careful what you wish for. That's a popular saying I've heard all my life and never really paid much attention to. Until now. Since I was a young girl, I've dreamed of the man I'd marry and all the wonderful things he'd be like. Like most, the first thing I thought about is what he'd look like. He'd be tall and handsome with bulging arm muscles. He'd walk into a room with confidence oozing out of his every pore and instantly own the room. His smile would light up his face and have the ability to make others feel happy too. Beyond his appearance, I also gave a lot of thought to what qualities I felt were most important in a man. I wished he'd be protective and treat me like the most precious thing in the world. I wanted to be as vital to him as the air he breathes for his survival. I also wished he'd be possessive and puff his chest out when any other man came near me, then pull me over and stake his claim by wrapping his arms around me and laying a sizzling kiss on my lips. Congratulations, Rory. You've successfully manifested everything you wanted in a man. I now have a new appreciation for the phrase, be careful what you wish for. I don't know who coined it, but boy were they right. I knew Kaiden embodied all the qualities I was seeking in a man, but I didn't realize to what degree until after I got home from the hospital. He's barely let me take a pee without him hovering. If he props my feet up one more time, I'm going to scream. I broke my arm, not my legs. Kaiden walks into the living room with the folded blanket hooked under his arm. He shakes the fleece material out, then drapes it over my legs, the same legs he's recently propped up on the coffee table.
You look cold.
I sigh. Stay calm and remember everything he's doing out of love for you. It's 89 degrees outside and 75 degrees in here. How could I be cold?
You're tiny and injured. Your body's working harder than usual to heal, he says.
I'm average in size, and you've been doting on me for a week straight. I love you, and the way you take care of me makes me love you even more. But, grrr.
Aw, baby, I love you too. That's why I worry about you. I'm sorry if I'm hovering too much, but you're the most important person to me in this entire world.
And after those sweet words, how can I scream, don't you have somewhere to go? Like I want to. He sits down next to me and stretches his legs out beside mine. If he doesn't need a pillow under his feet or a blanket to cover his legs, why do I? He wraps his arm around me and I snuggle into his chest. Okay, this is nice. He presses a kiss to the top of my head. I love when he does that. He pulls a small bag of Swedish fish from his back pocket, placing it in my lap.
I brought you a snack.
My eyebrows leap upward on my forehead. You remember me eating these when I was a kid?
Yeah, we used to have them when you'd kick my ass at Mario Kart.
I laugh. I was really good at that game.
We should have a rematch sometime, he suggests.
I don't have it anymore. He rises and ambles over to the TV console. Bending down, he opens the sliding cabinet and removes 2 handheld controllers.
Look what I have,
he says, coming back to the couch. Reclaiming his seat, he hands me one of the controllers. How long have you had this for?
Since yesterday?
He smiles.
Why?
I wanted to confirm you're the most thoughtful man in the world, and I'm a terrible person for complaining about you doting on me. I want to make sure you haven't been practicing all along.
I don't need to cheat to win, he states.
You're playing someone with a broken arm, dude. You already have an unfair advantage.
Stop whining and let's get down to it. Or are you too scared?
He playfully taunts. You better bring your A-game, boyfriend. You don't want to lose to a one-armed girl. I fire back at him, then smile. Screw being careful what you wish for. Wish for it all and be grateful once it's yours.
Chapter 20. Kaiden. I'm waiting in the parking lot when Rory and Serena leave the spa. They walk in my direction with their arms hooked together, and both of them are laughing. Observing them makes me smile. Their friendship is special, and anyone who spends time with them can tell. "Hello, handsome," Rory shouts as they near. "Hey, beautiful," I say back. She still knocks the air from me whenever she smiles at me. "Did you have fun?" I sent the two of them for a day of pampering that included hair, makeup, nails, and anything else they wanted in celebration of Rory getting her cast removed. I dropped her off when the spa opened, and it's now mid-afternoon. "It was fabulous," Serena answers for them both. "Thank you for a great day." I grin. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, and you both look great," I say, but I've barely noticed Serena. My eyes are occupied scanning Rory's face and hair to see what looks different. She had a lot of length cut from her hair. It used to end at the middle of her back, and now it's falling to her shoulders. When the sunlight hits the strands, I see a hint of red. It looks sexy. She and Serena share a hug before they part ways. Rory comes my way, pausing to stare up at me. "Hi," she smiles. Her eyes are heavily made up in a way I've never seen from her. She looks like an older, more professional version of herself. I echo her smile and trail my fingers down the front strands of her hair. "You look unbelievably beautiful. Fucking stunning." She throws her arms around my waist. "Thank you for being such an amazing and generous boyfriend. I had a phenomenal day with my bestie." "You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed it so much. You deserve it." She laughs. "I don't feel like I do. I haven't worked in almost 6 weeks, and you've been spoiling me rotten. I can't wait to start my new job." Nadia called her in for an interview a few weeks ago, and they hit it off immediately. And it just so happens that one of her employees is about to go out on maternity leave. She's having Rory fill in for those 3 months, and if things go well, she'll have her stay on. Funny you should say that. We're about to go shopping for some work clothes for you. "Kaiden, I don't need you to buy me clothes. You do enough for me already. I have some black pants and a few blouses I can wear until I get my first paycheck. Then I'll invest in a couple more outfits." "When are you going to learn not to argue with me?" I ask. "Never." Her red gloss lips bend into a teasing smile. "I think you might be right, but I'll never give up. Come on." Catching her hand, I press our palms together and lead her to a well-known store 1 block down. We step through the front doors, and Rory lets out a satisfied sigh. "The air conditioning feels amazing. I changed my mind about not needing clothes. I need an entire wardrobe so I can stay cool," she says. It is a nice change. I tow her along with me as I head toward the women's department. "I'd like you to buy anything you want. Please don't argue with me about this. Think of it as me investing in your future. I believe in you and know you'll be successful." "You always know what to say. It's like a superpower of yours." "I have an even more impressive one than that," I say. "What would that be?" "Making you come." "Kaiden!" She says my name between clenched teeth, while her wide eyes dart around to see who's watching us. One of the store's employees approaches us. "Can I help you?" We have an appointment with Suzanne, I tell her.
I'll let her know you're here. She smiles, retracing her steps away from us. You made an appointment to buy clothes? What kind of chi-chi store is this? She whisper yells at me.
Relax. I've bought a lot of my stuff here in the past. They provide someone to assist you in choosing things.
Hi, Kaiden. I turn to find Suzanne approaching.
Hi, Suzanne. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. And who do we have here? Her expression is motherly as she looks at Rory.
This is my girlfriend, Rory. She needs clothes that are professional, but also comfortable. Does that sound about right? I ask Rory.
I think so. I'd like to look professional while being comfortable. I'm also going to add the word simple. No lace or bows or any of that frilly stuff on women's blouses. Rory, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you also. I already put some things aside for you to try on, Suzanne says. How did you know my size? She asks.
I looked at your pants to get the size, I confess, grinning. Pressing her lips together, she shakes her head.
Aren't you sneaky?
Do I get to see the outfits she tries on? I ask.
I'll show you the ones I like, Rory answers with some sass, and they walk away together.
I find a chair near the large dressing room area and get comfortable. I know this might take a while. I text a few of my teammates to check in. Our practices start next week, and before I know it, the preseason games will start. And then the season begins. I know it'll be a big adjustment for Rory when I'm gone for away games. She might get lonely in our big house all alone. I might need to get her a dog, a big one that will protect her.
What do you think?
Rory asks, pulling my eyes from my phone screen. Wearing a light blue blouse tucked into slim-fitting black pants, she looks professional and beautiful as always. I love it. It's a thumbs up from me.
Be right back.
She holds up her finger and hurries off. I send a couple more texts, ironing out some last-minute details for a surprise I've got planned for Rory.
What about this one?
Rory asks, posing with her hands on her hips. I just about swallow my tongue when I see her in a sleeveless black dress and high heels. Her legs look a mile long, and the fit of the dress shows off all her curves. I hate it, I say, but I can't hold back my smile. She saunters toward me like a model.
You hate it, or you hate that I'll be wearing it to work?
She sits down across my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. What do you think? I ask. She laughs, pressing a kiss to my jaw.
So this is a keeper?
You look stunning, baby. I don't know how I'm going to be able to let you out of the house long enough to hold down a job.
You're going to need to trust me.
I trust you implicitly. It's the assholes in this world I don't trust.
I have good judgment, and it's amazing what getting mugged will teach you, she jokes.
Don't make light of what you went through. I think that night took 10 years off my life.
I'm making the point that I know shit can break off in an instant, and when you least expect it. I'm much more aware of my surroundings now. It's true that something good can be the result of something bad.
Just like us, I say. Her head angles to the side.
What do you mean?
You almost got run over right before we met again. Therefore, our relationship is an example of something good coming from something bad.
Huh. I never thought about us that way.
Why don't you get back in there and finish up so I can take you out to dinner?
I am pretty hungry. As much as I loved being at the spa and getting pampered, they served us cheese and fruit. The sooner you're done, the sooner you can eat. She tugs the high heels from her feet and races back to the dressing room. "We're eating at Donnelly's?" she squeals with excitement. Yep. We both love their food, so it's a solid choice. Since she enjoyed it so much on our first date, I've brought her back here a couple more times. "Let's go eat," she says, grabbing the door handle. "Wait." Her head swings toward me. "What's up?" "Before we go inside, I need to talk to you about something." Shit. I shouldn't have waited until now to discuss this with her. "We're having dinner with your parents." "Why?" She stretches the word out. "A few days ago, your mom reached out to me." "How does she know your number?" "She doesn't, or I should say she didn't. She messaged the team's official Facebook page saying it was urgent she get in contact with me. And then Roger, one of the staff, let me know, and I gave her a call." "I'm impressed she put in some work to get in touch with you," she says. Right? Anyway, she told me how sorry she was about what happened in the hospital and that she's been doing a lot of thinking. I figured it would be healthy for both of us to give her a chance to apologize. If you want to accept it, you can. And if you don't, no one's going to say anything. The decision is yours. We're just giving her an opportunity to be heard in a neutral location. "What about Valentina?" "Your mom said it would just be your dad and her." "What do you say? Do you want to go in, or should we find another place to eat?" "Fuck that. Now that I'm here, I want Donnelly's. Not even my mother can make me lose my appetite for their food." I bark out a laugh. That's my girl.
Chapter 21. Rory. Kaiden gives his last name to the hostess, and a waitress shows us to our table where my mom and dad are already sitting. They both stand as we approach. The waitress places some menus on the table, then walks off. I look from my mom to my dad, waiting for someone to step forward and put an end to the awkwardness. No one should ever feel awkward around their own parents.
"How's it going?"
Kaiden asks my dad, breaking the ice. They shake hands, and then I'm in my dad's arms.
"I'm so glad to see you, Aurora."
"Nice to see you too, Dad. Not nice enough to let you get away with calling me Aurora, though." I smile.
He chuckles. "It's the name we chose for you. You'll always be my baby girl, Aurora."
Stepping back from my dad, I turn to find my mom, and she's there waiting with her arms stretched open. I move forward, and she hugs me tightly.
"I'm so happy to see you, Rory."
I'm hit with a deluge of emotions, and my eyes tear up. I can't pinpoint the main sentiment I'm feeling. Much like my relationship with my mom, it's complicated. I'm happy and sad, resentful and forgiving, regretful and hopeful. When we part, I notice the tears in her eyes. "It's nice to see you, Mom."
"Why don't we all sit down?"
Kaiden suggests. "Good idea," I say, smiling at him. I slide onto the bench seat, moving in as far as I can before he joins me. My parents get situated on the other side of the table.
"How are you feeling, Rory?" my mom asks. "I see your arm is no longer casted."
"Yeah, I got it removed yesterday. Aside from a bad tan line, there's not much difference from before I broke it. There might be some slight weakness, but I've got exercises to do every day that are supposed to help with that."
"Your nails look nice," she says.
I glance down at my bubblegum pink nails. "Thanks. Kaiden surprised me and Serena with a spa day. I got my hair done, too."
"You look beautiful, Aurora,"
my dad says. I roll my eyes. "Dad, really?"
"What?" Kaiden asks.
"Aurora?" I say, and he smiles.
"That reminds me of when you were a little girl,"
Kaiden says. "Ugh, me too. Besides, do I really look like an Aurora? It's too fancy for me." The waitress reappears to take our drink and appetizer order before scurrying off once more. This restaurant is packed as usual. I'm surprised no one has noticed there's a hockey god in their midst, but I'm hoping our good fortune continues.
"Kaiden, have you started practicing yet?" my dad asks. Yes, we have. Preseason games will start in another week. Are you excited for the approaching season? He asks. I am. I'm not getting any younger, so I try to enjoy them all as much as possible in case it's my final one. That's a smart attitude to have, Dad says. He and Kaiden get involved in a discussion about some of the other hockey teams in the league, and my mom takes advantage of their preoccupation to talk with me. Rory, honey, I want to apologize for so many things, especially for being critical of you. I have no right to tell you how to live your life or who to fall in love with. Mom, I couldn't keep from falling for him. Believe me, I tried. He's irresistible and treats me like you'd want me to be treated. You make a striking couple. And you look happy, she says. I am happy. You know that's all I want for you and your sisters. That's what I pray for every night before I go to sleep. If you want us happy, you have to support our choices whether you agree with them or not. I know. I've been giving my past actions a lot of thought. I even spoke to Valentina about making some changes too. I think with the two of us working on being more positive, it will have a lasting effect. How did Valentina take your suggestion? She's never been great at hearing about or realizing her own faults. No, she hasn't, and I'm sure I have some culpability in that. In many ways, she and I are a lot alike. Yes, you are. Our waitress drops off our drinks and appetizers, putting an end to our conversation, at least for now. But even if we don't speak about our issues anymore tonight, I feel great about the progress we've made. Maybe new beginnings and fresh starts can work. Today is my first day at Legacy Sports Management. Yay! I'm so excited I can barely stand still. I'm also extremely nervous and hope I'm only shaking on the inside. I try to reassure myself with the "this is only a job and there are other ones out there" speech. But then I snap back, reminding myself how long it's taken me to find a job in my field. Pausing, I run my damp palms down the front of my slim black trousers. Are you ready? I'm not sure it's possible to be completely ready for this. I've been waiting for this moment for ages. With today being the official start date of my career, it feels so monumental. Kaiden even made me a good luck breakfast of pancakes and eggs. They were delicious, but I'm regretting eating them with my stomach feeling upset from nerves. Rory, it's so nice to see you, Margot says, rising slowly from her chair with her back arched to support her extremely pregnant stomach. Today is her last day as my boss Nadia's personal assistant. She'll be gone on maternity leave for a few months. Smiling, I approach her desk. Margot, it's great to see you. How are you feeling? Ready to burst or sleep for days. I'm not sure which one will happen first. She winces. Please, sit back down. Okay, but only if you'll join me. She pats a second chair that's been wheeled in next to hers. I move around to the backside with her and sit down. I set my purse that contains my phone and keys down on the edge of the desk and scoot my chair forward. I made a list of everything I do for Nadia each day, so you won't have to guess about what you should be doing, she says. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'm new to all of this. I also wrote down a bunch of more detailed notes for which calls she takes immediately and which ones can wait. I even mentioned what I say to the callers to pacify them. Wow, you're efficient. Margot laughs. I try to be. But I also don't want to leave Nadia in a lurch. I plan to be here for the remainder of this week to train you, but it's too difficult to work like this. She gestures to her massive belly. So you're getting a one-day crash course. I also added my phone number in case you have any questions. You can call or text me anytime you're unsure of something. You're so nice. Aren't you afraid I'll reach out too much? She glances at me with a soft smile on her full lips. I am not. I get a good vibe from you. Besides, Kaiden speaks highly of you, and he's one of our best clients. He's also one of the easiest. I don't think he'd be with someone who isn't capable. He's careful to keep away from drama and the limelight. She grabs a small red 3-ring binder from her desk and hands it to me. Everything you need is in here. It's your work Bible. Opening the cover, I turn through the pages, scanning the subject matter. I can't believe you made this for me. Thank you so much. I'm sure this will be invaluable for me. Well, you need to be invaluable to Nadia. I'll do my best. Despite the overwhelming sense of inadequacy permeating me,
I force a smile to my stiff lips. Margot's eyes dart to the large clock on the wall. "You have a meeting with Nadia now," she tells me. "I do?" I'm sure my face shows my surprise and the fact that she's sent me into a panic. Smiling reassuringly, she pats my arm. "She won't bite you, and she's not a yeller at all, except when it comes to her husband, Flynn, but most of the time he deserves it, so—" She shrugs and then shoos me with her hand. "Go on and get in there." Springing up from my seat, I push my chair to the side. "Do I need to bring anything with me?" "Take your binder and a pen." She hands me the latter. "There's paper in the back of the binder if you need it." "Thanks." Jesus, how am I ever going to measure up to the sky-high standard of efficiency set by Margot? It seems like an impossible task, and it's only my first day. My legs quiver with every step I take. I force air in and out of my lungs at an even pace so I don't hyperventilate. Nadia notices me through the open door and waves me in. "Hi," I say, feeling like I'm balancing on someone else's legs as I walk across her office.
"Hello, Rory." She smiles up at me, and I notice how kind her brown eyes look. "Please, sit down." With my shaky legs buckling under me, I drop onto the chair. "How's everything so far?" she asks.
"Great, thanks. Margot has been amazing."
"Yeah, we're gonna miss her around here. I don't know what I'll do without her snarky remarks, so it'll be up to you to pick up where she left off," she says.
"Huh?" I utter the word without meaning to.
Nadia laughs. "I'm joking with you. Margot and I have been together for a long time, so she doesn't hold back with me. I may be her boss, but she helped me build this company from the ground up."
"Are you sure you want me to cover for her? I don't know how I'm going to measure up," I confess.
"I don't need you to be anyone but yourself, Rory. I have a feeling you and I are going to get along well. I like your honesty and vulnerability."
"Thanks. I've always thought of it as insecurity more than vulnerability."
The only difference between the two is your perspective. You see it as insecurity because you're feeling limited by your inexperience when compared to Margot. I see it as being vulnerable because I see the potential for your growth in this career.
I'm beginning to see why she's such a successful businesswoman in a field that's been dominated by men. I never thought of it that way.
Perspective is a big part of being a sports agent. How does the mainstream perceive your client? What about the sports teams? But I digress. I don't want to overwhelm you on your first day. You're not an intern yet. However, I have complete confidence that by the time Margot's maternity leave is over, you'll be moving into that position.
I'm ecstatic, and it's obvious with the way I'm beaming at her. "Thank you, Nadia. I promise I won't let you down."
"You better not," she smiles. "You can head back out front."
Rising, I hug the binder to my chest, all the way back to Margot. "How did it go?" she asks. "I think I might love her a little already," I say. I start holding back now. She laughs. "You and everyone else who works for her. When she won Flynn Shaughnessy's heart, everyone wondered how she did it, him being the bad boy of football. But I never questioned her methods because I knew he didn't stand a chance." I step through the automatic doors out into late afternoon sunshine with a wide smile on my face. My first day on the road to my dream career is complete. "Hey, beautiful," I hear Kaiden call out. I spin to the side and find him leaning back against the front of the large building. He pushes off the rough surface and saunters over to me like a man who's self-confident. And why wouldn't he be with everything he's accomplished in his life? I'm happy to see him, and my wide smile shows it. "I didn't expect to see you." He loosely wraps one of his arms around me.
"I know, but I wanted to surprise you. It's your first day, and that's a huge milestone in your life."
"I love you, Kaiden. You're so good to me."
"You haven't seen anything yet, baby."
He pulls his arm from behind his back, holding out a beautiful bouquet of purple and white roses.
"Congratulations. I'm so proud of you."
I snatch the wrapped bundle, shoving my face down inside the plastic to inhale their scent. "Thank you so much. You don't know this, but no one but you has ever given me flowers." When I was recuperating at home after the mugging, he filled the house with sunflowers to cheer me up.
"Really? Why didn't you mention it before now?"
I guess it was a reminder of my horrible taste in men before you came along. Or maybe I didn't want to inflate your ego. I'll let you decide which one is correct. He pulls me closer, brushing his nose along mine.
I think there's some truth to both options.
And you'd be right, I whisper against his lips before they close over mine.
Chapter 22. Kaiden. Callista, you're a lifesaver, I say, shoving the final plastic container in the back of her SUV. Thanks, Kaiden. You know I'm always available when you need anything. You'd think with my brother Darius being a professional hockey player that my business would be booming, but it's not. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll see what I can do to help with getting word out about how amazing your catering services are. That's nice of you. I really appreciate it. No problem, I say. I better get going. I've got a dragon birthday cake to bake for tomorrow afternoon. She waves her hand. Thanks again. Stepping to the side of the driveway, I watch her back out. As she's pulling away, Ryder and Murphy pass by her. They park on the street, keeping the driveway open. I walk down to meet them and help them carry their stuff inside. I set down the large cooler without knocking over the stack of towels on top of it. Ryder corners me before I can move. Who was the goddess that just pulled out of your driveway? In the SUV? He nods. That's Callista, the caterer. His eyes grow wide. The one who cooked for Murphy's party too? Yes, and don't even think of digging into any of the food before the party officially starts. I point at him in warning. I'll do my best, he smirks. But god damn, it smells good in here. Had I known the caterer was so gorgeous, I would have come over earlier and been her taste tester. Hold on, Romeo. Before you get too excited, you need to know Callista is Darius's older sister. Our teammate Darius? He asks, sounding morose. Murphy whacks his arm with the back of his hand. Dude, how many Dariuses do you know? That sucks. He shakes his head. Here I was planning my future out with a perfect woman, and now it's been ripped away from me. There. I pat him on the shoulder. I guess it's a good thing you didn't meet her. Yeah, you're probably right. Then I'd know if she sounds like an angel, like I imagined she would. How about we focus on the present, and you guys help me finish setting up? Rory's best friend Serena is keeping her occupied for 2 more hours. We have 90 minutes before guests are due to arrive. Murphy claps his hands together. Let's get to it. I have the guys fill balloons with helium from the tank I rented and hang them up outside. I don't know how many balloons there will be when they're done. I know that 2 of them will inhale half the tank so they can laugh at how funny they sound. I had a lawn sign made that says in giant letters, Rory, congratulations on your new job. It's colorful, with block-style purple letters surrounded by multicolored flowers. I insert the long metal spikes into the front lawn, so she'll see it as soon as she pulls up. As soon as she sees all the cars in the driveway and along the street, she's going to know something is going on. Ryder and Murphy are working somewhat diligently blowing up and hanging the balloons on the front railing. Their focus on the task impresses me. These 2 usually act like a couple of 12-year-olds on the best of days. I have them move out to the back patio to add some balloons to that area, while I set out some extra chairs and tables around the pool area. I didn't invite many people, but I want everyone to be comfortable when they're here. I also blew up a few floats and inflatable balls for Rory's niece and nephew. Valentina and her husband accepted my invitation, surprising me. But now that Mrs. Russo is making an effort to change, I figured Valentina also could. And if she doesn't, I'll find a way to somehow make it up to Rory. Murphy and Ryder are a huge help in knocking items off my to-do list. When everything's done, I run upstairs and change into my swimsuit and a clean t-shirt. I'm on my way back down when the doorbell rings. Opening the door, I find Mr. and Mrs. Russo. We exchange hellos, and I introduce them to Ryder and Murphy. After that, it's a steady stream of guests arriving until everyone is here except Rory and Serena. I make sure everyone helps themselves to drinks and appetizers before I go out to the front porch and sit on the top step to wait. I want to see her expression when she realizes what's going on. About 5 minutes later, I see Serena's red car coming down the street, and I rise to my feet. Right before they pull into the driveway, I notice Rory's huge smile before she covers the bottom of her face. Serena parks at the top of the driveway. Rory climbs out of the car, shaking her head at me. But her wide smile is genuine. "I can't believe you're having a party for me. Kaiden, you didn't need to do this. The day at the spa and the flowers were more than enough." "Shush," Serena scolds her. "Don't say that. Nothing is too much for the woman he loves." "She's right, baby. Nothing is too much when it comes to you." Her hands move up to cup her mouth and nose. "Stop it, or you'll make me cry. I don't want to look ugly for my party," she says, sniffling. She slowly climbs each step until she reaches me. She throws her arms around my waist, clutching onto me. I fold her into my embrace and press a kiss to her temple before I step backward. "Get in there and see all the people who came here to celebrate with you." She nods. "I love you." She walks inside, and I turn to Serena. I hope she remembers that when she sees Valentina. She gasps dramatically. "Oh, no, you didn't." "Yeah, I did. I'm hoping their mom has been working on Valentina, and she won't be such a..." I flounder for the right word. "Bitch?" Serena supplies without hesitating. "Yeah, that," I agree. "Let's get in there, in case we need to save Rory from her," Serena suggests. Oh, shit. Hurrying inside, we search for Rory and find her on the back patio. Surrounded by people on both sides, she's laughing, and thanks to Murphy and Ryder, already has a drink in her hand. When they told me they were going to make sure everyone drank too much, I thought they were joking. But since then, I've seen them handing out beverages to anyone with an empty hand. "She looks happy to me," I say. "Want to help me set out the rest of the food?" I ask before I realize Serena's not paying attention. She's too busy checking out all my friends. Laughing to myself, I walk back inside the house and grab a pan of lasagna. Ryder passes by me in the hallway and groans. "Is that lasagna?" "Yep. If you help me carry out the food, you can dig in first." I know which carrot to dangle in front of him. "Fuck yeah," he readily agrees. Between the two of us and his newfound motivation, we get everything set out in a matter of minutes. And true to my word, Ryder's dishing his own food out before anyone else realizes it's there. Once he sits down at a table and begins to moan with each bite, the rest of the guests quickly catch on. Waiting until everyone else has their food, I make up a plate for myself and join my teammates at their table. Rory is sitting nearby with her family, and I don't want to intrude on that. She seems content. I can hear her telling them about how she's filling in while Margot is on maternity leave, and then she'll have an internship for her dream job. When Serena drops into a chair next to her, my focus shifts to my plate. I know she'll look out for Rory damn near as well as I would. I'm not paying attention to what Ryder is saying until laughter breaks out around our table. "What?" I ask. Ryder points his chin up to the third floor, where a sign hangs from one side of the deck to the other. I'm so busy wondering how they got up there without me realizing, I don't read the words printed on it right away. And when I do, I don't know whether to laugh or strangle him. Welcome to Rory's getting off party. I settle on laughter, joining everyone else at the table. Rory looks over questioningly, and I point upward. Her eyes become comically large as she reads the words, and then they swing down, landing on Ryder. Pushing her chair backward, she marches over to him. He smirks at her. Murphy and I thought you needed to celebrate getting your cast off as well as the new job, but I forgot to include the word it. Anyhow, it makes a bigger statement this way. Rory rolls her eyes. It also gives it a totally different meaning, but I'm sure you couldn't have possibly done this on purpose. Ryder places his hand on his chest, affecting the most innocent expression he can manage. But his eyes perpetually hint at mischief and mayhem, so it's not convincing at all. Do you think so little of me? He asks her. Ryder, I'm not one of your puck bunnies that falls for your bullshit, she says, poking him in his chest. Own your prank. He grins. I like you, Rory. I like you a lot. You're more fun than your boyfriend. That's not saying much. Cap has lost his sense of humor in his old age, Murphy adds. Rory hooks her arm through mine. Don't pick on the man I love. Don't worry, baby. I'll get my revenge at hockey practice this week.
Chapter 23. Rory.
You push the marshmallow onto the stick, but not too far. You don't want the stick to go all the way through.
Kaiden is teaching the kids the right way to roast a marshmallow so they can make s'mores. He hands marshmallows and sticks out to Claudia and Dominic before moving on to Tilly, who's the daughter of Darius's girlfriend Evie. They also brought 3, who's a friend of Tilly's. Apparently his dad plays football for the Charleston Pirates, and 3's spending the weekend with them.
Once the marshmallow is on the stick, you hold it over the flames, but don't get too close to them or it'll catch on fire. Slowly turn the stick so every side of the marshmallow gets browned up. Once it's done, you can put all the ingredients together. I've got a few different types of candy bars, so you get to choose which one you want. There's milk chocolate with caramel, and mint chocolate.
The kids all get their marshmallows safely on the stick, then carefully toast them over the flames. Evie steps in to help the younger kids put their s'mores together.
3, what kind of s'mores are you going to make?
Tilly asks.
Caramel? What about you? I want caramel too.
What about you two? I ask Claudia and Dominic. What kind do you want?
I think I'm going with the mint one,
Claudia says. And you, Dom? I ask.
I want the regular kind.
I want one of each,
Kaiden chimes in, and all the kids giggle.
You can't have too many or you'll get a bellyache,
Tilly says sagely. Something tells me she's speaking from experience. It's not long before the adults wander over and begin working on making their own s'mores. Kaiden wraps his arm around me.
Are you having fun, baby?
I am. This party has been perfect.
How are things with you and Valentina?
He asks. Not perfect by any means, but I'm happy with how today has gone. We spoke and she listened to me. I didn't sense any judgment coming from her.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's kind of miraculous. And I owe it all to you.
How do you figure?
You invited her. If you hadn't, we wouldn't have talked at all, and things would be no better between us.
All I did was present the two of you with an opportunity that you made the most of. Now maybe family get-togethers won't be so stressful for you.
I think you're right. Even Stella couldn't believe how nice Valentina was being. She jokingly asked her if she was dying.
Kaiden laughs. I remember Stella having a dry sense of humor when she was a teenager. It doesn't seem like she's changed much.
She hasn't. She's quiet, but she comes out with some zingers when she wants to. Fortunately, they're never aimed at me.
Are you two ready to hit the road?
Darius asks Tilly and 3.
No.
They shout together.
It's getting late. By the time we get home, it'll be dark.
We're not tired,
Tilly explains.
What about Brutus at home all alone? What have he said because we've been gone for so long? Brutus is Darius's pit bull. He's the sweetest dog.
Kaiden fills me in.
I don't want Brutus to be sad, but we're having fun,
Tilly says.
How about you go home now and you can come back again soon?
Kaiden suggests.
Tomorrow?
3 asks. Darius laughs.
No, not tomorrow, bud. We'll make it soon, don't worry. And next time you can bring Brutus with you. I know he likes to play on the beach.
Tilly looks up at Kaiden and nods emphatically.
He does.
Perfect, I say. I can't wait to meet Brutus. My entire family comes over to say goodbye before they leave. Once they're gone, it feels so empty. There's only Ryder, Murphy, and Serena left. The 5 of us sit around the fire pit while the guys discuss their chance at winning the cup this year. They came so close last season, only to fall short.
I like our chances. We've kept our team together. If everyone can stay healthy, I don't see why we can't have a better outcome this year,
Ryder says.
I agree, but the season is long and a lot can happen in all that time. Rory, are you a fan of hockey?
Murphy asks. Not really. When I worked at the bar, I'd catch parts of the game because they were always on, but I don't really know the rules or the players.
You're obviously gonna have to learn to love it now that you're with Cap,
Murphy tells me. Obs, I say, and everyone laughs. I want to go to a game too. I volunteer to keep Rory company during the games she goes to, Serena says.
That works. I can get you some tickets. You need to come to our season opener,
Kaiden tells me. Are you going to give me a shirt with your name and number on it so everyone will know who I'm rooting for?
You know it.
I need a shirt too, Serena exclaims.
You need a shirt with my name and number,
Murphy tells her, and oddly enough, he's not being flirtatious at all. Did these two somehow slip into the friend zone today? I kind of like not having to keep him away from my best friend. For his protection, not hers. She'd eat him up and spit him out in no time. What position do you play? She asks.
I'm a goalie, and it's the most neglected position on the team. I could use some fans in the audience, he says. He's full of shit, Kaiden whispers. He has more fans than any of us.
Serena shrugs. I'll wear your shirt if you buy it for me.
Deal,
he agrees.
Who's gonna wear my shirt? Ryder asks. Dude, who doesn't wear yours? You have a whole harem of women in the audience.
What's this? Serena's interest stirs.
Have you heard of the Good Girls?
Murphy asks.
Nope, can't say I have. Well, Ryder's last name is Good, and...
Excuse me, I interrupt. Your last name is Good? As in Ryder Good? I ask, snickering.
Serena guffaws. Oh my God, ride her good. #legendary. Your parents couldn't have chosen a better name for a future man-whore, Kaiden says.
It's a name and a self-fulfilling prophecy all in one, I say. Ryder raises his palms.
You won't hear me complaining. Back to the good girl thing you mentioned. Serena prods Murphy. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of women in the stands who wear shirts that say, I'm a good girl. He's got his own fan club at every game. It's not even just our fans who wear the shirts.
Serena smiles and rubs her hands together.
Now this, I gotta see. Hey, Rory.
Evie waves at me as she steps into the row Serena and I are seated in. She sits down next to me.
This is my sister-in-law, Wendy.
Hi.
Wendy smiles. Hey, it's nice to meet you. This is my friend Serena. I hook my thumb in her direction and they greet each other.
Is this your first game?
Evie asks. It is.
What do you think so far?
It's overwhelming. The seats in the arena are full and the continuous chatter and cheering is wreaking havoc on my ears. But the fans' excitement is palpable and I'm looking forward to the game starting.
I like your jersey,
Evie tells me. I glance down and smile.
Kaiden was insistent I wear his number when my hockey game cherry is popped, and the fact that the first game of the season coincides with that momentous occasion is convenient. If the Coyotes play well, I'll be happy. I don't want them to begin their season with a loss. Plus, if they lose while I'm at my very first game, I'll be afraid to attend another one. I can't be their bad luck charm. The guys are skating around the ice in front of us, and Kaiden notices me almost immediately. He skates over, stopping in front of the boards. Tugging off one glove, he holds up his hand and tucks his middle and ring finger into his palm. "What does that mean?" Serena asks. "It's sign language for I love you," I explain. "That's so sweet. Blech." I jab my elbow into her side. "Wait till you fall in love someday. I'm going to remind you how you made fun of Kaiden and me." "Like that'll happen. There isn't a man on earth who can handle me." "You might be right," I agree. Murphy glides by us and does a double take, but he's not looking at Serena or me. I glance at Evie. What was that all about? He and Wendy met once. It was a brief encounter. "By brief encounter, do you mean he didn't last?" Serena asks. Wendy snorts. "No, she means we met in a hallway and seconds later we parted ways." "I guess you made a good impression," I say. "Yeah, it looks like someone's got a crush. Or maybe a couple someones do. Huh, Wendy?" Serena teases. "I'm not gonna deny it. He's hot, and given the chance, I'd let him bang me like a drum," Wendy states. We all laugh. I may have just met her, but I like her already. Serena leans forward, looking past me at Wendy. "I like you," she says, echoing my thoughts. Wendy flips her hair, then smiles. "Thanks. You're rather cool yourself." I smile at Evie, who's on my right side. "We should do this more often." I agree, but I have a feeling these two, she tips her head toward Wendy and Serena, might be a bad influence on each other. "I think you're right. We'll need to be there to keep them in line." "For sure," she agrees. Serena taps me on the arm to get my attention. "I need a pic to commemorate this night." She leans her head against mine and we smile. "Hey, remember the good girls that Murphy mentioned?" She nods. "Yeah?" "Look to your left and move up one section," I say. Serena peers over her shoulder and giggles. "Oh, that is just beautiful. I think I might need a good girl shirt to wear. I mean, it's just so perfectly cheesy. I wonder what colors they come in." "It looks like they've got every color of the rainbow. You can have your pick." We fall silent and rise for the singing of the national anthem, and then sit once more. "I always get emotional when I hear our anthem being sung," I say. Evie shifts on the hard seat. "Me too. If I was an athlete, I'd be crying before each game." I laugh. "Right? It's probably not the best way to intimidate your opponents." "No doubt," she agrees. "Shh," Serena puts her finger to her lips. "I need some quiet time so I can concentrate." "Aw, are you sending the team some good juju?" I ask. "No." She looks at me like I've asked her to sum up the meaning of life in one word. I'm trying to figure out who the hot players are, and it takes a lot of concentration. Rolling my eyes, I shake my head and mime zipping my lips closed. The game starts, and I think how similar all the players look when they're zooming around on the ice like race cars on a track. The speed with which they move makes my stomach drop like I'm riding a roller coaster. The way they instinctively anticipate their opponents' moves like they're inside their heads, it's impressive. It makes me think of the endless hours these athletes have put into becoming the elite in this sport, and the amount of drive it takes to be one of the best. Not everyone has that fire in them. I know I don't. I'm not competitive by nature, not even with myself. I always try my hardest, and I want to have success, but I don't feel a pressing need to be one of the best sports agents in the country. However, I will be the best when I can be, and that will be enough for me. Watching the Coyotes play, I see their hunger for success. I see their need to win and admire that quality in them. The longer I watch, the more I realize it's not difficult to tell them apart. I get to know their jersey numbers, and by the end of the second period, I can recognize them by their skating styles. I don't understand the game beyond the team with the most goals wins, but it's so damn exciting to watch them fly around on the icy surface. When the third period is well underway, there's still no score on the board for either team. I hear grumblings coming from the fans behind us.
"This better not be a sign of what's to come this season," a male voice says. "Score a fucking goal, Hart. That's what you make the big bucks for," a second male voice yells. I glance at Evie, my lips stretching in a grimace. "So harsh," I say. Hockey fans are passionate about their teams, and rabidly so. Sometimes it's a good thing, and sometimes not so much. "I forgot you grew up with hockey in your life," I say. "Don't remind me," she jokes. "But yeah, I did." I know fans are upset about the lack of goals, but as someone who's never been to a game before, this is exciting. Evie puts her hand on my arm and sits up straighter as she looks at the game going on. My attention returns to the players on the ice, zeroing in on Kaiden just before he slaps the puck with the side of his hockey stick. The black disc becomes a blur as it lifts from the ice and heads toward the net. It all happens so fast. I'm not sure what's going on until the crowd goes wild. Evie jumps from her seat and pulls me up with her. "He scored! He scored!" she squeals. Serena and Wendy join us in our celebration, and the four of us bounce in place like pogo sticks. When I drop back down in my seat, I sigh. That was exciting. I think I love hockey. Evie nudges me with her arm. "See? You'll be a super fan in no time." "It feels good to be home," I say, kicking off my sneakers. "Those arena seats are no joke. My ass may never be the same again." I rub my hands over my jean-covered cheeks. "I'll kiss it for you and make it feel better," Kaiden offers, undoing his tie. "I'll let you," I smile. "But seriously, I have a theory about the seats you're going to want to hear." He grabs a bottle of water from the fridge, twists the cap off, and takes a long pull of the cold liquid. "Oh, that hit the spot. So what's this fascinating theory of yours?" "Hey, I never claimed it would be fascinating." I lean back against the island. "Maybe I find everything you say fascinating," he says, drinking down another gulp of water. "Then this is sure to blow you away." It really won't, but that's okay. "I think if the spectator seats were more comfortable, the fans wouldn't be as unruly. My ass hurt so badly at one point, I thought about starting a fight just so I have an excuse to get out of my seat." He laughs. "You're adorable. I might pay money to see you get into a fight over one of my games. While your theory is possible, it's not plausible. Hockey fans go to games for a good time and they get fired up. They're loyal, and if anyone talks shit about their team, it's like they've been insulted personally. Sometimes it's resolved with shit-talking back and forth, and sometimes they'll come to blows. But no matter what, they have fun." I don't know much about the game itself, but I know I love watching you fly around the ice and race for the puck. I felt so proud when you scored. You'd think I was the one who made the goal. Setting the half-full bottle on the counter, he lifts me onto the island and steps between my legs. He gently sweeps a lock of hair back from my face, tucking it behind my ear. "I loved having you at my game. You felt proud when I scored, but I felt just as proud knowing you were there. I wanted everyone in the arena to know you're mine." "The jersey you had made for me is a pretty good indicator." I pluck at the material with my fingers. On the back, where it's supposed to say his last name, Hart, it instead says Kaiden's Hart. He frames my face with his hands and leans down, brushing his lips over mine. He angles his head to the side, and I do the same, deepening our kiss. My fingers creep up his chest, landing on each end of his tie. Gripping the material, I tug him closer as our tongues tangle. He lets out a growl, letting me know he likes my aggressiveness. Hooking my legs around his waist, I press my heels into his ass, urging him closer. He complies eagerly, grinding the bulge behind his dress pants against the seam in my jeans. His mouth slides down to my neck, leaving a damp path in its wake. "After my games, I'm really hungry," he says. I tip my head back. "Yeah." "Mm-hmm." He hums against my skin. "Ravenous." He bites the curve of my shoulder and I cry out. His palm splays across the middle of my chest. "Lie back." I lower to the granite surface, waiting for whatever comes next. He stretches my arms out on the counter above my head,
then pulls the undone tie from around his neck. Holy crap, he's going to tie me up. With my heart racing, I study his face as he wraps the silky material around my wrists. His blue eyes unwaveringly focus on the knot he's tying. When I think he's finished, he surprises me even more by walking around to the other side of the island. He tugs on the excess material, stretching my arms above me to capacity. I can't see what he's doing, but as soon as he heads back around to me, I tug with my hands and feel resistance. He's fastened the remainder of the tie around the back of one of the bar stools.
"Are you with me, baby?"
he asks, making sure I'm okay. "Yes."
"That's my girl."
He undoes the button on my jeans, then drags the zipper down. I'm so ready to have his hands and mouth on me. It feels like he's moving in slow motion. He yanks at my jeans, but they're too tight to pull straight off. I raise my hips as he wiggles the material down my ass and hips, then lower as he drags them from my legs, taking my socks, too.
"Christ, you're so fucking sexy."
His gaze is full of desire as it glides over me like a soft, warm caress. He thrusts my legs apart with both hands, then skims his fingertips from mid-thigh to the point where they meet the edges of my panties. He dips each index finger underneath the material, sliding it back and forth teasingly. I squirm with anticipation. I want his thick fingers inside me. I need them inside me. "Please, Kaiden," I beg.
"Does your pussy need me?"
"Yes." My hips shift, seeking friction. He peels away the remaining barrier between us, tossing the scrap of lace aside. Leaning over the counter, his arms slip underneath my ass and hook around the outside of my thighs before his head lowers between them. His warm breath fans over my center, and I hold my own breath in anticipation of what's to come. He licks me from my entrance to my clit, a straight line of pleasure that has me tugging with my restrained hands and crying out. His tongue repeatedly swirls around my clit until I sob with desperation. And only then does he briefly lash at it. I try to raise my hips, and his arms clamp down tighter, holding me in place. I attempt to move my arms, and I can't. I'm at his mercy. A needy whimper slips from me. I've never felt so wound up in my entire life. I'm like a firework just waiting for the fuse to be lit so I can go off. Kaiden releases his hold on my legs, pushing them to my chest. He plunges 2 fingers inside me and curls them, rubbing my G-spot. He draws my clit between his lips, rapid fire flicking the swollen flesh with the tip of his tongue. My fingernails dig into my palms and my eyes roll back as my orgasm creeps closer. Kaiden is relentless in his pursuit of my pleasure, and when I begin to tremble all over, he hums with encouragement. My release overtakes me, and I scream his name. His tongue gentles and slows, as do his fingers. When every wave has been wrung out of me, he licks his fingers clean before moving up to press a kiss on my lips. I lick my taste from them while he unties my hands. Once the knot's undone, he takes hold of my hands and arms, rubbing them to promote the blood flow. He pulls me into a seated position, holding me in his arms.
"You're so goddamn incredible, and such a good girl, too. Did you like being at the mercy of my hands and tongue?"
I loved it. I snuggle into his chest, burrowing my face against the crisp material of his light blue button-down shirt.
"That's good, because I know I'm gonna want to fuck you all over the house after every game."
"Technically, you haven't fucked me yet." I raise my head to look up at him.
"Technically, I'm not done."
He smirks. "Is this what life is like when you love a hockey player?"
"I don't know, but this is what life is like when you love this hockey player."
I smile. Well, I'm here for it all. The love and being fucked all over the house. His lips slowly part into a devastating smile.
"It's cute that you think you have a choice."
"It's cute that you think I want one." This concludes Catching the Captain by Jacob Chance. Narrated by Ellie Gossage and Ash Beverly. Copyright 2023 by Jacob Chance. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacob Chance, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.